where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Well, hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to Criminality. Or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. Hi, everybody. Happy Saturday. I hope you guys enjoyed your Valentine's Day. I went to bed by 9. That was my exciting Valentine's Day. I slept. So we are back today to catch ourselves up on the case of the South Carolina versus Zachary Hughes. We're going to be finishing day 3 and then hopefully making it. We should have no problem making it through day 4 because it was only a part of a day. So yesterday we ended in between testimonies. So one investigator. We're going to have another investigator coming up. So let me say hi to you guys. Thank you guys for being here. So hi Joanna, hi Jen, hi Janet, hi Shaz, hi Greenie, hi Bosheet, hi Lacey. What's up, Fluffy? Hi Rexy. Oh, thank you, Rexy. I love having you. Hi Susie. All right, so let me get this party started over here. Share all this stuff and things. Hi, Marsha. All right. We should be set and ready to go. Let's speed it up to 1.25. I'm here for a live bacon and learn. What are you baking? What are you baking? I was going to bake a cake today, but instead I'm going to go get pies. Okay, I'm going to start it up. Make sure you guys can hear it. Marshall, he is definitely better than he was, but he's not great. He's not great. Hi, Labyrinth. Thank you. I'll tell him. He's just not, I mean, he's not back to normal. He's over there laying in the sun right now. I could see him out there. But he's just not, I don't know. He's better. I don't know how long it'll last, but macaroons? What's up, BG? The OG BG. I freaking love it. I love it. I love it. Hey, Percosa. Susie says McLeland for dumbass of the year. They moved, and for all of you that follow Richard Allen, he got moved to Pendleton. I don't know if you guys have seen that yet, but yeah, they took him out of Westville. Just picked up burritos. I haven't even had breakfast. Everyone says no longer blind. No longer blind. Did some research. Okay, let's see. You guys tell me you can hear it, right?
United States calls FBI agent Matt Flower.
Calling Matt somebody. That's kind of where I'm thinking too. Labyrinth is like it's about that kid is having no adult in her life that. That's what I was thinking yesterday. Like, would she have been better off staying with her half sister or somebody else? I figure on Monday we could do a live and go through like some of the documents. That way people who want to stay more blind can stay blind and not watch. If you don't want to stay blind and you want to know more, then we can go through documents and stuff. I don't think the CSAM is the CSAM. I don't think it's relevant. I know a lot of people are thinking that they should be allowing it. I think he made the right choice. One, the CSAM isn't found until after, and two, how does the CSAM have anything to do with Zachary Hughes? If nobody knows that there's CSAM, it doesn't even point to a third party because nobody knows it exists until after the fact. So you can't even use it like as a motive for murder. Like for third party. For me, I don't see it. I guess if you go with the fact that the ex was claiming the daughter was being SA'd, then you're really giving him more motive, right? And then his friend more motive to do it. I think that's only. I think it would be that would be almost prejudicial to Zach, because the only one that's claiming that there's SA is her dad, who he's friends with, and that already gives the motive. So they don't want that in there. I don't know. Well, see, I think that's where the SA would be important, because that's what he was claiming. I don't think that nobody knew about the actual, like the photographs and videos and stuff until after the fact. So, yeah, that's exactly what it would be. Like they'd see like she's not really a victim, she's a perpetrator, and who gives a shit what happened to her, kind of thing. But see, and that's another struggle though too, because it's not been proven in any court of law that actually happened. Like the public, we're hearing all the allegations, but we don't know that it's actually happened. And look, the public is already like, what the hell, right? So I think he made the right choice. So if she has the CSAM, does it negate the fact that this random dude, Zachary Hughes, breaks into her home and stabs her 31 times? Like, how does he tie into that? Mernin. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I'm just trying to think legally, like if I feel like it would be the right thing to do for either side, to be honest with you. I think if you bring the SA in, it goes against Zach. And I think if you bring the CSAM in, it goes against her. I don't know. It's sick shit just all the way around. Let's just be real. These are just not. I think Labyrinth said it best. Like, these adults are disgusting, and like, why is this kid even allowed to be around any of them at this point?
Or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
I do.
Hi, Bonnie. I hope you're doing well.
Please state your name for the record.
Angela.
My name is Matthew Wild.
All right, Agent Wild, who do you work for?
I work with the FBI.
And how long have you been with the FBI?
Almost 15 years.
All right, so are you an agent, special agent?
I am. Right now, I'm a supervisory special agent. And I was an agent until at the regular agent level from like 2010 till 2021.
And currently with the FBI, what are your main duties?
So right now, I supervise a group of agents and task force officers with the cellular analysis survey team. And what our unit does is analyze historical records from phone carriers, specifically for location data. And so I supervise that group, and then I also do some of that work myself.
Now, in regards to your educational background, can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. So I have a bachelor's degree in business administration with a concentration in accounting from Limestone College in Gaffney. And then I attended the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy, the FBI Academy, and then I've attended additional training in relation to historical cell phone analysis as well.
All right. So in relation to historical cell phone analysis, what kind of education experience do you have?
Yeah. So in 2012, I went to a course. It was a CAST basic course where we learned how to read phone records that we get from Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile. We learned how to read those, compare the records to a list of all the cell phone towers, and then generate a very basic map to demonstrate where on Earth a device, generally where it's located and at a certain date and time. And so I took that class in 2012. I used that technique in every one of my cases between 2012 and 2016, where I worked in violent crime. I was actually in the Baltimore field office, and I worked in violent crime, working bank robberies and armored car robberies and all kinds of other things. And then in 2016, I was selected to go to the advanced CAST course, which is a week long, where we take a deeper dive into the records. We had a test at the end of that course. I passed, and I was selected to go to the CAST certification course. At that time, it was 4 weeks. The first week was about radio frequency theory. So we learned about how radio waves travel between a phone and the antennas on the towers. The second week, we met with each one of the carriers. So we meet with Sprint, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile. We get to talk to their records custodians. Those are the people that provide us the records. We also got to speak with their network engineers. So those are the people that design and maintain the network. The third week, we did drive testing. So I have a piece of equipment I can put in my car. I can drive around a cell phone tower, and I can tell how far that tower reaches. And then the fourth week, we did a moot court exercise where we were given a real case. We had to read the records, generate a map, go out, do a drive test, and then testify to it in court. And at the conclusion of that, I was certified as a CAST agent. Now, every year since then, from 2016 until 2024, I've attended the CAST recertification course, which is usually 3 to 4 days, where we go back and meet with all the carriers. We get updates on the technology. And so I've attended that every year since I've been certified.
So you're referring to CAST. Can you tell the jury what CAST stands for and what it means?
Yeah, so CAST is a cellular analysis survey team. And so our team is about, I think we're between 80 and 90 agents and task force officers located around the country, sometimes in different parts of the world. And again, we focus on learning and analyzing these records and using them in cases.
So can you give us an example of how you would use cell phone data that you would receive and how that helps determine a location?
Yeah, so a perfect example is like a missing person. A lot of times we get involved in missing persons cases, and we will go to the carrier and request the telephone records from them for the person that's missing. And then so we'll analyze those records. They give us a date and a time when the phone was used, as well as the tower and the sector, which gives us a general area of where the phone was used at. And then we're able to kind of direct resources into that area to try to locate that person's car, locate that person's, that person, or God forbid we have to locate their remains. We do that on a daily basis.
And so is basically, are you as good as the data that you receive from the carrier?
Absolutely.
And is there better data than some in relation to finding a more specific location versus a broad location?
Yes. It just kind of, it's one of those things, it varies between the carrier, the time range you get the records in, all the types of data kind of vary between each one of those things.
And how do you actually do the analyzation?
So the records come electronically, usually in an Excel file or a text file. And so what we do, or what I do, is I take those records and I upload them into a Google-based mapping system. And then I can snip and make maps to display the general area where the phone was located at those times.
Now, in addition to using cell tower or cell phone tolls or cell phone tower information as to a specific phone, can you use the actual phone itself to help determine locations of that phone?
I can. So sometimes when a phone is downloaded, location data is obtained off of that device. It's processed through Greykey or Cellbrite, and I can use some of that data in what I do to historically locate where that phone was during the time that we're interested in.
About how many times have you downloaded or analyzed cell phones?
So the downloading and analyzing cell phones probably 40 to 50 times. Personally, I have downloaded hundreds of phones. The analyzation of the location data, probably 40 to 50 times.
And how many times have you qualified as an expert?
over 150 times.
Now, the state moves to qualify Special Agent Matt Wild as an expert in call detail record analysis and cellular technology. Call detail record analysis and cellular technology.
No objection. All right. He will be qualified as an expert in call detail, record analysis, and cellular technology. Ladies and gentlemen, normally a person cannot give opinion testimony, and when a person testifies, they must testify as to what they either saw, or they heard, or they sensed by smell. However, there is an exception when someone is qualified because of education or experience, and they are permitted to give their opinion in certain areas if the court qualifies them that way. This witness will be qualified in the area of call detail record analysis and cellular technology. To give an opinion testimony in this area, however, that does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is evidence for you to use in any way you see fit and give the weight and credibility that you believe is appropriate. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Wild, were you asked to help analyze the data location, cell phone data location and cell phone of Zach Hughes?
Yes.
So how did you obtain the information? Well, what information did you obtain in your efforts to analyze it?
So from the solicitor's office, I obtained the phone records in electronic format, as well as the cell phone download was in an electronic format. And then with the download, I had to go in and pull out the location data so I could look at it and do what I did with it.
And as far as pulling it from the cell phone, what software do you rely on to help you read that information?
I used Cellbrite. I believe it's called Cellbrite Reader. It's just like it's another version of Cellbrite Physical Analyzer.
And what does Cellbrite Reader do?
So it grabs the raw data and it kind of processes it, or it does process it into a usable format. And again, it splits it out. So if we just have like a big bucket of data, it just spits it out into images, text, I just said images, pictures, videos, text messages, phone call logs, location data. It just kind of splits it out into all those categories. So I took the raw data, I put it in Cellbrite, and then I took the location data and then I exported that out because that's really what I was focusing on.
And then when you look at the exported location data in this particular case, you just take it at its word, or do you do some underlying analysis to verify its authenticity?
Oh no, you can't just take it at its word. So the location data is sourced from multiple different places on the phone, depending on what kind of applications you have running or the user has running. So it kind of splits it out into different chunks, and there's different parts that are more reliable than other types. And so I try to focus on the most reliable data set that I can.
Now, in preparation for your testimony today, did you create a PowerPoint describing what you did
Yes, sir.
with the cell phone data from Zach Hughes and actually the download of Zachary Hughes' cell phone?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you. State's Exhibit 174. And see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir. This is the thumb drive with my report on it.
State moves 174 in evidence.
No objection. No objection.
All right, well, we're going to throw this up on the screen right here. I'm even going to give you a laser pointer.
All right. Thanks, sir.
If you'll just say next slide whenever you're ready.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hofer will click it for you, and
All right.
we can move on. So you prepared, is this the presentation that you prepared for this jury?
Yes, it is.
And so what are you attempting to share with this in general with this jury?
In general, I'm going to share the general location through cell phone records and the cell phone download of the device associated with Mr. Hughes during certain time periods that are relevant to the case.
And again, so it's two pieces of data. It is Mr. Hughes' cell phone records
Yes, sir.
to his phone, as well as his actual phone that you received the data on.
Yes,
And do you distinguish between those two in this report?
I do.
All right. Now, is there anything interesting about the cell phone data that you received in this particular report?
The cell phone records.
Cell phone records.
Yeah, so the cell phone records I received in this for this case, they're from Verizon. Usually Verizon provides a report that has the cell phone tower, so it tells me which tower is being used, and then it tells me which sector or side of the tower is being used. In this case, I think Verizon was transferring systems. They generated a different report, and that report only shows me the tower that's being used. So it's kind of demonstrated as a circle. And so when we get there, I'll explain what that means.
And before the pie.
It would be like a wedge. Yes, like a piece of pizza. All right, next one. All right, so slide 2, this is just the background of the case and my methodology. So, the first paragraph describes that I was asked by the solicitor's office to help with this case in reference to an incident that occurred on October 13th, 2021. My methodology I've already talked about. I take the records that I get from the carrier, compare that to a list of cell phone towers here using the tower list that was in effect during 2021. And then I generate a map to display the general area where the devices were located. And then my conclusions are further down in the report. Next slide. This is an example of different cell phone towers. Most importantly is the one here on the top left. That's really most likely what you see almost anywhere in America. There's a couple important things about those. Those speaker-looking devices hanging on that tower, those are those antennas that transmit and receive a signal to and from a phone. A phone's very much like a car radio. As I drove here today, there's a tune to my favorite radio station, to my favorite frequency, and somewhere out in Greenville, there's a tower. It emits a signal. My car radio receives that signal, and I can listen to my favorite station. The difference between my car radio and my cell phone is that with my cell phone, that transfer of information has to go in 2 directions. It has to come from the tower to my phone, but I also have to be able to send information from my phone back to the tower. And so those are those antennas that send and receive that information. And then there's just several other examples of antennas. There you have them on the outside of buildings. Everyone's favorite is always the pine tree. And they all essentially serve the same purpose, to transmit and receive signals. Next slide. Generally, what we figure out is when I look at the records, again, it usually gives me a sector, tells me which side of the tower is being used. And so by looking at the sector and the azimuth, or the direction that sector faces, I can usually demonstrate a wedge. Here in this case, again, I don't have the sector information, so really this doesn't really matter. Next slide. You can go to the next slide. Okay, so normally I would display the sector like I would here on the top, as kind of like a piece of pizza or like a pie wedge. But here, again, I don't have any sector information, so I'm demonstrating it as a circle. I'm not saying by any means that the phone has to be within that circle. I'm just saying that that tower is within that circle, and that tower emits a signal that goes in 360 degrees direction or out from that tower. So the phone's gonna be somewhere between the tower being used and the next one in any direction around it, but closer to the one that's being used. Next slide. All right, so this is the legend for this case. So this just kind of gives you an overview of the area. And so I have a couple of addresses here. The green pin up there represents 200 Tyndall Avenue in Greenville. So they're in the center of the map. The blue pin represents 799 Indian Flats Trail in Slater, Marietta, South Carolina. That's kind of up there near the South Carolina, North Carolina border. The red pin represents 122 Canebrake Drive in Greer. And then the orange pin represents 12 Blake Street in Greenville. Every one of those red dots you see on the map represent a Verizon cell phone tower. Next one. So this is showing the activity here on Verizon telephone number 864-894-0020. And it's showing the activity on June 30th, 2021 at 1:24 a.m. So 1:24 in the morning. And this is showing activity in and around in Greenville, South Carolina. Now the Verizon records here, I'm relying on the phone to be able to make and receive phone calls to obtain a record. Later on in the report, we'll have some data records that kind of help fill in some gaps.
Real quick, Your Honor. So, I'm sorry. Agent said, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 1. And what is the date on States Exhibit 1 up here?
Oh, the date on the top right there is Wednesday, June 2021. So June 30th, 2021.
All right. And so where was Zach Hughes' phone location on Wednesday, June 30th, 2021?
In the early morning, it was using a tower in the area of downtown Greenville. Next one. This slide 9, it's showing the activity between July 4th, 2021 and July 8th, 2021. And again, the phone during that time, these are all phone calls. And the phone during that time is using towers in and around Knoxville, Tennessee.
All right. So I'm going to show you States Exhibits 2. What is the date on States Exhibit 2?
That is July 8th, 2021.
And States Exhibit 158.
Is also July 8th, 2021.
And where are those mailed from?
Knoxville, Tennessee.
Both of those?
Yes, sir.
So July 8th, 2021, Zach Hughes' phone was located in and around Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yes, sir.
Okay, hold on.
Right.
I'm gonna go back. So because it's got the dates and stuff on it, it's probably really hard to see. So all the red dots are the Verizon cell phone towers, and it says, okay, so this is all from. This looks like it's from July of 2021. This data. So I think they're kind of just leading us into, so to kind of explain how this breakdown is. So this is July 4th through July 8th. And so you see like 7, 7-4, 7-5, 7-5, 7-6, and then the time that he's around there. Remember, the crime doesn't happen until 10:13. So I think they're kind of just leading us. Yeah, it says it at the bottom. I just don't know if you guys can see it. So I figured I'd stop and like show you guys kind of what we're looking at. This area down here is where the house, the crime scene, his house, or the house he was staying at, and Lake Street is where Mello's house is, her daughter's dad.
Located in and around Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yes, sir. All right, so this next slide, this is showing activity on October 11th between 9:44 a.m. and 11:18 a.m. These are data activations. So they're not phone calls, they're not text messages, they are all the other stuff that's going on a phone in the background.
Remember, the 11th is when he's out at that property that they show him on the trail cam.
So sometimes they generate a record. They tell me the cell phone tower that was being used, how long that session is, and so I'm able to demonstrate it here. And so here, between 9:44 and 11:18, you can see that phone's using towers just to the northeast and to the south of the 799 Indian Flats Trail address.
And what is that date?
That is October 11th, 2021.
So would that be consistent with Zach Hughes' phone being near 700 Indian Flats Trail?
Yes. All right, and then this next slide. So now we're showing the location data from the physical download of the phone. And so this is showing that same day, October 11th, there was a location data point right there at Indian Flats Trail between 10:06 a.m. and 10:54 a.m.
And what date is that?
That's October 11th. So it's the same date as the previous slide showing the cell site activations.
So that's 2021.
Yes, sir. Next one. So now this is October 12th, 11:14 a.m. to 12:18 p.m. Again, these are data activations. Showing activations right there near Greenville Technical College, basically southeast of the 200 Tyndall Avenue address.
And that is October 12th.
Yes, sir. Next one. These are the Cellbrite. These are the location data hits off of the physical phone. Again, 10:25 a.m. to 12:23 a.m. on October 12th. There are some specific activations showing the device near the Tyndall Avenue, specifically between 10:47 a.m. and 12:01 p.m. And then there's two others, one to the south and one to the north. Next one. This is October 12th, 2021, between 12:31 and 1:21 p.m. The first one, 12:31 to 1:07 p.m. is consistent with being in the area of Tyndall Avenue. And then the second one at 1:18 to 1:21 is consistent with being at 12 Blake Street in Greenville.
And that's,
Have you ever made aware of the significance of 12 Blake Street?
I did. I understand that's Mr. Mello's address.
there you go.
Excellent. So now the next one is, this is showing, again, October 12th, between 1:59 p.m. and 2:34 p.m. So again, these are all data hits. And you can see the phone's using towers to the north of Greenville, not quite all the way to Marietta at that time. And then the next activation, voice call, is on October 14th. And the next activation is on October 14th.
Okay, say that again. So in regards to voice data, you have it on October 12th.
I do.
And then when's the next voice call?
On October 14th.
What is a voice call? What does that mean?
So that's an incoming or outgoing call.
Is that how you receive the location data?
It is. There is some data records on October 13th that I did not include in my presentation, but they are consistent with the activity we're getting ready to see. Next one. So this is October 12th, 6:56 p.m. till October 13th, 1:30 a.m. and showing the phone consistent with being in the area of Indian Flats Trail in Marietta.
So Zach Hughes' phone, this is October 12th.
This is.
All right. And what are the dates in which he is at the Indian Flats Trail?
So this is showing the evening of the 12th into the early morning of the 13th.
So what time is the last data point for on the 13th?
1:30 a.m.
That's 1:30 in the morning.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Okay, so from 10:12 at night till 1 something in the morning on the 13th, he's up at that other location where he was caught on trail cam. So that's interesting. Okay.
And then this is the next activation. This is the next activity on that download report, and it's showing 2:42 p.m. is the first hit, which is showing in the area of 200 Tyndall Avenue in Greenville.
All right. So the last data point that you just had up there was 1:30 in the morning of October 13th. And where was that located?
In Marietta.
And the next data point that you have for Zach Hughes' phone or his cell phone records is at what time?
So for this phone, it's at 2:42. I did have some activations on the data side earlier, just earlier about I think they were 2:34, and it was north near Furman University.
And that 2:42, that be consistent at being a little north of downtown Greenville at 2:42.
So 2:42 would be consistent with being south of downtown Greenville.
South.
Yeah, 2:34 would, I believe it was 2:34. It was north of downtown Greenville. That's correct. Next one. And then this is showing the activity 9:07 p.m. to 4:07 a.m. on the 14th. So this is the night of the 13th going into the next day. There's activity, let's see here. 9:07 is that box up in the middle between 9:07 and 9:32. Then 9:43 to 11:13, the phone is over there to the east side of the airport. And then 11:25 p.m. on the 13th to 4:07 a.m. on the 14th, the phone is consistent with being in the area of Tyndall Avenue.
Okay, so there's no phone data around the morning of the 13th, which is really what they need. There's nothing happening with this phone that they've shown us to put this phone in the area of the crime.
So that's the night of October 13th, 2021.
Yes, sir. Into the morning of the 14th. And then these are the voice calls on the 14th. So this is 12:57 a.m. to 1:02 a.m. And you can see the phone is there over on the east side of Greenville, kind of near the airport. And that's it.
Just answer your questions.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please. Special Agent Wild, I want to talk to you about your expertise in cell phone technology, just in general, and that's one of the areas you've been qualified as an expert. Is that correct?
Yes.
You had talked about conducting numerous downloads or extractions of cell phones in your career. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you asked to perform any analysis on a cell phone, in this case belonging to a man named Bradley Post?
I was not.
You made a comment that when you receive data, basically you never take it at face value. Is that correct? Or you don't take it as or assume it's accurate. Is that correct?
I mean, just because we get data on a spreadsheet, location data on a spreadsheet, I don't take it 100% at face value. There is a skill and experience and knowledge that goes into parsing through that data to find the most accurate points.
I want to talk about, in your experience analyzing cell phones, have you had an opportunity to conduct extractions involving images on cell phones?
Yes.
And images on cell phones also have data oftentimes accompanied with those images. Is that correct? Or in conjunction with those images?
I mean, the image itself is data, right? But no, you go ahead.
Let me be more specific.
Okay.
Metadata. Oftentimes there is metadata associated with images on cell phones.
There could be, yes.
Will you tell the jury what is metadata?
It could be like the date and the time the phone was taken, the device that it was used, the device that took the picture, maybe the orientation, whether it was in landscape or portrait mode, and then possibly I've seen location data associated with those images as well.
And sometimes, depending on the cell phone extraction and the cell phone itself, you'll have some metadata, you won't have metadata. Is that correct? Correct.
There's no, I wish it was more black and white as to a definitive yes or no, but unfortunately, because of the multiple types of phones out there, the multiple types of continuously changing operating systems. And then on the law enforcement side, the software that we use constantly changes. It is impossible for me to, if you presented me with a device, an operating system, and whatever we were using, for me to sit here and say 100% yes, we could have got that or didn't get that off the device.
And if you were analyzing or looking at it, for example, there would be occasion you would have to doubt the veracity of the metadata if you had conflicting evidence. Is that true?
I don't know what you're referring
Let me give you
to.
an example.
Sure.
Let's say there's a picture of me on a cell phone that says that this picture was taken January 1 of 2021. And let's assume you know that I could not have been where the picture was taken of me of January 1, 2021. Isn't that? Under those circumstances, would you have reason to doubt the accuracy of the metadata on the phone?
I mean, it's kind of a big if, and I just generally across the board, I wouldn't really doubt the accuracy of the metadata. So, I mean, that's kind of like a huge if question, and I don't know how specifically to answer that.
So let's be specific. If you see a picture of me and the metadata says it was taken January 1 of 2021,
He's asking hypotheticals that he's not.
he's an expert in cell phone technology, Judge.
These are just made up hypotheticals without any underlying data.
He's his expert. Thank you. So if there's a picture of me that has metadata in the cell phone that says January 1, 2021, and you know for a fact that I could not have been at that location on January 1, 2021, would that not cause you to doubt the accuracy of that metadata?
I mean, I've never been presented with a situation like you're referencing, so I don't know how to answer the question, sir.
So you can't answer the question if there's metadata that says a picture was taken with me at a location on one date and I can't be there, you don't know how to answer that question.
I don't know how to answer that question, sir. I've never been faced with that situation, and I don't even know how I would go about answering that question accurately.
Let me ask you this.
Okay, so he wants him to answer if you know I can't be in a certain place on a certain day. Well, we don't know how you know that, but okay. And then, but I show up in a picture with metadata that says I was there, but you know I wasn't there. How would that be? Like, that has nothing to do. I'm surprised that this isn't one asked and answered. Yeah, Joanna, but also, this is completely outside the scope of what he was even talking about. If he wants him to say you can fake metadata, that doesn't bode well for the CSAM, because the whole point of what the defense was trying to say about the CSAM was that there's no other way for or nobody else that could have taken the photos except for Post and Christina. Yeah, if I save a picture on my phone from Facebook from 3 years prior, it's going to say the date I saved it. Yeah, if I take a screenshot of something from my phone, the metadata is going to show the metadata for the screenshot. Yeah, so I don't. He's like that. That's just not enough information. I've never been presented with that kind of situation to answer your question. I would, yeah. I don't think that this is even an appropriate question to be asked. But hey, Criminal Med, this is the end of Thursday.
Intelligence. That is something obviously that's become more prominent in recent years. You would agree with that, is that correct?
I agree.
Oh, now we're talking about AI.
And when you are reviewing cell phones now, are you finding the implementation of artificial intelligence in contents of these cell phones?
On a daily basis, I'm not actually reviewing multiple downloads of cell phones. I'm basically in my role and what I do, I'm focusing on the location data associated with those phones. So, if you gave me a phone today to download, I'm basically going in there, grabbing the location data and doing my thing with it. I'm not really diving into whether or not there's AI on the phone or whether or not somebody's using ChatGPT or any of that kind of stuff. So I have no experience in that measure.
So back to my question. With cell phone extractions that you're reviewing currently, are you finding evidence of the presence of AI on these phones?
Again, I'm only reviewing the location data, so I wouldn't see the presence of AI or even know what it would look like because I don't look for it. I look for the location data.
So that's what are some reasons why metadata associated with images could be inaccurate?
I don't know.
You can't think of one reason.
No, sir.
Do you agree it's possible that metadata can be inaccurate associated with images?
Again, I don't know. I've never been faced with that, so I don't know if that could happen or not happen.
So you're telling this jury, as an expert in cell phone technology, you have no idea whether metadata associated with images can be inaccurate?
Again, I've never been faced with that situation, and so I don't know if it could be inaccurate or not. I'd expect it to be accurate. In the times I've used any kind of metadata, it has been consistent with other data sets, such as the location data associated with the phone that was taking the picture. So in my view, in the experience I have with it, it has never been inaccurate. It's always been accurate.
How many cell phones have you analyzed?
I mean, I've downloaded hundreds of phones. But for location data, I've analyzed probably 40 to 50 phones. Again, I'm not diving into the pictures on all those phones because my role specifically is to analyze the location of where the phone was located, not look at the thousands of images on the phones that I'm downloading.
Yeah, I think you're talking to the wrong witness here, buddy.
So you're telling this jury that in all the phones you've analyzed, you've never seen a picture on a cell phone with the wrong date?
Again, I'm focusing on the location data 99.9% of the time, so I'm not ever really looking at the photos and diving into it that deep.
This is ridiculous.
Thanks, sir. Okay.
Yeah, finally, let him go. That poor witness is like, I don't know how else to tell you that I don't do that.
About 7.
I mean, overall, that witness wasn't beneficial to anybody. In my opinion, it was just whatever. Showed us that there is no location data for the phone, for that phone, at the time of the crime. Thank you, sir. We're having chicken noodles and rice, or chicken noodles
He calls Michael Land.
mashed potatoes. It's my husband's favorite dinner for his birthday. This is the Wendy's, sir. He would have had better luck talking to the guy at the window at Wendy's for sure.
Michael Land, Land.
So that you work for.
The Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with them?
About 7.5 years.
What are your main duties?
So I work in the intelligence unit where we do processing of all sorts of electronic data and any kind of investigative work to help with a wide variety of cases.
And did you get asked to try to verify the internet address of the Winds Mountain House?
I did, yes, sir.
How did that happen?
So this was back November 1st of 2024, so last year. I was asked to drive up to the Indian Flats Trail, and we used an Android device that pretty much just scans, just like a phone does, Wi-Fi addresses, Wi-Fi networks that are available, and it logs them. That way we could log what different networks were up there, and the Win Wi-Fi was one of the networks identified.
So how were you able to identify it?
So it when you scan, just like if you're driving down the road on your phone and it might pop up, say Starbucks or McDonald's Wi-Fi. It works in the same way. So this showed Win Wi-Fi it displayed the name for it.
So did you just park on the street and look to see what available networks?
Right. Yeah. So just driving up the street and it automatically pops up.
And how do you spell it?
It was spelled WINNWIFI.
And were you in close proximity to that Indian Flats Trail mountain house?
Yes, sir, on the road, just at the end of the driveway.
Answer questions they may have.
No questions, Mr. Thank you. All right, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Banberry is banana cream
The
with
state calls Jim
strawberries on top.
Perry.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please take a name for it.
James Perry.
Hi, Mr. Perry. What is your rank? How do you go by?
I'm an investigator.
Investigator. And what do you do for a living?
I'm an investigator with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And what kind of work do you do for Green Bay Sheriff's Office?
I do the Computer Crimes Investigation Unit.
What does that entail?
It entails doing forensics on cell phones.
And were you, well, how long have you been with them?
I've been with Greenville County for 30 years, and then I had another 13 years with Greenville City and Greer. So 43 years total, with a little
Congratulations.
stench of about 7 years doing private investigation. So 50 years.
50 years in investigations.
50 years. This guy's got 50 years of experience in investigations. 50 years. This is just crazy.
I imagine you have a story or two for us.
Mama Bear.
There's statute of limitations.
If you were my employee, I would schedule you for an hour before your shift actually started. So that way you'd show up on time. Just FYI.
Story or two.
50 years.
50 years in investigations.
Yeah.
I imagine you have a story or two for us.
There's statute of limitations.
I'm glad to hear that. How did you get involved in this particular case?
The day of October 13th, I was asked to go out by my sergeant to the crime scene to collect a cell phone that belonged to the victim and bring it back and do the forensics on that one.
Now, are you oftentimes utilized, along with Charlie Cunningham, who we heard from as well, to help download phones and analyze them?
Yes.
And in doing that, what software do you use to
Okay.
analyze those?
Back then, I was using just the regular Cellbrite forensics tool.
And what does Cellbrite Forensic Tool do?
It basically what it does is it images the cell phone that you target, and once you get the image, you load it into a software program that pulls up a certain format that you can go through it and see what kind of data that is actually on there.
So you have the software that downloads the raw data from the phone.
Correct.
And then you have the software that helps you read it.
Yeah, it opens it up and parses it to make it a readable.
And is that called Cellbrite Reader?
It's called Physical Analyzer, UFED Physical Analyzer. The report you get when you go through it is called, it puts a program in there called Cellbrite Reader so that if I give it to you, you can open it. You don't have to have the program I have.
And once it gets into the Cellbrite portion, the reading part of the software, are you able to manipulate it after that? Or
No, once it comes up on the screen and it's opened up, you can't go in there and add things or take things away.
In this case, were you asked to review the downloaded data from Zach Hughes' phone?
I was.
And were you able to do that?
I did.
And how would you do that? Or where would you do that?
I did it in my office on my forensic computer.
And once you're in there, are you able to generate reports?
You can create a report from a report. So if I were to give someone a 50 gig Cellbrite report, but you just want to narrow it down to 1 day, you can narrow it down to 1 day. And then at that point, create another report that looks identical as far as the layout of the Cellbrite report. But I know like on this particular phone, if you were to print it out, it would have been close to 88,000 pages if you did the whole phone.
And so were you able to review the information on this phone as well?
I was.
In fact, did you identify that WIN Wi-Fi that we just?
Yes, I did. I saw the WIN Wi-Fi in the networks.
And then when you obtain that information, do you report it back to the lead investigators about information that's found on the phone?
Right. If we're specifically asked to go through the phone, we will give them a report pretty much of everything we found that's relevant to what they're looking for.
And so not only are you downloading the phone and reading it, you're perusing it for evidence that you think may be important to the investigator's case.
Correct.
And are you communicating with the investigator about all of this?
Up front, they kind of give us an idea what they're looking for. And then at that point, we go through. It may even come down to the point, and in most of these cases, the solicitor will come over and sit down and go through with it, which you did, sat down, and we were able to show him different things that were on the phone that were relevant.
So were you able to make various reports on Zach Hughes' phone?
I was.
And was one of those reports called user accounts?
Some of them, yes, that's one of the, it has tabs, and each tab will give you different information on the phone. And user's account is one.
I'm going to show you what states exhibit 170. It's already in evidence, and then we'll go through it. Is that on the is that the user accounts?
That is.
Okay. All right. So let's take a look at it real quick.
So they have the Win Wi-Fi is from that location that the trail cam picture was taken at. They had the other guy that was just on the stand that they didn't cross-examine, just drove up there to verify what the name of the Wi-Fi was. So he's looking at the download of Zach Hughes's phone to see what it's connecting to. And that's where he found the Win Wi-Fi. So that's why they probably had that guy go up and do that check. But it seems like right now they're going to be going over like what phones were connected to this Win Wi-Fi, or what Wi-Fi this phone connected to. You know what, Sleuthy? That does not surprise me. If that's true, I would not be surprised. That is hilarious, and it's very fitting. And I'll just say, if it's not named that, Sleuthy, you need to go change it to that right now.
So up at the top right here, is that how we're identifying it as user accounts?
That is correct.
All right. So what is user accounts going to show?
I mean, it'll show if they have a WhatsApp, a Facebook page, it'll identify those and actually sometimes give you the information you need to, if you need to send off a legal process for that account.
All right. So I'll refer you to column number 3, for example. What is that?
I'm sorry, column.
Yeah, column. I'm looking at the numbers on the left side.
That's
okay.
a row.
Yeah, so number 3.
Okay.
That's a row.
That's ZachDavidHughes@gmail.com.
And so
This
is
is the
that
column.
the information that would have been put on this report from that phone?
That's correct.
So what does that tell? What does that tell you, me, or whoever's looking at this thing?
It just tells you that one of the users on that phone has an email account of ZachDavidHughes@gmail.
Okay. What about number 6 and 7?
SDGpiano@Yahoo, and then the Beethoven Odyssey@gmail.com were additional accounts that were on that phone.
All right. So that information is given to us, given to the solicitor's office, given to investigators to help identify whose phone that is.
It helps, yes.
Okay. All right. So are there additional reports called device events?
There are.
All right. What are device? What's a device events report?
The iPhone will pick up an extremely large amount of activity that you're doing on your phone every day. It will show if you turn the device on, if you turn it off, if the screen comes on, screen goes off. If you rotate it from the to landscape mode or portrait mode to landscape, it tells that you did that. It's a treasure trove of information of what's going on with that phone in the hands of the user.
And do y'all use this in investigations to help determine what that phone was doing during a certain amount of time?
Correct.
And is it able to tell you certain things?
It is.
Will it tell you whether when the phone's plugged in or unplugged,
Correct.
for example? And did you run a report on Zach Hughes' phone for device events?
I did.
That's exactly what I was thinking about, Fluffy. Charles.
I'm gonna show you State's exhibit 175.
I am.
You recognize that exhibit?
Yes, this is a copy of the device events
For whose phone?
for Zach Hughes' phone.
Your Honor, State moves 175 into evidence.
Objection. Objection.
All right. All right. So I'm going to start with column 1. And I'll see it.
Okay. Does he know what he's talking about yet?
All right.
'Cause
So tell us what that column 1 is, and we're just going to go down the columns, and you can tell this jury what is this telling you?
That just, it gives you the time, it's a time date stamp for the value of the event that you're looking at.
Okay.
No, sir. Column
the
1 is
event type
actually the
tells you
number.
what the event is.
Correct.
The value tells you kind of what it's doing.
Correct. In other words, device
Knowledge C, baby.
plug-in status. It's going to show you basically in the values that it was plugged in.
All right. What about this source over here?
That just tells you basically where it was found by the Cellbrite program in the database. That's where it extracted it out.
So looking at number 1, what's the date and time and the end time, and what was the event?
It was on October 13th at 4:30 a.m. and it was plugged in.
So is that telling you that somebody plugged in their phone to charge it?
Correct.
So that would require manual manipulation.
Yes.
All right. And let's go to number 2.
Basically, it's 10:13 at 4:30 a.m. It's telling you that the phone was unlocked.
So how would somebody unlock a phone?
Usually either Face ID, thumbprint, put the passcode in. One of those usually would be the way to do it.
Would that mean the phone is in somebody's hand
Right.
or being
Yeah.
manipulated by a person? Is that
Correct.
fair? All right. And so number 3?
At 5:56 a.m. on the 13th, it's telling you that the phone was unlocked.
And same
Same
analysis
thing.
applies.
Correct.
All right. Number 4?
At 6:02, the phone is unlocked.
And number 5?
At 6:09 a.m., the phone was again unlocked.
All right. And this is all on October 13th.
All of these are, on, yeah, everything I think on this report is the 13th.
So I'll refer you to number 5.
Again, the phone is unlocked at 6:09.
Number 6.
Phone again unlocked at 7:06.
Number 7.
Phone again unlocked at 7:07.
And then number 8.
The phone is again unlocked at 7:41.
What is the end time on number 8?
I'm sorry.
The end time? Is that a start time and an end time?
I
Oh, I'm sorry.
move it up just a tad.
Move it up.
There you go.
There you go.
7:42.
All right. So then I'm going to show you column number 9. What is that? Column number 9.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. At 7:42 a.m., the device is plugged in.
And then what about the end time?
End time is 11:34.
And then I'm going to go to number 10, and then we're going to go back to number 9. But what's number 10?
10 is at 10:34, the device is plugged in.
Is that 11:34?
I'm sorry, 11:34.
Device is plugged in. All right. So explain to this jury what this gap in time is. We've got 7:42 to 11:34.
It's just showing that the phone has not been manipulated, plugged in, turned on, unlocked, any of those normal things that happen with the phone,
It's not being utilized.
not being utilized.
All right. And then it continues on. For example, number 13. What's going on in number 13?
Okay, at 11:35, you're having a orientation change of the phone to landscape, means he was looking at it like this, turned it and was looking at it in that mode.
So that would require physical manipulation of the phone.
Correct,
Go from a vertical phone to a horizontal phone.
correct.
All right. And then for time's sake, does it just continue? What about number 16?
16 at 1:21 PM, the output speaker is turned on.
And what time was that?
That was it, 1:21 to 1:41.
And then what about number 17?
Change of landscape at 1:21.
And again, number 18?
You have another orientation landscape at 1:41.
And let's go back up to the top of this report. What time in number 19?
19 again, speaker activation at 1:48 PM.
I'll skip to what about number 22?
22, you have a speaker activation at 2:22 PM,
And what's the end time on that?
3:50 PM.
All right. And so I'm going to take you to number 83, just sort of at the end of this report on the 13th. So what was the last thing that the Zach Hughes phone did on the 13th
He unlocked it at 11:40 PM,
that night? Okay. The night of the 13th.
correct.
Okay. All right. Did you have the occasion to print out any more reports?
Gosh, yeah,
Lots of reports.
yes.
Did you do a report entitled Timeline?
I did.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 176. Do you recognize that report?
Yes, that is a timeline,
Is that timeline for application usage log?
correct.
Your Honor, State moves 176 into evidence.
No objection. Objection 176.
So I'm going to show you. You can just tell us about the number one line and what that means and at what time.
Just that application usage log stating that on 10/13/2021 at 7:06 AM, the application usage log, he was logged in to his
And what is the description?
VPN, Express VPN.
What is that?
VPN is just a way of a private logging in to the internet.
And so what is application usage log?
Application usage log, it's just what it says. It's the usage of that particular thing on that day.
Is it tell you the usage of a particular app or an application?
Correct.
Okay, and so it tells you when you use a certain application or if it, let me ask you
Correct.
this, if it's not on there, that means you're not using it. Is that correct?
Most likely, yes.
So I'm gonna show you number 6. What is the application usage log?
That's 10/13/2021 at 7:07 AM. And that's the ExpressVPN.
All right. Is that the last application usage log on Zach Hughes' phone on the 13th?
It is.
Did you do some more reports?
I'm thinking, yeah, I think there's more coming.
All right. I'm going to show you. I'm going to ask you about what about an report from the Cellbrite regarding wireless networks?
Correct.
All right. Will that show what wireless networks you connected to along the way?
It will.
Kind of wishing they put this together like in a spreadsheet form for demonstrative purposes.
177.
Yeah.
Is that the wireless networks report that you ran?
It is.
Your Honor, State moves 177 into evidence.
No objection. No objection.
Trying to remember the time of the license plate reader. I went back to look at the picture, but it doesn't have the time on it.
What is the wireless networks report?
I'm sorry, what now?
What is the wireless networks report?
It shows when somebody connects to a wireless network that's available to them.
All right. I'm going to refer you to line number 3.
So that's a when Wi-Fi is the name of the Wi-Fi, and then it's showing that it auto-connected on 10/13 at 2021 at 1:17 p.m.
So at 1:17 on the 13th, Zach Hughes' phone was connected to the Wind Wi-Fi.
Correct.
And you just heard testimony. Where's the Wind Wi-Fi located?
799 Indian Flats up in Marietta.
And what does last auto connected mean?
That means the last time it auto-connected. In other words, he didn't have to put in the password. He drives up the house, walks up, whatever, and it connects. Just like mine does at my office and at home. I never have to do anything to it to get it to connect.
So he went back to that cabin.
All right. Did you run a report entitled Web History?
I did.
And what is Web History going to show you?
It's just the where he goes on the web during any particular time.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 178. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And is that the web history search for October 13th, 2021? Was that Hughes?
It is.
Our state moves 178 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection. All right. So I'm going to show you line. Let's just start with 321. Tell this jury how this works, like how you read this report.
It just basically is that first one is it's telling you the Google search that he did, and it was done on 10/13, 2021 at 8:22 p.m. in the evening.
All right, I'm going to take you back to the end of the report. These reports sometimes start from early in the day and then go all the way
Right, you read them backwards.
All right, so at 3:40, sorry, 3:40. What time was that? Would be his first search on October 13th,
Correct.
2021, right?
Correct.
So the first search was at what time?
It was at 4:23 p.m. on the 13th.
And this right here just tells you what he was logged into.
Correct.
So you wasn't doing any web searches in the morning of October 13th.
Not,
Were you able to run a report called call logs?
I was.
And what is the call log report going to show?
Basically, the call log shows you the calls that he received, made, usually gives you the duration that the call was.
All right, let me show you State's Exhibit 179. Ask you to identify it.
Okay, so I went back to find when the photo was of him being caught on the cameras. It was 10:13 at 2:31 p.m. at 2:31 p.m. And then the other one isn't until it's dark out, when you can't see the bike in the back. So that's interesting. I'm not sure how this is going to fit into this timeline. I'll have to look up what camera this was on. No, he's already back on the phone by then. This is why they need a demonstrative that shows this timeline. I hope they end up doing one.
Zachary's phone?
Correct.
So you just testified, you kind of have to start backwards and work forward, right? Is that the easiest way to review these?
Yeah, if you're wanting to do it in a chronological order.
All right, so we'll start with 16 and 17. What are the dates there?
Okay, those are on October 12th at 3:05 p.m. and 6:55 p.m.
On the 12th.
12th, those were on the 12th.
All right, and then moving on columns 15 and 16. Sorry, 15 and 14.
Mhm.
Let's go to 15.
Okay, on that is a incoming call received from John Mello on 10/12/2021 at 7:01 p.m. Duration is an hour and 53 minutes.
All right, so that first number up here, whose number is that?
That would be the number for John Mello's account.
And then what is this number right here?
That would be the number associated with Zach Hughes's WhatsApp.
And that is using WhatsApp.
Mhm,
Can you
correct.
make phone calls through WhatsApp?
You can.
And what was the duration of that call?
1 hour and 53 minutes.
All right. On October 12th,
Correct.
at what time?
7:01 p.m.
Is that 7 o'clock at night?
Correct.
What about column 14?
That's a call from Zach Hughes to John Mello. It's an outgoing call. It took place also on the 12th of October at 8:54 p.m. and it was 2 minutes and 19 seconds.
And so that call was at what time?
8:54 p.m.
And then going to column 13.
It's a call from Zach Hughes' WhatsApp account to John Mello's WhatsApp account. It took place on 10/13/2021 at 3:50 p.m. and it was an hour and 20 minutes.
So that's on October 13th, 2021 at 3:50 in the afternoon
Correct.
for a duration of an hour and 20 minutes.
Correct.
And then number 12.
Number 12 is from John Mello to Zach Hughes, 10/13/2021 at 7:01 p.m., 14 seconds.
And then number 11.
A call from Zach Hughes to John Mello on the 13th of October, 7:15 p.m. for 19 minutes and 46 seconds.
And then I'll refer you back to number 8.
Call from John Mello to Zach Hughes on 10/14 at 2:05 p.m. for 22 minutes.
Right, so that's the day after the murder.
Correct.
And then what about number 7?
It's a call to Max Hyde Law Firm on the 14th of October at 2:10 p.m. for 2 minutes and 39 seconds.
And what about number 6?
It's a call to Isabella Mello on 10/14/2021 at 2:16 p.m. for 34 seconds.
And then number 5.
Another call back to Max Hyde Law Firm at 3:44 p.m. on the 14th of October, 2 minutes and 23 seconds.
And then number 4.
Can you pull it down just a tad? Okay, there you go. It's a call from Isabel Mello incoming to Zach Hughes on the 14th of October at 3:46 p.m. Not answered.
And number 3.
Call to Isabel Mello, 10/14/2021 at 3:47 p.m., 3 minutes and 22 seconds.
Our state moves 179 into evidence. I may have forgotten. It's been a lot of exhibits. It's a lot. I'm sorry. I get in my groove.
No objection.
Thank you. 179 comes in.
Take it down to the last report.
Thank you.
So the last report is called activity sensor data. What is that?
That is, if you have an iPhone, it's your activity app on there, steps, flights of stairs climbed, distance traveled during your activity.
All right, investigative parent, show your state's exhibit 180. You recognize it?
I do.
So the activity sensor data.
That is the activity sensor data.
State moves 180 in evidence.
No objection.
Objection 180.
All right. And again, if you want to start beginning of the day, work backwards. So I'll start you with page 6 of the report. I guess that's it. All right. So explain to the jury the first column there, or columns.
Okay, the first column 16 is showing that the time frame between 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. on the 13th of October, the activity that took place during that time. And
So on down here at the bottom on 10/13 at 5:39 a.m., it says distance traveled.
Correct.
So what was the distance traveled at 5:39 a.m.?
51 meters.
And then at 5:57, how many meters were traveled?
4.23 meters traveled.
Now, I'm certain that for your phone to register this information, you have to have it on your person.
Correct.
If it's sitting on a table when you're walking around, it's not going to magically
No, it's not going to pick anything
pick
up.
anything up.
No.
So let's go to from, I guess, the time frame 6 to 7 o'clock.
6 to 7 o'clock on the 13th of October. Between that period of time, the actual breakdown of when it actually took place was the distance. Which one do you want first? Speed? Okay, steps were at 6:10, 6:11. You got a one flight of stairs. Distance traveled 21 meters, and the speed was 1.29.
Then we'll go from the time frame of 7 a.m. to 8 a.m.
7 a.m. to 8 a.m. If you could move it up just a tad. Okay, from 7 to 8 o'clock, you had two flights of stairs climbed at 11:50, 11:37. You had one.
No, I think got 14 from 7 to 8 a.m. At 7:41, how many steps were made?
At 7:41, you had 41 meters traveled.
So that's at 7:41 a.m.
Correct.
And then when is the next activity on this phone?
So there's no other activity picked up by the phone as user activity until 11:35. Looks like the earliest time, 11:35 a.m. on the 13th.
All right, so let's start at 11:35 and work our way up on distance traveled, flights climbed, and steps, because that would be between 11 and 8 o'clock, right? I mean, 11 and 12 o'clock.
11, that's your time frame, 11 to 12.
All right, so not to be confusing, at 7:41, the last step was 41 meters.
Correct.
Indicated right there.
It was 41 meters at 7:41 a.m.
All right. And then the next activity with the phone in hand
Correct.
is what time?
11:35 a.m.
Okay. And then at 11:35, what happens?
You have 79 meters traveled.
All right. And then 11:48
11:48, you have 37 meters,
and 11:58.
156 meters.
And as far as flights climbed at 11:37.
You had one flight, and then at 11:50, you had two.
All right. And then as far as steps are concerned, at 11:35,
11:35, 115 steps,
11:48,
62,
and of course 11:58.
249.
Now let's move up to the time frame of 11 to 12. I'm sorry, 12 to 1.
12 to 1.
All right. So this is the time frame from 12 to 1. What time does it start as far as speed is concerned?
Speed, it starts at 12:07 p.m.
And what is the speed at 12:07?
It's 1.35 meters per second,
You know, is that somebody walking?
taking a step.
And then, and so that speed is measured up until when?
To 12:59, 47 seconds, just shy of 1 o'clock.
So what about from 12:08 to 12:57 on distance traveled?
You have, at 12:08, you got 316 meters. At 12:18, you have another 88 meters. 12:23, 33 meters. 12:33, another 211, 246, 211, and then at 12:58 you have 229.
And then flights climbed.
Flights climb, you have one flight recorded.
And then what about your steps from 12:08 to 12:57?
You have 477 at 12:08, at 12:18, 138, 12:23, 51, 12:33, 343, 12:46, 340, and at 12:57, 359.
So would that be consistent with somebody, say, cleaning their car and walking around the woods? Which you're on. And then I'm going to go to number 16 at the bottom there. What is that time frame?
Okay, you got from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. on the 13th, and that is distance traveled is 51 meters at 5:39 a.m. At 5:57 a.m. you have 4.23 meters traveled, and then stepwise at 5:39 you have 68 steps, and at 5:57 you have 9.
All right. And I jumped ahead. I'm going to go back to the areas of 1 to 2, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. on the 13th. Again. And you can just summarize investigative period for 10:13 at 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock.
You have distance traveled 515 meters, 3 flights of stairs climbed, and maximum speed of 1.3 meters per second.
And then from the time frames of 2 to 3.
You have total distance 61 meters, 1 flight, and maximum speed 1.09.
All right. Okay. Anything else I need? Investigator Perry, if you'll just answer any questions the defense may have.
Thanks, sir.
No questions. So after all of that, my takeaway is that he did not sleep from the 12th to the 13th. If he did, it was a very short amount of time. And then there's 0 activity on the phone for the entire time of the crime. And then as soon as he arrives back at the cabin, the activity is crazy all over the place again. So he either leaves the phone dormant, turns it off. I don't know exactly what he did with the phone. I don't know what they're implying he did with the phone. Just that there's no activity during this entire morning. And then he talks to Mello on the WhatsApp for a long time the night before and a long time that afternoon and again that night. That's my general consensus of what I picked up on. If you guys heard something that I missed, let me know. Or you think it's different than what I said, let me know.
Next witness is going to take a hot minute. I don't know if you want to take an early break. And
We'll take an early break. Go back to
The other thing I learned was that the prosecutor does not know the difference between a row and a column.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Jared Sparkman,
Investigator Sparkman, with whom are you employed?
Greenville County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
since 2016.
And what is your current role there?
I'm Sergeant of the Homicide Unit.
And what is your prior employment history with law enforcement?
After I graduated from the University of South Carolina in 2008, I began my law enforcement career with Anderson County Sheriff's Office in 2011 after I graduated the Criminal Justice Academy. I was there until 2016. I went to Greenville County Sheriff's Office in uniform patrol. I was in uniform patrol for about a year. I went to work in the white collar investigations unit. From there, I was promoted to the rank of Master Deputy in the armed robbery unit. I was there for a period of time, and then in 2020, I went to the homicide unit. I was there until 2023. I got promoted to the rank of sergeant. I went back to uniform patrol. I was there for a few months until a sergeant position came open in homicide, and that's where I currently am. I have attended multiple advanced homicide classes. There's a 2-week class that the University of Louisville puts on. It's a very prestigious class. Multiple other week-long classes for homicide investigations, along with other advanced week-long classes such as shooting reconstruction, interview and interrogation, classes like that.
And are you the one of the lead detectives or investigators in this case?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become the lead in this particular case?
So on October 13th, 2021, it was a Wednesday, around 11 o'clock, I was at my desk at the Law Enforcement Center. I was made aware that there was a homicide in Greer. I was deemed to be the lead investigator on the case. I was tasked with being the lead investigator on the case, and then I responded to the scene.
All right, so tell this jury about responding to the scene and what you saw and what you do.
When I got there, I meet with uniform patrol, get as much information as I can from them. For a homicide investigation, there's a lot of things that need to be done and a lot of things that need to be done fairly quickly. So I delegated tasks.
What about, do you assess the scene and meet with different parties to figure out the situation?
Yes, sir. So one of the people that was on scene was Bradley Post. I know Bradley Post arrived in a small red Mercedes sports car. I was advised that he found his fiancee, Christina Parcell, deceased in the house. And then Mr. Post then went back to the Law Enforcement Center to be interviewed while I remained on scene.
And are you gathering sort of background information about the victim and the residents of everyone who's living there?
Yes. That house was lived in by Christina Parcell and her sister Tina, along with Christina's daughter Ida. I know that doing some other background investigations at that house that there was priors for harassment and stalking that Ms. Parcell had filed a complaint on.
And do you then start deciding how you're going to attack the case?
Yes. So like I said, we delegate tasks. One of the first things that I like to do that's important because it's time sensitive is capture cameras. I asked Investigator Stokes to canvass the neighborhood to look for any ring cameras, talk to any witnesses. A lot of times those ring cameras, or whatever cameras they are, if they're recording for nonstop, the data, the information, the footage that I need may not be there by the time I need it. So that's a time sensitive matter.
And did y'all start looking for ring cameras and those kind of things?
Yes, sir.
And were you delegating those out?
I was.
Were one of your leads to an individual named Alex Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And did you talk with him about any relationship to this case?
I did.
And was it standard policy for you when you talk to somebody at this early in the stage, would you take a DNA sample of them?
Yes, at this point, we didn't have a lead. We didn't have a good lead. So anybody that we come in contact with that we feel like has a connection, we'll get a DNA sample.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 181 and ask you if you can identify that.
Give me over.
You can.
Yes. This is still sealed, but I know that inside of this is the buccal swab that I got from Alex Fields.
So you did take his buccal swab?
I took it myself, yes, sir.
How did you do that?
It's a cotton swab. It's like a long Q-tip. You just swab it inside of their cheeks. You get 2 of them. You put it in a container, put the lid on it, and you seal it up.
Is that your JDS one? Is that?
Yes, sir.
You?
That's me. Yes, sir.
Your
First,
swab?
middle, and last name. Yes, sir.
And once you take the swab, you secure it in a tube,
Yes, sir.
and then what do you do with it?
I secured in property and evidence.
So y'all are out the scene. You're looking for any leads that you can possibly get. What's your first big break?
Investigator Stokes comes to me. I'm speaking with Christina's sister, Tina, in my vehicle. He comes to me and says, we got some footage from right across the street at 121 Cambridge, which y'all seen. that's huge because not only does that give us a description of our suspect, it also gives us a time frame to start narrowing our search down for.
And so that was the ring camera of the suspect walking into the front door.
Yes, sir. That was the ring camera that shows white male in dark clothing with a backpack going into the front door of 122 Canebrake Drive.
And so from there, what did you necessarily do? By doing that, how does that narrow your investigation?
Well, we know that at that time at 9:15 in the morning, we know that that's when our suspect goes in. So we focus, we start at 9:15, we work our way out. We work forwards and backwards to try to get any video that we can find of the suspect entering the area, leaving the area, how he got there, things like that.
All right. So when was the first time you ever heard the name Zach Hughes?
First time I ever heard that name was October 22nd, 2021, when we were speaking with Michael Manigault in the interview room.
So that was your first lead towards him.
Yes, sir.
And up until that time, what have y'all been doing?
We've been interviewing and in as many people as we could that we feel like had information for this case. People that had connections to Mr. Mello, people that had that knew Tina, that knew Christina, just that knew everybody. We didn't have much to go on other than that ring camera. So we were just talking to as many people as we could.
Now, you spoke to Mr. Manigault. Did you take his DNA sample? Not you personally, but was his DNA taken?
His DNA was taken, yes, sir.
I think it was taken by Master Deputy Wolf.
I believe so.
Did you take his phone?
Yes, sir.
And did you send that over to be downloaded and reviewed?
We did.
So was it sort of normal protocol to take DNA samples and phones from individuals that may be potentially related to this case?
Yes, sir. There was a connection with Mr. Manigault and Mr. Mello, and obviously we know Mr. Mello was going through this heated child custody battle. We didn't have much to go on. We were still grinding away. So we just want to get as much information as we can, and if we don't need it, we don't need it. But at least we have it.
And so was your next big break was the flock camera?
Yes, sir. When we were speaking with Mr. Manigault, Investigator Wolf, who spoke to y'all earlier, he went and did some research on Mr. Hughes and did some research, found his truck, found him on a flock camera, as you saw the day of the murder, with that bicycle in the back of his truck. And that was the only day that bicycle was in the back of that truck.
So is that when y'all were able to get a warrant for 200 Tyndall?
Yes, sir.
Was that the residence of Zach Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And at 200 Tyndall, is that first time y'all really laid eyes on Zach Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to seize his phone?
We did.
And what do you do when you seize these phones? I know there's multiple phones. For example, you obviously seized and took the victim's phone.
Yes, sir.
Christina Parcells.
Yes, sir.
So with Zach Hughes' phone, what do you do with it?
We take it and we get a search warrant for it, and we send it to our unit that does data extractions on cell phones, and they get as much information off of that cell phone as they can.
And now once those downloads are produced and put in that, I think Jim Perry talked about Cellbrite Reader, and I think we spent a lot of time looking at Cellbrite Reader just a moment ago. Do you review that with the experts on the phone side, or y'all coordinate with that information that you derive from that phone?
Yes, sir. We review it. I'll review it on my own. I'll review it with them because they're more familiar with that process. So we do it together.
Okay. And what are you looking for inside those phones?
Looking for anything from pictures to location data to phone calls. We look through the address book, messages, anything that we can get out of that phone is what we're looking through.
And on Zach Hughes' phone, we've heard some testimony to it. Were you able to locate WhatsApp messages?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall sort of the difficulty in those WhatsApp messages that you had in your investigation?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that.
So those WhatsApp messages, when they were recovered from Zach Hughes' cell phone, when we got them, they were in a scrambled state. The words weren't in order how they should be. It made no sense. And the reason for that is when a WhatsApp is deleted from a device and then recovered using what they use to do the forensic download of the phone, when they're recovered, they're in a scrambled state.
And now in WhatsApp, if we communicate with each other on my phone to your phone in WhatsApp, is there any way to get that information from the WhatsApp corporate office?
No, WhatsApp is encrypted end to end. We'll send a search warrant to WhatsApp, and there's nothing they can give us as far as the meat and potatoes of these conversations. What they'll give us is the the account information of each number, of each WhatsApp number, and that's basically it.
And did you in fact send a search warrant for WhatsApp?
We did.
And did you get any of these messages from WhatsApp?
No, sir.
Now, did you review all of those WhatsApps?
Yes, sir.
And about how many WhatsApps do you think you reviewed?
It was a lot, hundreds and hundreds.
Enough to fill a thick binder?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you went through all of those?
Yes, sir.
And in those WhatsApps, when you're reading the messages, are the words in a coherent order, or do you have to kind of analyze what they are?
I have to analyze what they are.
And did you analyze what they are in relation to the facts that of this investigation?
Yes, sir.
All right, and were you able to pull relevant WhatsApp messages that you believe to be relevant to this investigation?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's already been into evidence, States Exhibit 173. So what is States Exhibit 173?
This is the first page of the report that was extracted from Zach Hughes' cell phone. And it shows a WhatsApp conversation. This conversation is between Zach Hughes and John Mello.
And so would this be the first WhatsApp communication between those two individuals
Yes.
that you recovered?
That we recovered. Yes, sir.
All right. And what's the date of that?
December 7th, 2020.
Is that October 7th?
I'm sorry, October 7th, 2020.
Wait, when did he take his daughter to Italy?
Yes.
Wasn't it?
And so it
What day
says
in
instant
October was
messages, and up there, what's that number right there?
1,769.
And what does this say right here?
That says scrambled.
And is this date accurate right here? I mean, the time in which it was sent accurate?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that?
I know that when Cellbrite provides the report, they automatically adjust the time to make it correct.
So it's in Eastern
They
Standard
go
Time.
they convert it, I guess is a better way to put it. Convert it from UTC to Eastern Standard Time.
All right. And so this first message from Zach, and I'm assuming that's Zach up there.
Yes, this report, it pulled a picture of Zach Hughes. And also when we got the return back from WhatsApp, it did give us that picture as his profile picture. It's his picture. It has his telephone number that ends in 0020. Says Zachary Hughes owner.
And so what is this first message on October 7th, 2020 at 11:40 a.m.?
It says, it's John Zach.
So when we're talking about scramble, is this an easy sort of example of the scramble?
Yes, sir. I feel confident I could unscramble that.
So what do you think? What would you derive from that as far as your investigation?
Well, knowing that this text is from John Mello, because it has right here his number at whatsapp.net and says John Mello. We know that's his number because that number was in his email signature from the Google emails that we sent. So I know it says Zach. It's John.
And
No, it
you
says
also know
it's
that-
John Zach.
You know that Zach spells his name Z-A-C-K?
I do know that. I know that some documents were located in his room at 200 Tyndall, and that's how his name was spelled on it.
And then this would be a response right there. And so again, it says, what does it say?
It says scrambled.
All right. And this little dot there,
So that little red, it's an X. I'm not sure if you could see it, but it's an X, and that's on all of these messages from both parties. That means that this was a deleted WhatsApp that was recovered.
Other mine
So,
than
who was the response from?
The response is from Zachary Hughes, and I know that because
So it scrambles like the actual message to try to make it so you can't, like, that's okay.
as Zachary Hughes' phone number ends in 0020.
And he's in green, is that correct?
Yes, sir. On all of these messages that you will see, the ones on the left in blue are all from John Mello. The ones on the right in green are all from Zachary Hughes.
And so what does this message say?
I'm going to read it as is. It reads, is on it other the my man Hal side.
And
I interpret-
your interpretation of that. This is your interpretation in relation to your investigation, correct?
Yes, sir. I interpret that as how's it going on the other side? Something to that extent. And I believe I know that because I know that at this time, Mr. Mello was on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean in Italy. Mr. Hughes was in the United States.
All right,
I mean,
I'm going to show you some more WhatsApps, and we'll go through them best we can. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 183.
I mean, unless there's something in here that's like
Exhibit 183.
murder, I don't know how they're gonna.
Recognize that?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. We'll see.
This is a printout of some more WhatsApp messages between John Mello and Zach Hughes from April the 16th of 2021 to April the 17th of 2021.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 183 into evidence. Okay. Objection. All right, you said the dates are April 16th, 2021. Put us in context of what's going on in this particular case in April of 2021.
If you recall, April of 2021 is when Christina was able to go to Italy and bring Ida back to the United States, to South Carolina.
All right. So there is the first message, and it's in blue. So who's it from?
This is from John Mello.
All right, and what does that message say?
Up in WhatsApp, you was setting sorry.
In relation to this investigation, do you have any significant interpretation of that?
It says WhatsApp in there.
What's that? So you derive, it's talking about what's that?
It's talking about this application.
And the next one is, what's the date of that one?
The date is 4/17, April 17th, 2021.
At what time?
It's at 6:55 a.m. This is from,
And that was like, sorry, I'm setting up WhatsApp or something along those lines. I don't know, but he already had. That doesn't make any sense. Secret phone number got I dude privates Christina. Got I dudes. I got Christina's private number, dude. Secret private number, phone number.
John Mello. It says secret phone number got I dude private Christina's.
All right. So how did you interpret that in relation to this investigation?
I interpret that as, dude, I've got Christina's private number.
And then what looks like 2 minutes later, what's the date
There's
on
the
that?
phone number.
The same date, April 17th, 21 at 6:57 a.m.
And what does that one say?
This is a message from John Mello. It says, harass shit of her 5142. We can the 864 out 483.
So how do you
You
interpret that
harassed
in
the
relation
shit out of her.
to this case?
I believe he's providing Christina's phone number, which I know ends in 5142. He's saying harass the shit out of her.
Back to the top. What is that first message there?
This is a message from John Mello on April 17th of 21 at 8:33 a.m. He sends a JPEG image. You can't tell, you don't know what the image is. It didn't recover the image, only that an image was sent.
All right, so why can't you recover the images?
Because it's encrypted. The fact that it was encrypted and the fact that it was deleted from his phone, the images weren't able to be recovered.
The next one?
The next one's from John Mello, same date at 8:33 a.m. It says, email please to this me photo.
And Zach Hughes' response?
Excellent, haha.
Now, you don't know what that photo is.
No, sir.
Do you know when John Mello emailed Zach Hughes photos of Christina Parcell when with no clothes on? We've looked at them all morning.
I know it was around this time. I don't recall the exact date, but I know it was around this time.
What about May, middle of May?
Yes, sir.
Is that right? All right, back to the top.
This is a message from Zach Hughes to John Mello. The same date at 8:37, just did. He, right after that, says, of her, photo great. Great photo of her is how I see that. John Mello, just shortly after, responds with thanks. And then Ibar got a, I don't have an interpretation for that.
I got a bar. I don't know.
This is also on April 17th of 21 at 8:38. Zach Hughes messages.
Well, it says it's a great photo of her. And he says thanks because he's the one that took the photo. They're his photos of Christina from when they were together, the nudies.
Let's talk later. Next hour's teaching. I'm the 6'4" butt.
You are
I
the
translate that as, let's talk later. I'm teaching. He's busy teaching something, likely piano lessons or some type of musical lessons. He then states shortly after, you stop thinking, guys, been about none. And Mr. Mello responds with thanks, okay. And then thank you, brother.
No, it's because he said, can you email me the photo? And that photo was deleted off of WhatsApp, so it's not there. And then it's the same time that he emails the photo, the nudie photo of Christina to Zach. So we're just inferring that. But yeah, we're not even going to explain some of these because they don't even make any sense. You're a 4-butt. I don't even know. Ha something else no for something else, no, for, I don't know, no, for something else, I don't know. This guy claims to have, well, he's just printed them out and he's just reading them as is, as they come out. So they don't make any sense. And so he's just saying, his interpretation of what they say. So he's just reading to the jury what the scrambled version is.
This message is from John Mello, April 17th of 21 at 8:39. It states, dollar burner phone, buy cheap, a store. I interpret that he's telling him to buy cheap burner phone from a store.
Charles.
He then states, haha, something else, no for. And then he states, message, ignore that last, shortly after. Then Mr. Mello again states, burner pay, get, will, I, a, but.
What do you interpret that as?
It looks like he's saying he'll pay for the burner phone.
What can we use a burner phone for?
A lot of people use, in my training experience, they use burner phones when they don't want, what's on their actual phone to come out. A lot of it's used in a lot of drug deals. It's just a cheap phone that people can get. They're not associated with that number, and they can toss it when they're finished with it.
All right.
He's the lead investigator. That's really the only criteria they gave us on why he gets to do it. Because he went to college, Michael. They didn't really explain. They explained how hard WhatsApp is to go. I guess we'll see what the defense attorneys do on cross to try to go like, what are you doing here, buddy? No, he's a homicide investigator.
2 states 184. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Are those the WhatsApp messages that reviewed we've been discussing?
These are still the WhatsApp messages in this same report from May the 15th of 2021 to May the 20th of 2021.
Hi, Debbie.
The first one here. Who is this? Oh, sorry. State moves 184 to this. Okay.
This is Mr. Mello. He sends another JPEG image to Zachary Hughes. Again, we don't know what the image is. But with that image, he sends a message and it states, my Christina, our daughters present mother, JPEG, gentlemen, and ladies, parcel. I interpret that as, ladies and gentlemen, I present Christina's mother.
No.
And then there's-
My daughter's mother, Christina.
There's a second image.
You really screwed that up. It's not my daughter, Christina. That's not. He doesn't have a daughter, Christina. He doesn't even interpret that correctly because there's no daughter, Christina. This is my daughter's mother, Christina. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you my daughter's mother, Christina. See, I could do this too.
It's
Yes,
another
Johnny,
JPEG
yes.
image.
As long as you go to South Carolina.
And what about that one?
At 8:18 p.m., the message states Warren Escort Caroline, aka Sweet. That's
Oh.
relevant in this investigation because,
Yep.
as you saw from some of the items that were in these packages that were mailed out, Caroline Warren's name, the name Caroline
The escort, aka Caroline. No, Sweet Caroline Warren. Sweet Caroline Warren was the name that they signed her up under.
Warren was on there.
I have
Those
no
are the
idea.
Items that were in the packages.
Yes, sir.
Charles, you already tried to take it.
Show you States Exhibit 185.
Sweet Caroline. Dun, dun, dun. I know it's so gross. Every time they pull the pictures away, I look at how gross the desk is. We got a whole bunch. Oh gosh, there's a whole bunch more to go through.
So you States 185.
These are more of the WhatsApp messages between John Mello and Zachary Hughes. These are dated from May 23rd, 21 to July the 3rd of 2021.
July.
State moves 185 into evidence. Without objection. Objection. And we'll start at the top with the date.
This is from Mr. Mello to Mr. Hughes on May 23rd, 2021 at 2:13 p.m. Just states no. The following message is on the same, is the following day, May 24th at 3:42 a.m. It states part the is writing its best.
The writing part is the best. Is its best.
A few hours later at 8:15, Mello states, listen, should make that you from today, Greenville, thinking I'm. And then a couple minutes later, he sends a message that says mail.
Why did that grab your attention?
That grabbed my attention because he's talking about mailing things from the Greenville area. And I know that,
Potentially.
right, potentially. And I know that we've got these, I know about these letters that have been sent out. So it piqued my interest.
He says mail. It's like, ooh, mail.
Mello states on the same date at 8:17 a.m. an outside mailbox.
And then does Zach Hughes respond?
Yes, sir. Jack Hughes responds at 8:18 a.m., says, all right. He follows that up with the message, and it reads, I'm riding bike my way that. I interpret that as I'm riding my bike that way. And then right after that, he states, the message says, B want camera on truck. The camera, the truck won't be on camera.
And now more from John Mello.
John Mello at 8:19 a.m., still on the 24th of May. This message reads, Charlotte Post, be your day outs info flight mailed from in Wood, same mark, the it's Charlotte. I think you skipped over one. You come down a little bit.
That one
Mello
was too long.
states,
We're not going to figure that out.
It says puts Charlotte in you. puts you in Charlotte. Mr. Mello then states at 8:20 a.m., it says, and sunglasses, baseball, wear a hat. He's saying, wear a baseball hat and sunglasses.
Now, did you, in viewing Mr. Hughes' phone, were you able to determine if whether Mr. Hughes visited Mr. Mello?
Yes.
And what about time what date did he visit Mr. Mello?
It was in June, early June of 2021.
How do you know that?
That is from just conversations that were pulled from messages from his cell phone.
Was there also a video on Zach's phone, Hughes, that you?
Yes, a video was pulled from Zach Hughes' cell phone, and it was a FaceTime. It was a recording of a FaceTime between John Mello and Aida Mello.
And who was doing the recording of the FaceTime?
I believe it was Zach Hughes that was doing the recording from his phone.
And, and who was he with in the recording?
John Mello and Zach Hughes were together.
And who was John Mello talking to?
John Mello's talking to Aida.
And about what time was that?
For
That
family
was-
court.
That was May 31st, 2021.
And was John Mello in Italy?
John Mello was in Italy. Therefore, Zach was in Italy.
Record it so that you could take it to family court, whatever you're talking to her about, and you recorded it there. So Zach goes to visit Mello in Italy. These people are just going back and forth to Italy like all the time. That's just fucking crazy.
All right. And then finally,
I don't know the relevance of that though.
they continue this conversation.
Yes, sir. They continue at 8:20 a.m. John Mello's, the message says, misspelling of phone, lobby, your, into, or Poinsett on go, the hotel, upstairs, down, sit, and play. I believe he's saying go to the Poinsett Hotel and sit down upstairs and play likely the piano, because that's what his background is in. At 8:21, still on May 24th, John Mello states nice. A minute later, it says, time you post downtown 27, he has even our postman, it made camera 2 gets by office if on stops the. I know he's talking about a postman and he's talking about a camera. He then states, from come it anywhere would. I look at that and see it could come from anywhere.
And what did you say?
At 8:24 a.m., it states, bought gray baseball yesterday, a nondescript cap.
Bought a nondescript
So
gray
what is-
baseball
what is-
cap
what is-
yesterday.
How did you interpret that?
That's
With
interesting.
these last few messages, they're obviously trying to conceal identity, trying to keep out of view of cameras that may be nearby.
And did Zach Hughes respond? Continue to respond?
At 8:24, it states from Zach Hughes, drop just my ride in a box, in N box, it, I'll, and somewhere outside bike.
So what is your interpretation of that?
He's talking about riding his bike somewhere and dropping something in a box outside.
And what does he say?
Then states, good point. Mr. Mello responds at 8:25. This message states, too hard there or find. I interpret that as they are hard to find, likely. Mr. Mello then states, office post throughs drive are at the they. Something about post office.
These are all from Mr. Mello?
Yes, sir. We're still in blue. Mr. Mello at 8:26. This message says buying the U online or postage. I think he's saying, he's asking, are you buying the postage online? Then says, this message states just that by UA, but B are heavy, will, Shramo, easy letters. And then stamp is the next message. Following message is 8:27 from Mr. Mello. And Staples postage, it can sell, I think, way.
Now, earlier we referred to, Zach, you referred to riding a bike to drop it off.
Yes, sir.
Is that important in this case?
I think it's extremely important. We obviously saw video of our suspect leaving the scene on a bicycle. At 8:41 a.m., Zach Hughes, this message says, of I know one. Then the next message is good thought. John Mello responds with sets you getting R2. It looks like he's asking, are you getting 2 sets?
And Zach Hughes says what?
Yes. Zach Hughes, we're at 9:04 a.m. now. This message says, you let know it was much how ow. Cash paying. And then first by IAU, updated thumb drive, go, have, I'll keep 2. John Mello responds with cool, okay.
Thumb drive.
Thumb drive sticks out, paying cash sticks out. Obviously, it's harder to track paying cash if you use a credit card, debit card.
All right. And what's the date of this?
We're May 24th of 21. This is at 9:07 a.m. It's the next message John Mello sends, and it says, to ruin going their weekend. Going to ruin their weekend.
Who do you think there is referring to?
I think there is referring to Miss Parcell and everybody that received those letters.
Zach's response. Zach Hughes' response.
Yes, sir. Same date, 7:17 p.m. This message, it reads, in hold on can I talk. At 8:21 p.m., the message from Zach Hughes states, before Zoom, you, yeah, Stathicus, we, if want, Andy can chat. Miller responds at 7:18 a.m. on the 26th at call 9:15. And we are at July the 3rd of 21. This is 1:09. Zach Hughes responds with headed marina, friends, I'm with to thee. John Mello responds at 1:09 p.m. on July the 3rd. 1 minute call.
Which is probably
Call in 1 minute. This is at 1:45 p.m. from Zach to John. It says, it reads, sounds is on post like low funds.
now. Do you see how he spells post?
Yes, sir.
I'm referring to States Exhibit 2. How is post spelled on this envelope on States Exhibit
Oh yeah,
2?
like road.
It's incorrectly spelled POAST.
So far, this all has to do with the harassment charges because he's charged with harassment as well. So right now, I think that this is all going to the fact that Mello sends the nudie photos to Zachary and has Zachary going around and mailing them out. And then he, in the one that he mails to Bradley Post, he spells Post last name like this, Roast, but with a P. And then he's saying he bought like this gray cap and everything else so that he's doing it on his bike, right? They already showed us with the location data how he went to how his phone went to all these locations of where this stuff would be quote unquote mailed. So I think right now they're just really sticking with the this is part of the harassment stuff and not necessarily into the murder stuff. But the interesting thing about that gray cap is that the guy on the bike is wearing a gray cap, remember? And the black glove. The theory behind it is that, well, people have speculated that Mello and Zach are like in a relationship. So the reason that Mello's not charged with the other stuff, according to what I know so far in the case, was because the theory was that Zach did this for Mello, like he did it because of his relationship with Mello. I don't know if they're going to prove anything else quite yet. Very well could. I don't know.
And what was the other response?
From Zach, it states could from benefit as well. Check blank A. Could benefit from a blank check. How I look at it.
All right, I'm gonna move on to October 12th.
What do you mean? What part doesn't make sense? The not charging Mello with, they have him charged with the harassment, but you mean charged with like conspiracy to commit murder? But I don't know if there's anything in here that actually if they were able to prove that he did anything to make him want to commit the murder or paid him or anything along those lines. Mello's the man. He's the daughter's. He's I'm going to say her name wrong. Adia's dad. And he's like in his 60s and Zach's in his 20s. Or is it for a, because Mello's supposedly some big producer guy, right? Some music producer. And then this Zach guy wants to be like a famous pianist. I don't know if there's something along those lines that they're doing, but.
Some more WhatsApps.
Now we're on October 12th, so the day before the murder. Was it for Isabella? That's a great question. That's a great question. I don't know the relationship between Isabella and Zach. And at this, after the murders, Isabella takes custody of, after she's in the Sutherland's foster care, she takes custody of the daughter.
Judge states Exhibit 186. These additional WhatsApps, just like the ones we're reviewing.
Yes, sir.
Start date on those.
Start date on this is October 12th, 2021.
State moves 186 in evidence. No objection. Starts there. All right, that is John Mello in blue.
John Mello's still in blue, and this first message is dated October 12th, 2021 at 8:58 p.m. It reads, her arms who chopped off.
And what do you think it's referring to?
I think it should read, who chopped off her arms. I think he's referring to Christina Mello, or Christina Parcell.
Photo.
Yes, a photo of Christina Parcell.
All right, and then this next one.
Same date. No, I'm sorry. This is on October the 13th, 2021 at 10:06 a.m. Burden.
Sorry, is this Mello?
This is from John Mello to Zachary Hughes. Burden if way, but Ada, life, like family, finally, beg down, case, am lawyer, love, more doomed, been a count think, than not listening is totally nothing, her it matter as I, 14 November, at wood so leave, has me stake you to point, let have all even taking our due, close, stay, we, she, and us right of hate control, brother, no needs, was this can very far, your for come say with on thee. I don't know what it says. I know it's talking.
All right. What do you guys think that says? I have no idea. That one's way too much. He called Isabella around the time of the murders, but I don't remember if it was the 12th or the 14th. But I know he did talk to her a couple times. That one's a lot. And there's like, I don't know. Isabella is Mello's oldest daughter.
Talking about a burden. I know that it mentions a lawyer. I know it mentions Aida.
And then what time does Zach respond on October 13th, 2021?
Zach Hughes responds at 11:36 a.m. on October 13th, 2021 with LOL.
Okay, so that would be after the crime. If he's responding after, this would be after the murder. So 11:36 a.m. he gets his phone and then is now responding.
And then again,
The next message right after, it reads, "I know, brother."
going to, what's the date?
We're still on October 13th, 21
At what time?
11:36 a.m.
That's current time. That's local time, right?
That's local time. Zach Hughes' message states, "Let's talk in a bit." The following message, still on the 13th at 2:48 p.m. It reads, "Soon we'll working up later, catch in week, I'm never mind thee." John Mello responds on October 13th, 21 at 2:49 p.m. And it reads, "Asleep till fell I was 5-man Saudi Jug."
And then Zach Hughes responds.
What?
At 2:50 p.m. "No worries, man." Still on October 13th at 2:50, John Mello sends this message, and it reads, "3 now couldn't information since thing after another. Thee are single bit I sleep today, our raising it's here at fees worried. Ain't building 1 weeks or not lawyer. I'm maintenance in can't of OTS about everything eat they'll my a last." And he follows that up a minute later with, and it reads, "Up be you or woke. Again me night GLSD I'm."
Any significance?
It looks to be like it's talking about nighttime, woke me up, possibly.
It's like, I don't fucking know.
Hughes responds at 2:51 p.m. This message reads, "Just manager got well, I LOL texted work at off the night." And then a minute later, Zach Hughes sends a message that, and it reads, "Chat let's in little a bit."
And then
October 13th, 2021 at 2:52 p.m., John Mello sends Zach Hughes a message. And this, it reads, "That did research on music, how go?"
and that's October 13th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
And what did he respond?
2:53 p.m., the message reads, "Phone over, tell you good, the I'll."
How do you interpret that?
"Good, I'll tell you over the phone." And Mr. Mello responds with, "Cool."
Is that the last WhatsApp that was ever recovered?
Yes.
And do you recall Investigator Perry's testimony about how long the conversation they had in the afternoon of the 13th?
I do.
How long was that?
I believe it was about 1 hour and 20 minutes.
What did you interpret that music research as?
I don't believe it was really music research. I believe John Mello sent a message to Zach Hughes in code.
His interpretation.
They think research is murder. Yep.
All right.
Well, I mean, let's say that there is an interesting little coincidence here that they just happened to stop talking on WhatsApp right after the murder. I mean, that's dumb on their part. They talked about it. They talked for 1 hour and 20 minutes at 3:50 p.m. So you could tell them all the details of what happened.
So, Investigator Spartman, did you also review the Gmails between John Mello and Zachary Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And I know in the entire team, they just sent out search warrants for those Gmails.
Yes, sir.
And as far as numbers of Gmails from John Mello's email address and Zach Hughes' email address, how many emails do you think you received between the two of those?
Hundreds. It fills up a large 3-ring binder.
All right, so did you cull it down to emails just between John Mello and Zach Hughes?
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's really weird that you've got this 60-year-old guy in Italy just talking to this 20-something-year-old kid like all the time. Like, I mean, that's just weird in general. Why are they talking so much? And they talk on WhatsApp, and they talk on via email, they talk on the phone. I mean, they were friends? I don't know.
Show
That's
you where
weird.
State's Exhibit
That's a lot.
190 marks identification purposes only. Can you look at that?
Yes, sir. These are the emails between Zach Hughes and John Mello.
And did you have the occasion to review those?
Yes.
And do you know when those emails began?
Yes, sir. They began August 29th of 2020.
And when did they end?
They ended October 20th of 2021.
Okay. Is that when John Miller returned home?
Yes, sir.
Back to the United States?
Yes, sir.
He's arrested on the
When
23rd.
reviewing all of these Gmails between Zach Hughes and John Mello,
Robin?
what was the basic theme involved in all these?
That Zachary Hughes was very involved, extremely involved with.
I object to this kind of summary of it. I mean, if they have specific emails that they would like to try to introduce, that's one thing, but just giving his interpretation of all of these emails are objective.
Oh, they don't want the lead investigator's opinion. No, go into break. They stopped talking. No, they stopped talking on WhatsApp on 10/13, the day of the murder. He's arrested. John Mello returns to the United States and is arrested on 10/21. Ironically, Post is arrested. The boyfriend, Christina's boyfriend, is arrested on 10/19. Mello returns on 10/20, is picked up at the airport and arrested on 10/21. They're talking about the emails and how many emails are between Zach and Mello, and he went into saying his opinion on that. He said that Zach is very involved in whatever. Hi, Sleuthie.
Hi, rewind for me. Were they saying he gave dates of communications and it was like August 2020 to October 2021, but was he talking about emails? Was he talking about WhatsApp? I thought he was talking about WhatsApp.
The last one he's talking about is they got a 3-ring or a 3-inch binder and filled it with Zach Hughes's emails. Okay.
So he didn't give a date when they had their last communication on WhatsApp?
Yeah, 10/13. This is
Mr.
the last
Mello
communication.
Cool.
This is the last message on WhatsApp, and then they talk on WhatsApp on 10/13 twice.
For an hour?
An hour and 20 minutes, and then 19 minutes. So 10/13 is the last. WhatsApp is done. They don't use WhatsApp anymore.
So they know that for sure, or is it just his interpretation of the unscrambling? Because the way he was saying it was scrambled was like it was like a piece of paper with a bunch of words and dates and all kinds of shit and times, and he had to unscramble all of it.
No, if my understanding is everything was the wording is scrambled, and it's supposed to be like this number. They verify this being Mello's based on an email that Mello sends with this on it.
Yeah, but like the messages when he got them weren't like this.
That's kind of how I mean, I think they were just all scrambly from the date, but it still had like the date, time, and then we're reading how he got them. We may have to go back to the beginning of that, but what they're talking about right before this is the emails.
Okay.
Yes. They had 20 minutes. I don't believe it was really music research. I believe John Mello sent a message to Zach Hughes in code.
He objects to that because of the code.
All
Look,
right.
he's got a little smirk on his
So-
face.
Investigator Sparkman, did you also review the Gmails between John Mello and Zachary Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And I know in the entire team, they just sent out search warrants for those Gmails.
Yes, sir.
And as far as numbers of Gmails from John Mello's email address and Zach Hughes' email address, how many emails do you think you received between the two of those?
Hundreds. It fills up a large 3-ring binder.
All right, so did you
There you
pull it
go.
down to emails just between John Mello and Zach Hughes?
Yes, sir.
So it's a binder full of emails. Remember, Zach had 3 different email addresses.
Wait, look at that binder. So he says it's enough to fill a large 3-ring binder. Look at the
Right.
look at when he walks up. Look at the 3-ring binder.
I'm going to show you what State's exhibit.
I mean, let's be for real. I have a binder that has like just the Frank's memo in it, and it's half of that.
And that was 136 pages. Do you have all
Yeah.
the Frank? Yeah.
Well, and like when you send an email, I also wonder if you know how like when you send an email and you reply, well, underneath each reply, every time someone replies, it like connects the whole thread.
Yeah.
So like I reply to you, it's gonna show my reply plus all of our previous conversation, and then when you reply to me, it's gonna show your reply, my recent reply, and all of our conversation. You know what I mean? Like I wonder if that's that. I think they have to take that into account because this could be the same message 80,000 times.
You think that they printed like, here's my response. It prints everything from before that, and then Mello responds, and now it prints my response and all of the responses before that again.
Yeah, like if I go to print my email, if I go check my email right now, and it's a conversation that we've had, and that's of course if we're using the same thread. If I'm
Right,
writing
so-
a new email with a new,
I think the prosecutor's trying to get in just saying, hey, well, solicitor, I think is what they're called there, but whatever.
Yeah.
Trying to get in saying, like, just tell us the summary of all of these emails. And the defense attorney's like, yeah, no. We're not going to go with his opinion on what he thinks that the emails are. Like, they want to try to get it into evidence. Then, like, they're going to have to go through it. And that's why they go sidebar.
oh, I hope these aren't scrambled too.
Here, so
190 marks identification purposes only.
identification purposes only.
Yes, sir. These are the emails between Zach Hughes and John Mello.
And did you have the occasion to review those?
Yes.
And do you know when those emails began?
Yes, sir. They began August 29th of 2020.
And when did they end?
They ended
Okay, so August of 2020, and then they end the day that Mello gets back and gets arrested.
So they stopped talking because he was arrested,
Right,
and they were
Yeah.
emailing in a year before.
correct. Over a year before, because now this is August. WhatsApp
Yeah.
started in October a year before. So they've had, because I mean, we don't even know how they met or when they met.
So wait, WhatsApp started October the year before she died?
Yes.
I mean, that's less suspicious.
Well, that's all the harassment stuff. That's when they're getting, that's when all the nudies are sent and
True.
the
So
escort things are set up and all of that.
if
I
I'm
mean, these
being
guys
honest,
are harassing the shit out of her. They really are.
yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, to be honest, like they've proven to me that they were harassing her. Like, but that's really not what the big thing we're here for is.
No, not the big one.
So, yeah, I think the pics. Yeah.
2021.
Is that when John Miller returned home?
Yes, sir.
Back to the United States?
Yes, sir.
Now, in reviewing all of these Gmails between Zach Hughes and John Mello, what was the basic theme involved in all these?
That Zachary Hughes was very involved, extremely involved with.
I object to a
Oh, that's why it got objected to.
Yeah, because he's just trying to give his opinion on what he thinks that the emails are.
I know he's not going to say that Zach was very involved with like the divorce stuff because yeah, he probably was, but like so wasn't Sissy.
Okay, so then then they go on break. Huh. Right now it's 11:42, Jer.
And then they go back to the messages.
I don't know. I don't think they go back to the messages. I think we're
Oh,
gonna
I
stay
thought
in.
I saw them. He's ugly, in my opinion. He looks different. He
The
he looks
judge?
different than he looks. What?
The judge?
No,
Oh,
Hughes.
oh yeah. I think they're yeah.
No, the judge is not. He's nice. I like him.
Investigator Sparkman, you had identified State's Exhibit 190 for identification purposes only. Can you tell us what that was?
These are email communications between Zach Hughes and John Mello.
And the dates of the first email to the last email?
First one is August 29th of 2020. The last one is October the 20th of 2021.
And you were able to review those emails,
Yes,
and you sort of analyze them the same way you did the WhatsApp in relation to your investigation.
I did.
All right. And in those emails, as between Zach Hughes and John Miller, is Zach Hughes either what I'll call CC'd or blind copied on emails from John Mello to various family court attorneys?
Yes, there are a lot of those emails that John Mello sends to attorneys or other people regarding the child custody dispute. Zach Hughes is either CC'd on them or blind copied on them.
See, that's weird. Why is this random 20-some-year-old guy so involved in this custody battle? Like, I mean, I can see why he was going to say that he's very involved in this custody battle that has literally nothing to do with him.
Are there
I really wonder if Isabella, like, I do not know. So I just want to preface by saying that I do not know. But the way, like, when they brought up him talking to Isabella, and she's younger, obviously, so she was within his age.
Is she?
And yeah, she's an adult.
Oh, I know she's an adult, but is she in her 20s?
Well, yeah.
I don't know. Mello's in his 60s.
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, closer in age than like than this guy, and even Christina, really.
Christina's 41.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that these people are old.
Let me look up. I'm gonna look up how old she is. Mello
Yeah,
is
he is a music producer, but like, yeah, but like, it would be weird. It would be weird to be like, I'll give you whatever you want, your music stuff, but you got to be like, I got to CC you on all the emails with the lawyers for the divorce and the custody stuff. But like, if they were best friends, like my best friend, she knew every step of my entire divorce, everything that was happening. I was forwarding emails to her, like she knew everything. But it doesn't seem like they were best friends.
Okay, so she's 30 years old right now.
Yeah.
So in 2021, she would have been 26. So she is definitely closer in age to him. You are correct.
Yeah. So if they were in some type of relationship or whatever, oh, my Kirkland's order is ready. Then I'm just trying to think of how this works because, like, then she got custody. Like, what if they were in some type of relationship and I'm making all of this up? Don't nobody go and think that we've watched this. I'm just saying, what if, like, they were in a relationship and the reason they were all tagged and stuff was maybe Isabella planned on getting her? CH, that's what I want to know. My phone's been weird. I can't tell if you're talking.
I'm not. I was looking up to see if there's anybody has if there's any backstory to maybe that they are in a relationship or how they knew each other. Because I know it's been speculated that Zach and John Mello were in a relationship, but I don't know about Isabella.
I did not think that. I did not think that. I did think it was possible that maybe he was banging the victim and maybe went in, or I don't know. I thought that was a possibility, but I don't know. I think a huge piece of this is missing without the other stuff, without all the other stuff. Because maybe he was wrapped up in that shit.
This is a good question by Fluffy. It would be interesting to know if Isabella is also blind CC'd on all these
Yes.
emails.
Yes.
Like, I don't know how you get how do you get your 20-year-old friend so involved in a custody battle that they end up going and killing her.
That's what I'm missing. I think a lot of people are trying to. I think when whoever came in and was like, they show like why he did this. Like, I can't buy that he was just so caught up in the divorce stuff and the custody battle. I can't buy that. Now, if he was being like blackmailed in some way, like, would Mello blackmail him if he'd blackmail his baby mama? Maybe. You know what I mean? Now that would make a little more sense. He's this famous pianist, and he the reason that he goes to Italy, and like he travels for music. So, I mean, it was his career.
I don't know. This is just weird. It's just.
But I with you. I don't know. And also, Mello sounds absolutely insane. Like, talk to yourself. Like, email and text yourself. That kind of insane.
He is. That's why I'm like, I can't believe he got custody of his daughter back. Like, he's just not. He's not stable.
I'm pissed
I mean,
he didn't say why they took her from Sissy.
well, I think it's probably because of that's the same time frame of all the CSAM stuff coming out. Because so John Mello gives over his phone after the investigation. So she dies 10/13. John Mello's arrested on 10/19.
Oh, maybe.
And then he comes back and he's arrested. So I think maybe they just take her, and so
Yeah.
they can figure out who's all involved in this.
Because it was her house and stuff. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, maybe. But she never got her back. And you do know that, like, the lawsuits and stuff. So right now, well, as of the lawsuits being filed, she is Christina's estate. So when Christina's estate is being sued by these victims, it's Christina's sister, the one that testified for the CSAM stuff. That's what the suit is about.
I can't buy into that they didn't do something yet, though. I still think there's something really fucking wonky with the whole, like, how many bad people. I mean, I guess it's not really uncommon. There's a lot of bad people around this kid, but I don't know, with all the nudie photos of her and then them doing all this with the nudie photos of her and claiming the essay. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, the only reason, so I fully believe all of the CSAM stuff because, like, for instance, let's say his weird ass edited pictures, okay, to like make it look like whatever. Like, let's just use that as an example.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the daughter wasn't the only victim.
Right.
So,
but is the neighbor a neighbor from where? Is the neighbor the neighbor girl, is she a neighbor from a Canebrake, or is she a neighbor from somewhere else?
I believe from Cranebreak.
See, I'm more curious. I'm just curious about. I'm curious about that whole thing, because I just don't put anything past this fucking Mellow guy at all. Didn't the daughter nearly drown when she was with the mother? The father was obviously desperate to get custody, and the guardian was giving custody to her. I don't know anything about drowning. Is that something to the backstory that I'm unaware of? It's very possible.
I don't know.
Okay, I'll play it.
Please assist John Mello in writing emails or maybe papers regarding the child custody dispute, or corrects or edits some of that information regarding the child custody dispute for John Mello?
There are.
Are there emails where Zach Hughes is? Are there emails where John Mello tells?
So he's helping editing motions.
Who is allowed to communicate with the attorney?
Yes.
And that is regarding the child custody case over he and Christina Parcells' daughter.
Yes, sir.
And are there emails where Zach Hughes himself is communicating directly with John Mello's family court attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's weird.
Are there instances where
Well, he's
Zach
calling the law firm. We already knew that. He's calling the law firm.
Yeah, I mean, that's weird.
Hughes is running errands or doing things in furtherance of the child custody?
Yes, sir.
That's like step-parent behavior.
And, John Mello discussing the child custody.
There are lots of them.
And what are those saying?
They're just talking about the situation. Mr. Mello's getting frustrated. You can tell he's getting frustrated based on words that he uses. Going to different attorneys. John Mello's talking about how he's getting frustrated with attorney A. That we need to reach out to a different attorney.
And are a lot of these, I know they started in when they began in October, August, from around April to October 13th, that time frame. Would that be the time frame when Aida was given custody to Christina Parcell and Aida moved back to South Carolina?
Yes, sir.
In that time frame, were there a lot of those emails regarding the custody dispute?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that Zach Hughes was well aware of the custody dispute between Christina Parcell and John Mello?
Yes, sir.
And finally, were the emails, communications between Zach Hughes and John Mello, were they caring for each other?
Yes.
In what way?
Okay. He's going to get into some here, but I want to talk. So Mav says that the CSAM absolutely happened. So I'm guess for me, I'm questioning the timing of it. I don't think it's deep fakes, and that's not what I meant to imply. My question was the timing of it. Is Mello around? And I don't know. I have no idea. So this is what I'm just saying. My speculation is Mello around during the dates of these videos. And then, the attorneys, we're going to read through the documents Monday, but his attorneys imply like that she's like positioning her. And I don't know if that's accurate or not. I don't know if the attorneys are interpreting it however they want to. So my question is like Mello around to be videotaping something going on and it not be what it's being used for. I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, it was found on Post's electronic. Yeah, like a lot of electron, not just his phone.
No, that's on like hard drives and stuff. That's my point. So if there's there's cocaine at the house. There's the killer is in the house. So I don't know how much of this stuff would be that's why I'm trying to figure out so like the photos of her, right, are ones that Mello took of her. Do you see what I'm saying? So, and then he puts them all over the internet like she's an escort. The killer comes in and they're found that these items, there's like 15,000 items found in the house on like hard drives and stuff. Does that not mean that a killer could have put these hard drives and stuff there?
But were they found? But was all of that inside this house?
Yes. And on Post's phone.
Yeah, but that would have been on him. I'm just.
But I don't know how.
Well, the one's on his phone. I mean, you can't really get around that.
Why? They're talking about all these cloning of phones and stuff.
Yeah, but I don't know. When they talk about cloning the phone, like when Post testified, he was talking about like they were saying cloning the phone and then talking about like tracking everything she was doing or whatever, and then asked about Life 360.
Right.
And he basically was like, yeah, that's what I was using.
Right. Well, so my whole thing is, are these videos proven to be at a time and place where Mello cannot be involved or like in this house? So like they don't move into this house until May, right? And I don't have these answers, anybody who's listening. So I'm just thinking without knowing the facts of that part of the background. I'm just saying, are these videos and things taking place only in this house where Mello's in Italy? Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, we can't know because they won't let him talk about it.
Right. That's where I'm at. So I want more info before I just go and completely vilify this person. Is something else happening? Because this guy's unhinged. I'm telling you that this Mello dude is absolutely unhinged and has no problem accusing anybody of anything to get his way.
I wonder why we haven't heard from him. Like, I wonder why they're not calling him as a witness.
No idea.
I mean, if their theory is that he conspired with Zach in some way, even if it's just for the harassment stuff, which I guess I don't see why that would be necessary to have him come in, because I think they've done fine without him. But you got to have more about the murder stuff, and I just feel like, why is he not a witness?
Yeah, that's true. Janet says Post was in the videos too. See, I hadn't heard that. That's why I'm like, I shouldn't really speculate on it because I don't have enough of that part of the backstory. Like I said, we'll read through the documents on Monday. Here's the deal. Anybody who's in chat, we tried to go into this blind. I will never do this again. I promise I won't. I can't. It's hurting my head. I can't handle not having all the information. I am not a good teacher. I cannot watch this and not.
Say, so then you need to think about what it's like for the jurors.
I can't. I cannot. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be them, because for me, like I have to, like I need all the info. Like give me everything so I can understand what's happening and then have an opinion on it. Because right now I feel like I'm all over the place. I don't know what to think, how to feel. I'm like I can't do it. Okay, so Legal Lacey says, so far, I'm okay blind. I'm unbiased, and I just let the presented evidence lead me. I'm struggling, Lacey. I'm struggling. I'm struggling with not having this other info.
So what are you thinking right now, Lacey? For the harassment and then for the murder? I'm definitely thinking I'm finding him guilty on the harassment.
Yeah, right now I'm finding him guilty on everything.
Yeah, I'm not really at the murder thing yet, because you know what's confusing is they're bringing up like the bike and the hat and the this and the that, and I'm thinking, okay, but then it's related to the harassment stuff. So like obviously what it sounds like to me is he was going around using the bike instead of a car to like deliver these random envelopes full of whatever, and that was that. So why would you use the same thing to go do a murder?
Well, I think because we already know that they find his DNA under her fingernails, I think he's done.
Well, yeah, we do know that, but I don't know.
What if I had? Well, I've been on a jury, but it wasn't for anything like uber substantial. It was like a driving under the influence of narcotics kind of case. So, and then other than that, I don't ever get jury duty, which kind of sucks. The one time I got it for the OJ courtroom. The same courtroom I did. It was for the same courtroom that OJ was tried in, obviously years later. And I was so excited, and I was doing like, you have to like, well, sometimes you call in, sometimes you can sign in, and then they tell you if they need you, and they didn't need me. And I was like, but I really wanted to be in that courtroom, even if I didn't get picked for the jury. I just wanted to go in the courtroom. But so, I mean, I would do it if I was actually on the jury, because I wouldn't get to talk to anybody about it anyway. So I think I'd be fine. But here, trying to have like conversations and like tell you guys how I'm feeling and what I'm thinking, I can't do it without the backstory. I can't. I'm struggling with it.
We also have to remember that we haven't heard, like, it feels like it's almost over, but I don't know why I feel that way, because like we haven't heard from the defense yet.
No, we haven't.
So maybe we'll get stuff filled in or something. I don't know.
Right. So we're almost at the end of day 3, and then day 4 is only a part of a day, and that's when the ME testifies. So, all right, let's get through this so we can keep going, so I can get into day 4. Like I'm struggling like a juror right now.
At least the other trials that we want to do, we already know everything about.
Yes. This is the only time we've done this.
We had to try it. Teresa had to try to stream a trial. She did it excellent. So we felt really ballsy, and we thought we would go in blind on this one, and it's not been great. So we know we know we can stream trials effectively, and it's great for everyone. But we can say now we've tried it, we don't like it, so we won't be doing this anymore.
Be doing this anymore. Well, I knew like the case itself, like when she was killed and who was arrested and like the basics of the case. I just never read any motions, never followed any of the pretrial stuff. Like so I mean, I knew it happened. I knew who was arrested for things. And then I watched the trial, and that's just not good. That's just not a good. It's kind of like a mind fuck, and I don't like it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Emily Baker went in on Karen Reed without any background knowledge. Oh, that I see. Better her than me. I couldn't have done that, especially that one. This is only going to be like a 6-day trial, and I'm struggling.
Yeah, no, yeah.
There's messages in there where one tells the other they love them. The other one will say, love you back.
Here, let me rewind this because I paused it right at a really good time where they're going to actually go into. Come on, why are you not giving me what I want?
In addition to your duties as investigator, did you correct or edit some of that information regarding? All right. In addition to your duties as investigator.
No.
Yes, sir.
And finally, were the emails, communications between Zach Hughes and John Mello, were they caring for each other?
Yes.
In what way?
There's messages in there where one tells the other they love them. The other one will say, love you back.
All right. In addition to your duties as investigator.
It's tough. I tell people I love them. They're not my significant other, so I don't know. Is that a guy thing?
Mello and was. No, I don't know that to be a guy thing.
No. It would maybe like I love
Zach
you,
and Mello.
Yes. Yes.
No, I'm not buying that. That's
But,
strange to me. It would not be strange if it was like girls talking to each other. No, I don't know any guys that say that.
Well, I mean, like, you're like, love you, brother. Like, I know like Bob will say that to like Jay, you know what I mean? But it's very like dude
Yeah,
like.
that's a no for me.
Not like I love you.
This
I love
man
you
is not Bob.
No. Yeah, I don't think
No,
so.
this is not Bob.
This is where the whole they're in a relationship comes in, and this is why he's so involved. Like you said, it's like a step parent.
Did you review Zach Hughes's photos on his phone?
Yes, sir.
And we've had prior testimony, but those are downloaded. The photos inside his phone are then downloaded as the images in which they're in there.
Yes, sir.
And you reviewed all of those?
I did.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 180.
Oh my God, were they sending naked pictures to each other? Oh my God, I will die. That will make everything make sense.
Oh, I hope they didn't send nudies. Don't send nudies to each other.
Did they swap dick pics?
What is States Exhibit 188?
Maybe Mello's his father, CH says.
From Zach Hughes' phone, it appears to be a picture of some typing that states to John Mello and his lawyer.
So you recognize this?
I do.
And where was this? What date was this? What date was this photo captured on his phone?
I believe it was August 13th of 2021. Yes, sir.
State News 188 in evidence.
Oh, a picture of a legal doc. I was really thinking.
What a letdown.
Right?
Talk about blue balls.
Mello and his lawyer. Please find enclosed photos and advertisements of Christina Parcell, aka Caroline Warren.
No.
He totally sets up this escort bullshit and then sends it to his attorneys like, look at, I deserve custody because she's a fucking escort.
But why then? Well, I guess to discourage her from continuing to try to get custody. Like, but still, I still don't know why he would get involved in that. like Teresa, if you came to me and wanted help, like setting up your husband doing all this like illegal stuff, like I'm sorry, I love you very much, but I would be like, because I love you, no, I'm not helping you. You're insane. You are out of your mind right now.
Yeah, that's
So it's
weird.
weird.
It seems the relationship stuff would make more sense because then he's feeling like he's going to be he's the stepdaddy.
Yeah, he's totally like overly involved, like a step parent.
No money exchanged besides like him just buying the things that he's saying, like, I'll buy this burner phone for you. I'll buy this, I'll buy this stuff and buys him a ticket to Italy and that kind of stuff. It's like a sugar daddy.
Yeah, but he's only buying shit for like his crimes. He's not buying like
Right.
things.
I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? I don't know.
How was that related to your investigation?
Well, as we've touched on before, the name Caroline Warren appeared on these printouts that were mailed in these photos to various people.
Next, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 187.
We don't know how Mello originally had gotten custody of their daughter when she was like 4, right? Like we still don't have any answer to that because he had primary custody and she was allotted visitation. And then they tried to get him for custodial interference because of the fact that he didn't bring her back, or she wasn't available for the court mandated visitation. And then they said you can't actually, state of South Carolina says you can't actually have custodial interference if you don't actually have the primary custody, which I don't understand that either, because if it's a legal document that says she has custody over these specific days, then she has custody over those days. But we still don't know why. We don't know why the family court gave him custody back when she was like 4. No idea. Mello is not currently in jail, but he was arrested, yeah. He's still facing charges on the harassment, I believe. I'm not sure, though. I'm not sure about that. I shouldn't say that because I actually don't know. They dropped the custodial interference charges. I don't know about, I think he's still pending for the harassment stuff, though. Somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure. And then he's got a federal lawsuit against the two of the investigators and the guardian ad litem, who he also harassed the shit out of. I don't know what we're doing.
Well, I can't hear nothing.
No, nothing's happening. They're getting something together for him.
Hello?
Yeah. Hello?
I can't these people, like I can't tell when they're paused, when they're like just waiting for somebody to do
Yes.
something. Okay.
187. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is an image that was recovered from Zachary Hughes's cell phone.
Was it recovered from what area of his cell phone?
Oh, maybe here's the dick pic.
A snap or a screenshot, I guess is what they call it.
Yes, this appears to be a screenshot of an image that was recovered from Zach's photos.
State moves 187 into evidence. Objection 187. That's part of the record. All right. And so what is this image?
This is an image. The date on this image is June 23rd of 2021 that the reports showed for this image. But this is an image of a message conversation where someone sends the address of 122 Canebrake Drive, Greer, South Carolina, 29650 to, if you pull it down just a little bit for me, the opposite way. So this is a conversation involving John Mello.
All right. And why is a snapshot of that address important?
Because now John Mello knows where Christina lives.
And if John Mello knows where Christina lives, who else knows?
Zach Hughes.
This was on Zach's phone.
Yes.
One last one. State's Exhibit 189.
Again, we're just not talking.
This is so uncomfortable.
I know. Okay. I don't know what they're arguing over. These photos is what I'm assuming.
Are they arguing? I missed that.
They went to a little mini break. We're just sitting in silence. So
So going back to the
here we go.
emails, real briefly, investigator Sparkman, based on those emails, is it fair to say that John Mello was fighting hard for custody of his daughter?
Yes, sir.
And Zach was fully aware of what was going on.
Yes.
What is the one clear way that John Mello could be assured that he would get custody of his daughter?
By making sure that Christina Parcell was dead.
Now,
Yeah, but they didn't
briefly,
object
did
to
you,
that.
Yeah, but they shouldn't be putting people in that situation either. And I'm here to tell you they do.
that were important events. And before you did that, did you also look at the phone and to Zach Hughes' phone regarding airplane mode?
I did.
And were you able to determine if he'd ever put it out of airplane mode on October 13th?
Yes, sir. I did.
And what were the two times in which it came out of airplane mode?
At
Ooh.
2:22 p.m. and at 2:32 p.m.
All right, and why am I saying out of airplane mode?
Because I don't believe the extractions show when the phone is put into airplane mode, only when it comes out of airplane mode.
All right, so I'm going to show you what's State's Exhibit.
That's weird. 2:31 is the same time that the truck is caught on camera.
$191.
But can you use WhatsApp if your phone is in airplane mode?
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 191. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Did you assist in preparing this?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is a timeline of the locations of Zachary Hughes beginning on October 11th through October 13th.
And what information is this based on?
This is based on a combination of things: device location from his phone, witnesses, device location, a trail cam that was introduced, Ring doorbell cameras, flock cameras, just different events that were pulled from Mr. Hughes's phone that had a location with it.
All of those are in evidence.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to get you to briefly go through this with the jury.
This is all just from his regular phone. Remember, he says he was going to go out and buy a burner phone. So, I mean, I'm wondering. I don't know. So you can use WhatsApp because there's a message at 11 a.m. between. Maybe it was Mello sending it to Hughes, though. I'd have to go back and look.
I'm trying to avoid technology. State moves.
I think it was an incoming message, so I think I might be wrong on the time because I think it was incoming from Mello to Hughes.
Mr. Sparkman, Investor, if you want to step down right here, if you want, please speak loud so that you can see.
Yes, sir. So the first date on here is October 11th, and this timeline shows that between 10:05 and 10:56 a.m., it shows where the trail cam captured Zachary Hughes at 799 Indian Flats Trail. It shows on October the 12th at 1:07 p.m. his phone put him at 210. At 1:18 p.m. his phone puts him at John Mello's house. From 6:56 p.m. to 1:30 a.m., his phone puts him back at the Mountain House. At 4:30 a.m., it shows that his phone was plugged in or unlocked. The same as 7:42 a.m. From 7:42 a.m. to 11:34 a.m., there's no activity on his phone. At 8:15 a.m., this is when Donna Gorman identifies Zach Hughes.
This is bullshit.
Well, I think this is the most important part that I thought that they were actually trying to prove was that from 7:42 a.m. to 11:34 a.m., there's zero activity on his phone. Yet he's completely active on his phone all the time. So
Well, it didn't matter for Elvis Fields, so.
that's true.
There's no activity on his phone.
7:42 to
8:15 a.m., this is when Donna Gorman identifies Zach Hughes. At 9:15 a.m., you see the ring camera from across the street of the incident location showing the suspect going into the front door. At 9:27 a.m., 133 Cambridge Drive captures the suspect leading on a bicycle. At 9:28 a.m., 207 Saratoga Drive captures the suspect leading on a bicycle. At 1:17 p.m., same day, still on the same day, Zach Hughes' phone connects to the Wi-Fi at the Mountain House. At 1:48 p.m. and 2:22 p.m., as I stated earlier, his phone comes out of airplane mode. At 2:32 p.m., that's when the flock camera shows the bicycle in the back of his truck at Rutherford and Buffalo. And that is in the direction that is coming from the Travelers Rest area back towards downtown. So that would be coming from the Mountain House back towards the city limits, back towards near where the Fort Mallow live. 242 is the device location puts in at 200 Tyndall, where he's residing. At 4:23 p.m., there's some location data from schedule fly on his phone. I believe schedule fly is how he signs up for work. At 6:16 p.m., his phone data puts him at 103 North Main Street. At 7:30 p.m., he's captured on flock camera. His vehicle is captured on flock camera, the Ford Ranger, at Lawrence in Washington. That's in the city limits. And at 7:15 p.m., at an unknown location, he has a 120-minute phone call with John Miller.
That's all the state has for this witness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for the evening. As I have told you before, you're prohibited from watching any TV coverage of this trial, and you should not do any type of.
Hey, anybody who's got AirPods in, just hold on until Sleuthy talks. Just take them out before Sleuthy talks.
I'm sorry. I'm going to start talking like this. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can't even hear me.
I can hear you. This is so funny. All right, so there's only 3 hours of day 4. So this is, I think we're gonna get all the results of all the swabbing that they did on everything. We're gonna get the ME.
And then
And
they're
then
done, right?
State rests. Yep.
So Tuesday, they're not live again until Tuesday, and it will
Correct.
be the defense's case.
Correct. And then Zach's taking the weekend to decide if he wants to testify or not.
I hope he does.
I don't know, man. I don't know if this guy's gonna be able to say anything good at all.
He looks like a goofy goober. He looks like Patrick Star. He looks like a skinny human version of Patrick Star.
Yes, please, Fluffy, if you could send him to me, that would be great. He looks so innocent. All right, Judge. Is the evil Weasley sibling?
he's like Zach Weasley, the one they keep in under the stairs.
Yeah.
I want to ask you a few questions about the incident date first. So you talked about the incident date was October the 13th, 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was a Wednesday?
Yes, sir.
Is that right? So this was a school day.
It was.
Aida was actually, in fact, at school on that day.
Yes, sir.
And her school was Buena Vista.
Correct.
And that's very close to the residence.
It is. Yes, sir.
How far would you say? You have any idea?
If you were driving, it would probably take a minute or two to get there.
Okay. And we know that IEDs can walk to school.
Yes, sir.
And so law enforcement showed up at the incident location about 11 o'clock. So Aida was scheduled to be home in a few hours after that, one would say, or mid-afternoon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned you had somewhat of familiarity with that residence because of an earlier investigation, something about harassment and or stalking. Now, you know that no convictions came out of those allegations, right?
Correct.
Your interview with Bradley Post was on October the 19th, 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was at the Law Enforcement Center.
It was.
Did you speak to him on October 13th, 2021 at Canebrake?
I did not speak with him the day of the incident. No, sir.
Okay. Had you met him prior to October the 13th, 2021?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. Was Bradley Post interviewed on the 13th?
He was.
And we've been providing an interview that he did with the coroner's office. I think Tracy King was present. Is that the interview?
I don't believe it was Tracy King. I believe it was a member of the coroner's office, and it was another investigator. I don't believe it was Investigator King.
Okay, different investigator then. But it was the coroner who did the interview on that day?
He was involved in the interview. He was in there with an investigator. Yes, sir.
Have you watched the interview?
Wait, what? The coroner did the interview?
The coroner really did most, probably 90% of the questioning.
Yes, sir. He asked a lot of questions. Yes, sir.
Now, the coroner's not employed by the Green County Sheriff's Office, is he?
He's not.
That's a separate office.
Yes.
The coroners are not tasked with investigating a potential crime, are they?
That's not their primary. No, sir.
So the primary concern is to determine cause and manner of death and provide necessary information to family members and things like that.
Yes, sir. Locate a next of kin. Yes, sir.
So Bradley Post was a suspect on that day, right? Just like anybody who would be a close fiance or spouse or something like that. That's just a natural suspect.
He was someone that we definitely wanted to talk to.
But he wasn't interviewed by Greenville County Sheriff's Office investigator on that date, was he?
Not by anyone from the homicide unit. No, sir.
I'm going to rewind.
And the October the 19th, 2021, right? And so law enforcement showed up at the incident location about 11 o'clock. So Aida was scheduled to be home in a few hours after that, one would say, or mid-afternoon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned you had somewhat of familiarity with that residence because of an earlier investigation, something about harassment and or stalking. Now, you know that no convictions came out of those allegations, right?
Correct.
Your interview with Bradley Post was on October the 19th, 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was at the Law Enforcement Center.
It was.
Did
Okay.
you speak to him on October 13th, 2021 at Canebrake?
I did not speak with him the day of the incident. No, sir.
Okay. Had you met him prior to October 13th, 2021?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. Was Bradley Post interviewed on the 13th?
He was.
And we've been providing an interview that he did with the coroner's office. And I think Tracy King was present. Is that the interview?
I don't believe it was Tracy King. I believe it was a member of the coroner's office, and it was another investigator. I don't believe it was Investigator King.
Okay, different investigator then. But it was the coroner who did the interview on that day?
He was involved in the interview. He was in there with an investigator. Yes, sir.
Have you watched the interview?
Yes, sir.
And you're aware that the coroner really did most, probably 90% of questioning?
Yes, sir. He asked a lot of questions. Yes, sir.
Now, the coroner is not employed by the Greenville County Sheriff's Office, is he?
He's not.
That's a separate office.
Yes.
The coroners are not tasked with investigating a potential crime, are they?
That's not their primary. No, sir.
So the primary concern is to determine cause and manner of death and provide necessary information to family members and things like that.
Yes, sir. Locate a next of kin. Yes, sir.
So Bradley Post was a suspect on that day, right? Just like anybody who would be a close fiance or spouse or something like that. That's just a natural suspect.
He was someone that we definitely wanted to talk to.
But he wasn't interviewed by Greenville County Sheriff's Office investigator on that date, was he?
Not by anyone from the homicide unit. No, sir.
And the buccal swab was collected from him on what date?
I believe it was that day, the 13th.
And was Lieutenant Parcells' phone taken on that date?
No, sir.
When was Lieutenant Parcells' phone taken?
It was not.
It was not taken.
No, sir.
A buccal swab was taken from her, though, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was on October the 15th of 2021?
Yes, sir. The 15th.
And what was the reason then for taking the buccal swab?
So we could have something to compare and to trying to think of the word exclusions. Obviously, obviously, Miss Tina lived there, so we knew that her DNA was going to be all over things in the house.
And so the buckle swab was taken October 15, 2021 at the Cambridge house.
No, sir. When I met with Tina to get her buccal swab, it was not at the Cambridge house.
Where was it?
It was at a friend's house.
Okay, but you did meet with her and Bradley Post on October the 15th at the Cambridge house. didn't you?
I did, yes, sir.
Now, Bradley Post's phone was not collected by law enforcement on October 13th of 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you aware now from your investigation, by looking at the body cameras of other officers, that he was deleting photographs from his phone while waiting for law enforcement to arrive?
I'm not aware of that, no, sir.
Did you watch all the body cameras?
Oh, I believe I did.
Okay, so you don't remember that, him saying that?
I don't recall that, no, sir.
But he certainly had the phone from the incident date until October the 19th of 2021 and had every opportunity to delete, manipulate his phone in any way. Right?
I know that he had possession of his phone until the 19th, yes, sir.
So they're saying Bradley Post in the body cam videos was deleting. You could see him deleting images, or that he says, I'm deleting images.
Seems like it, but I'm still confused of what, like, what
Coroner
case
interviewing him.
yeah. Why? I've never heard that. I have never. Now, do they notify next of kin? Yeah, but like so did the police. So I see the reason why he'd be in the first place, let alone for throughout the duration of his interview.
No, and asking 90%
That's
of the
bizarre.
questions.
Yeah, that's really bizarre.
Okay, now, on October the 15th of 2021, you spoke with Bradley Post at the Cambridge residence,
Yes, sir.
and you mentioned Tina Purcell was also there.
Yes, sir.
And you spoke to Bradley Post on that day?
I did.
Was your conversation with him recorded?
I don't believe it was, no, sir.
And at that time,
Why
Bradley
not?
Post asked you whether Ms. Parcells had been wearing her engagement ring, right?
He had brought it up, yes, sir.
Okay, so
He had asked about the ring.
I'm sorry.
He asked about the ring, yes, sir.
Okay, so presumably he didn't. If he had to ask you if she was wearing it, he didn't know.
Correct.
And he asked for the ring back.
I don't remember if he asked for the ring back. I know that he just wanted to know if she had it, if she was currently wearing it.
And he told you.
I wonder if that was a tracker or something.
Christina Parcells' phone. Did he not?
I don't know if he told me about it then, but I know he told me about it on the 19th when I interviewed him at the Law Enforcement Center.
Okay.
That he cloned her.
And would you, just to refresh your memory,
Did they say these jurors aren't allowed to take notes?
No notes.
That's rough.
and I'm going to hand you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 60 for identification purposes only. Can you
Yes, sir.
recognize what is in, what the contents of that?
Yes, sir. This is one of my supplemental reports.
Okay, and actually, if you look through, it's actually, I believe, all of your supplemental reports.
Yes, sir. It looks to be, yes, sir.
Okay, and if you could you look at your entry on October the 15th, see if there's anything there that refreshes your memory about whether or not he told you about the clone phone on October the 15th?
Okay. Yes, sir. He did.
And was that the first you had heard about this clone phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you seize it on October the 15th?
I did not.
Did you ever seize it?
I seized it on the 19th.
Now, your investigation also led you to Foothills Veterinarian on October the 18th of 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on that date, you spoke with people at the at this facility where Ms. Parcell had worked? Is that
Correct. Yes, sir.
right? And is that where you learned that she had been working part-time
Yes, sir.
and that she had not worked in some 3 weeks since September the 23rd, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you some questions about the October 19th interview with Mr. Post. Where did that interview take place?
At the Law Enforcement Center in our interview room.
Okay. There was another investigator in the room with you?
Yes, sir. That was when Investigator King was in there with me.
And did you see Mr. Post's phone at that time?
Yes, sir.
And that's the phone that we could see when you're watching the recording of that, the phone that he has out on the table in front of him?
Yes, sir.
When did you take the phone from him?
During that interview.
Was it at the end after the camera was taken off?
Yes, sir. It was near the end of the interview. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you also followed him to his car and took possession of the clone phone, correct?
I did.
So he knew to bring it with him on that day, or had you asked him to bring it with him, or how did it happen to be in his possession? Do you remember?
I don't remember if on the 15th when he told me about it, I asked him to bring it or not, or if he just brought it on his own, assuming I may would like to look at it.
Okay. But that was the phone then that mirrored everything that was being done on Ms. Parcell's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And prior to your meeting with Bradley Post, you did get search warrants for his phone, for the clone phone, and also for a laptop that he had of Parcell's in his possession, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you gave Post's phone and these items to someone else at the Greenville County Sheriff's Office,
I did.
and that was Charlie Cunningham.
Yes, sir.
While those phones were being extracted, was Post allowed to leave the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir. He left.
And he went to his home,
Yes, sir. That's where the laptop was.
and officers went and got that phone.
His attorney came with him, and he went inside, grabbed the laptop, and brought it back out to me. That's all. That's the only thing I needed from the house.
Now, there's been testimony in the case that on October the 19th of 2021, Aida Mello was taken into emergency protective custody. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Did you participate in that?
No, sir.
Were other officers, Green County Sheriff's Office, participating in that?
Not that I know of.
So it wasn't the sheriff's office who did that?
The EPC. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what officers did it.
Okay, but it was the sheriff's office, right? Wasn't Dan Bevel the one who was leading that investigation?
I know he was leading an investigation. Yes, sir.
So you weren't consulted about that prior to them going out there?
I remember being told that she was being EPC, placed in emergency protective custody.
Now, we heard testimony yesterday from, maybe the day before, I don't remember, but from a man named Michael Manigault, or Manigault, I'm not sure how it's pronounced. How did you come across his name?
From Investigator Bevel.
Now, you had an interview with Lieutenant Parcell on October the 13th of 2021,
I did.
and that was recorded, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as lead investigator of the case, obviously you're just trying to get all the information, so you asked some very broad and open questions to try to find out as much as you could, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the questions you asked at the 20-minute mark of the interview, you asked Ms. Parcell about where everybody stayed in the house. And is it true that she told you that Aida's room was being used as a playroom and that she slept in Christine's bed?
I don't specifically recall that, but obviously I recorded the interview, so if that's what it states, then that'd be correct.
And do you recall that at the 23:45 mark, she told you that Bradley Post was at the house every day?
Objections to hearsay, Your Honor.
It's just asking about the two things. First, prior inconsistent statement, and also it just goes to
It's a prior consistent statement of Gina Parcell.
Yes. Tina Parcell.
Yeah, I'm not sustaining the objection.
Now, you've already testified that you spent a great deal of time on October 13th.
She already said if I misspoke, then I'm sorry. So I don't know if you're going to go with prior inconsistent statement. He tried to do it with her and really couldn't get it through to anybody because she was like, if I said that, then I'm sorry. It had her bed. It had everything in it. I don't know if she was 9. I mean, her to go sleep in bed with her mom isn't weird. Now, if Post is spending the night every night and then she's sleeping in there, that might be a different story.
That the sheriff's office spent a great deal of time canvassing the neighborhood to learn if anyone had cameras or if anyone had seen anyone suspicious. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you handle any of that, or was that up to the uniform officers and other officers being handled?
It was mostly other investigators. Yes, sir.
And obviously, this was very important, correct? Because at this time, you didn't have you didn't know who had done this, so you're trying to get all the information that you can.
That's right.
And so officers would be looking for information, whether anyone had seen someone suspicious or knew the neighborhood, and whether they could identify that person.
Yes, sir.
And if an officer had found someone in that position, they, as lead investigator, you would have been informed about that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would have done a follow-up interview with that person?
If someone had come to me and said that someone needs to be spoken to, is that?
Well, if an officer came to you and said, listen, we have somebody at, 105 Cambridge who says they saw a person's face and thinks they could identify that person, you would have been.
I would have. Yes, sir.
And as you develop suspects, you would have gone to that person with a photo lineup to see if they could identify the suspect?
Yes, sir.
And that never happened, did it?
It did not.
So you never went to anyone in Cambridge with a lineup, including Brad Post or Alex Fields or Zach Hughes, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And that's because no one had ever said that they had seen a face of the person on the bicycle.
Yes, sir.
So what led you all to go to Donna Gorman's house in October of 2024, over 3 years after the incident?
We went there because as we were reviewing the case, preparing for this, we had realized that no one had ever shown her a picture of a bicycle. So we wanted to take that picture up there and let her see it and see if, ask her if that's who she remembers seeing.
And she had been spoken to on October the 13th, had she not?
Yes, sir.
Riley Stokes?
Yes, sir. It was Investigator Stokes.
And Riley Stokes never came to you and said, listen, we found somebody who can identify the person on the bicycle, right?
That's correct.
And so when you went, well, let me ask you this. During those 3 years, between October of 2021 and October of 2024, Zach Hughes' picture had been shown on the news and the newspaper and other places, social media, numerous times. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And in that picture that's shown in the media, he looks quite similar to how he looks now, right? With a full head of hair and a beard.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
In October 13th of 2021, Zach didn't even have facial hair, did he?
I don't remember if he had facial hair.
Do you remember seeing the trail camera photos?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so that was 2 days before. And then you saw Zach Hughes a couple days, about a week later at his house, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was clean shaven on that day?
I believe he was. Yes.
In October 28th of 2024, is that when Ms. Gorman said she saw the face of the person on the bicycle?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you she could identify the guy on the bike?
Sir?
That time, in October 24, she told you she saw the face of the guy on the bike. Did she tell you that she could identify the person?
She said that she believed she would know him if she saw him again.
Really? You didn't put that in your report, did you?
I may not have. No, sir.
I'm sorry?
I don't believe I did.
And you can, feel free, your report's in front of you, but.
I mean, clearly he knows she didn't say that. That's why he didn't have to look at his report.
No, sir. I didn't put that in there.
And you would agree that identification of a person in a case like that is very significant, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Did you show her a photo lineup?
I did not.
You did mark in your report that she told you that she would not be able, or she would be able to say it was not Bradley Post on the bike, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now your theory is that Zach drove the morning of October 13th from the Mountain House, which we've heard testimony is about an hour away from Cambridge. And in the summary that you provided, you say that he turned his phone off so he couldn't be tracked at 7:45. So if Zach Hughes left the house at 7:45, there's no way that Zach Hughes could have been there at 8 to 8:15 to be seen by Ms. Gorman, is there?
No, I didn't say that he turned his phone off. There's no activity on his phone.
Okay, no activity. Okay. How many ring cameras and surveillance cameras do y'all have that show the guy on the bicycle?
From specific locations, I know that we have one. We have three.
Okay.
And there was one of the locations has multiple cameras.
Okay. And the guy on the bicycle is not picked up by any cameras at 8 or 8:15, is it?
No, sir.
And that is a good hour to hour and 15 minutes before the person is seen entering Cambridge, right? The 122 Cambridge.
Yes, sir.
How close is Ms. Gorman's home to 122 Cambridge?
It's fairly close.
Like
Across the street and over a couple
so
houses.
on a bike, would it be less than a 5-minute ride, would you say?
From Miss Gorman's house to 122? Yes, sir.
Okay. And the person on the bicycle was not wearing a hoodie, was he?
It didn't appear that there was a hoodie.
On November the 9th of 2021, you met with Tina Parcell for the purpose of collecting some items from her that she had found at the Cambridge residence. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And one of those items was a blue USB thumb drive that she had found in Christina Parcell's room. Is that right?
I don't remember where she said she found it, but I believe she did bring me a thumb drive.
Did y'all examine that thumb drive?
Yes, sir.
Did you yourself or did other officers? You know?
I believe I did it.
I want to ask you a few questions related to the harassment investigation. And so you're aware that one of the documents in the packages that were mailed was an advertisement for an escort site, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are aware that Christina Parcell did have a past that.
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Your Honor, this was brought up by the state. They're the ones who introduced this evidence, and
Mm.
What was he trying to bring up?
The fact that she has a past where she did some type of escorting, I'm assuming. And then
Oh.
the state said, no. And then he's like, well, they brought this up. Well, they didn't really bring up that she ever did or didn't do anything. So,
If she had done that in the past, and let's even say use that name in the past, I would want to know that in terms of this, all these escort websites. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I'm at this point, it's pretty well proven that they put this on the websites.
I mean, I would not personally be taking any time dealing with the harassment stuff because I feel like it's like a losing battle. Like, I would just be focusing on the murder stuff
Yeah.
if I was the defense.
Yeah, I agree.
Your Honor, what is brought up by the state is that they were mailed a photo which has an alleged.
Oh, did they stop it? Oh, you bastards.
They won't let us hear the argument.
Why?
I don't know.
The jury's sitting right there?
I don't know if they escorted him out or not. We don't really see a jury walk in or out. They keep it up here, so it seems like the jury's walking back in, and then they come back, then they zoom back out. See,
okay.
we're halfway blind.
Investigator Sparkman, I just want to finish up with asking you a couple of questions about the WhatsApp messages that you testified about at great length yesterday. And you testified about how you collected and put into a binder all of the WhatsApp messages between Zachary Hughes and John Mello. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you said it was a rather large binder of text messages once you got those all.
It was a lot of messages, yes.
Isn't it true that the overwhelming majority of those messages come after the middle of April when Aida Mello was taken away from John Mello and returned to the States to be with his mother?
I don't know if the majority of them or not. I'd have to look at the book again to refresh my memory on the dates.
Okay. And you talked a lot about interpretations about different messages and what you believe they meant. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I would like to show you one of the messages of State's Exhibit number 186.
Yeah, I think he's guilty. Definitely not on his side. Law Junkie, I'm surprised you are. He has a lot of supporters, though, so.
Okay. All right, are you able to read that?
I can read that, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So this is in State's Exhibit 186, and I just want to point your attention to the one that's the second message on the left on that page. And I'm not going to ask you to try to decipher everything about that, but in that message, we see on the first line, we see the name Aida, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then at the end of that line, you see the word doom. Isn't that right?
Yes.
So one interpretation of that message could be, and do you remember the date of that?
Could you please place it back up there? The 13th, October 13th.
And one interpretation of that message could be that John Mello believed that his daughter, now being returned to the States to live with Christina Parcell, meant that she is doomed.
Yeah,
I think there's way too many words in there for me to say that. I will agree that those two words are in there.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, any redirect feedback?
Yes, Your Honor.
A couple questions.
This is actually about the coroner's assistants in this particular case.
Yes, sir.
Do they respond to all homicide investigations?
They do.
And sometimes they assist y'all in various duties.
They do.
And don't they have their independent investigative authority under statute as well?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Morgan discussed the clone phone that Brad Post had. All right, so explain to this jury Christina Parcells' phones that she had.
So the one we refer to as the clone phone, that's the phone that Mr. Post kept, that he basically signed into her Apple using her Apple ID and password when he says clone. So everything that she does on that phone is not cloned. So he'd be able to see the stuff typically that Apple backs up. Like if you restored your phone from iCloud, emails, contacts, certain text messages and phone calls. That's how that phone was set up.
And he also
Only iMessages.
Yes. He had the Life 360 app, and she was a part of his group. They could see each other's locations.
And did you review the downloads of the phones of Christina Parcells?
Yes, sir.
You reviewed all of them.
Yes, sir.
Right. In any of those phones, is there any communication with Zach Hughes?
No, sir.
Is there any email, text message, WhatsApp, Signal, whatever, any kind of application that you saw, any conversations with
No, sir.
anything related to Zach Hughes?
No, sir.
So she and him never had a conversation. They didn't know each other at all.
They asked you.
No messages, no nothing between this Zach person and Post, and nothing between this Zach person and her.
Bizarre. Bizarre, especially when you consider his involvement in the custody stuff. He was talking
Right.
to the attorneys, but not, so that's weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then, but Post had a clone of her phone. But again, they said that she had more than one phone and we're only discussing one phone. They said that Zach Hughes had more than one phone and we're only discussing one phone. So I'm still kind of confused on that.
So why aren't we talking about Christina's phone? Why are we only talking about the clone phone?
I don't know. No idea.
Was the phone gone?
No, the other detective said that he went to the house and got the victim's phone. And remember, you could see it in the crime scene photos.
So did she delete shit from the phone and then they actually got stuff from the other phone?
No idea. Maybe the defense will bring it in. I don't know.
Ugh, this is annoying.
About Donna Gorman.
Yes.
And so when did Riley Stokes speak to Donna Gorman?
I believe it was the day of the incident, the 13th.
And at that time, had y'all located or did y'all have possession of the photos of a suspect leaving on a bicycle in Cambridge neighborhood?
No, that's the only thing that this Gorman lady, that's the old nosy neighbor, that she actually has going for her is that she was already saying that she had seen this guy on a bicycle on the 13th. She also originally, which is just a side interesting note, is she originally told a law enforcement that the person she saw on the bike was wearing a gray sweatshirt. And then once she saw the picture, it changed to that the person was wearing a black sweatshirt. Because the picture is post-crime, and what she originally had seen would have been pre-crime, and the person going into the home is wearing a gray sweatshirt. So that's like the weird thing about her testimony.
Did she say that, is that the same person that they were referring to when they said that she said that she might recognize the person if she saw them, but that it was not Bradley Post?
Correct. She says that it was that she doesn't do that until 2024.
How could she tell it wasn't Bradley Post?
Well, she says she when she testified, she said she pointed at the defendant and said, "That's the guy I saw."
Well, yeah, because he's at the table and he's obviously the one on trial.
I know, but the gray sweatshirt thing is interesting to me just because they think they're trying to say that the sweatshirt's reversible. Yeah. And that she had originally said it was gray. So that makes me go, maybe she did actually see this dude on a bike and he was wearing this gray sweatshirt. But when she testified, she said, I was mistaken and it was obviously black.
Oh, so.
Because she'd seen the photo in October of 24 before she testified.
Yeah, see, you can't do that because she was technically right until
Correct.
she wasn't, because she changed it to make it the defendant, which in my opinion makes her in court identification of him like bullshit, because she's obviously wanting everything to match this case, this guy.
Correct.
But I do think it's possible that the sweatshirt was reversible. It was a great thing when you said it because it like made perfect sense at that point. But where is the sweatshirt? Like, why not show the sweatshirt to show that it is reversible?
We don't have it apparently.
That's
You
okay.
don't know. Well, there's a burn. They bring up the burn pit at the mountain house, and that he does go back to the mountain house after the crime. He's there before the crime and after the crime.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that they never said they found anything in the burn pit, nothing like that. But
Well, and he had all those knives and shit and sheaths and all. Did they not find anything with her
not that
blood
I
on it?
Well, so we haven't gotten all the crime scene techs that went in and did all the swabbing and took the photos and did the blue star. We haven't got any of the results of that yet. So I think
Well, if the
that
only
comes up.
person that's left is the ME, right?
No, I think
There better be a DNA person.
I think we have all the results come up, and then we have the ME.
Okay.
I think we'll see.
Oh.
Maybe the ME does all of it. Who knows? the coroner's the investigator, so.
Yeah, I love how they're acting like that's not really fucking weird. I mean, that's weird. He was like, do they have like their own investigative? It's like, sir, stop it. That is weird to have
That
the
is
coroner in there asking questions.
I mean, I can even see if the coroner was just in there, but why would the coroner be in there with Brad Post? You know what I mean?
Weird. Yep.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going.
We knew of the footage, but we weren't able to get possession of that until the following day.
And then Master Deputy Wolf testified he went back on the 19th and spoke to her.
Yes.
And you recall what his testimony was? Are you aware that he showed her a photo of a bike?
I don't recall if he showed her a photo of the bike or not. I don't believe so.
Okay. And so, and then 3 years later, are you working with the solicitor's office on preparing this case?
I am.
And did you make a decision that you needed to talk to Donna Gorman?
Yes.
And you went out there and talked to her. Did you take down what she told you in a report?
Yes, sir.
And did you show her a copy of the individual on a bike?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever show her any photos of Zach Hughes?
I did not.
They asked you about the timeline on Zach Hughes' phone, and they said from 7:42 to 11:34, there was no activity on the phone.
That's right.
But you know that 7:42, 7:42, we unlock and close the phone.
Yes, sir.
Now, can he do that in his car?
He can.
No further questions, John.
All right, the angry cross. Just a few follow-up questions. What is Life 360?
Life 360 is an application that you can download on your smartphone, and you can invite people to join your circle. You see each other's locations.
So it's just sharing your location with other persons?
Yes.
Is there anything else that gets into that? I'm just not aware of Life 360, so I just.
That's the extent of what I know about it, just locations.
So there's no way to share information, texts,
Yes.
anything like that?
Yes, you can.
Is there?
You
Not
can
that I'm
message.
aware of.
So the clone phone, again, that you talked
You can message on Life 360.
about, the way that was cloned was just through sharing Apple IDs, right?
Yes, sir.
And Bradley Post wouldn't give you that Apple ID, but
He didn't initially.
so you said investigator Wolf went back and spoke to Donna Gorman also?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was a few days after Investigator Stokes.
Okay, so before you met with Brad Post on the 19th, you think?
I don't recall. It was close to that time.
Within a week or so of the incident?
Yes, I'd say it was.
So neither Riley Stokes nor Investigator Wolf came back and said, we have a person here who says they saw the face of the person on the bike and thinks they can identify.
That's right.
Nobody ever went out there because she never told us she could to show her a photo lineup, right?
That's right.
Not until October 24th.
Any reread? No, you're right. Okay. You may-
Reread? Any reread, correct?
How many times do they get to do this?
You know, the state would call Dr. Claire.
Like a
I guess a lot.
oh.
See, I don't feel like I know Sluty probably agrees with you, but I disagree. I don't think the CSAM is relevant because they didn't know about it. There's nothing showing that Zach Hughes or John Mello or the other young child's parent, nobody knew about the CSAM until after the murder. So what does it have to do with the murder if nobody knew it was happening?
Because you don't know if we don't know that they knew about it. If it's excluded, they can't be bringing it up.
Right. But they didn't know about it.
Well, how do we know they don't know about it?
Because it's not found until the 19th.
Yeah, but how do we know they didn't know about it before the 19th, before the murders, before everything?
Because nobody ever said anything about it.
Well, he said something about this. He said something about the SA.
Right. Which was, according to the Guardian ad litem, was unfounded.
Well, I would have to disagree when there's found then CSAM of the child. You know what I mean? Like that was obviously true.
Well, so the SA might be relevant in it, but the CSAM wouldn't be.
Okay, so let's talk. So, in fact, the CSAM, or no, the SA. So while we're talking about how involved he is in all of these emails and all that stuff, I would say that the SA allegations would be relevant.
But there's nothing showing it. Just his allegations, I think, is my point.
Well, if you ask me, I have no clue how the Guardian lady and her investigators or whatever did not find any evidence of that, because clearly it was happening, because there is now 15,000 images that includes the kid and friends.
Right.
So how she didn't find it, I do not know.
I don't either, but my whole point is just in relativeness to this case. So, but if that is Zach's motive, is that Mello is saying that the child is being SA'd, now you have to go with Zach, that Zach believes Mello. And there's still no proof of any of that besides Mello's allegation until after the murder. And since nothing comes out until after the murder, it can't be relative to what happens prior to the murder.
But that's just us not knowing it until after the murder. Or law enforcement technically not knowing about it till after the murder.
Right, but he doesn't even file it in his complaints. It's supposedly just that he says that she's, SAing the child. But then you have to go back to the fact that he's also claiming she's an escort on these escort services and he should have custody of the child, which we know isn't true.
This right here, it really is why I think that this potentially is relevant, and I think it would probably end up filling in gaps. For instance, I didn't know that he was close to Isabella.
Right. Well,
so
if I think somebody's being SA'd, I should go and kill their mother.
Well, what if you have a relationship with the sister? What if you came across, what if somebody gave you the pictures and it made you a crazy person? You went and killed her.
Well, then say that.
I personally don't think the whole, although I do recognize that it is a position that family courts put people in, I think it's despicable. Where families have felt like the only way to protect a child from a dangerous parent is if they die. Like, I'll be honest, I obviously didn't kill my ex.
Right.
And this probably makes me a really terrible person. But at one point I was just so tired. I was like, it's pathetic to say. And I do love him. But if he did what he was doing and just happened to fall asleep and not wake up, it would have been the best for everybody. I hate saying that. It feels really gross. But my 2-year-old was in danger. And the family courts did not care. And they had proof.
I understand that, but see, I guess this is where I'm struggling, though, is because all we have currently is Mello saying it.
But what if Isabella was saying it too?
Well, then it still comes from Mello.
He obviously has some closeness with Isabella. How do we know it come from Mello? Come from Mello and not Aida?
Well, Aida doesn't know Zach. We don't have any proof that they've
not telling him. No, I mean her telling. Isabella is what I mean.
I don't know. I don't know. I think that we'd have some medical documentations going on to show what's going on, or her, Aida, if she is coming forward saying this stuff, then I think that she would have, there'd just be some documentation to it. As of right now, all we know is that Mello tells the attorneys that.
Oh, you're right. That is how they met, because he thought she was talented with music or whatever. So he did have a not a relationship, but a relationship with the youngest daughter as well. I forgot about that.
I don't know. I'm just not, even in the communication so far, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing that that's anything outside of the fact that he just wants his daughter.
Correct. But we're also just watching the state's case currently.
Right. I'll wait for the defense to show. That's why I'm like, let the defense put that on, that this is,
But I feel like they're not going to be allowed. That's what I'm saying. Okay. You had all those emails. You really think that that's all those emails was?
Well, I think that you could probably get a better plea deal if you admit that you did it, and this is why you did it. Instead of taking your chances to go to court and say, hey, I didn't do it. He's saying he didn't do it.
What plea deal do you think she was stabbed like 30 times. Like, I don't think, I mean, it was bad.
But that's not like we're making up a motive for a guy who's saying he wasn't involved.
Well, then otherwise I can't think of why he would be involved. Why would he do this? Let's say he didn't know anything about any of that stuff. His friend wants his kid and doesn't want the mom to have, so he kills her?
Yeah.
That makes that is bizarre to me.
Because he can be told all of these things through Mello. And he could be totally mind warped into that this is all true. Whether it ends up being true or not is irrelevant, because he doesn't have the proof to say it's true. So he can only believe what Mello's telling him.
I don't know. I think if the state thinks that this has something to do with Mello,
but they don't have a relationship. That he doesn't have a relationship with Aida. You got to remember that that Mello takes Aida to Italy in October of 2020. So for a year, October 4th to now October 13th, when her mom is killed, he doesn't have a relationship with Aida. He is on FaceTime with her the one time when he's in Italy. He's not talking to Aida. He doesn't have any relationship with Aida. So his only thoughts would be whatever Mello is feeding him. Is my whole point.
But we don't even have him feeding him any of that stuff. But it could be because it's not allowed in.
Right. Well, I'm still saying the C sandwich should not be allowed in. The essay, I may agree with you.
I'm surprised they didn't go with a third party thing and use that, as their third party thing. But he's not been convicted, so I think that was why the judge didn't let it, because he's not been convicted of it. I think if he had been, then they would be able to bring it in.
Yeah. Emeka, I don't know anything about the drowning part, but that's very possible. I have no clue. Mav, there's no stupid questions. Even if he killed her because he thought he was protecting a child, does that matter from a legal perspective? No, it doesn't. But it could give more into a voluntary manslaughter type of situation of a crime of passion, or some type of defense or whatever. He went there to, approach her about what was happening and to get to the bottom of it.
Here's my thing. I 100% believe that he helped his friend harass and set up the kid's mother. But that is not murder. And so I need to understand why he would take that extra step to be willing to commit murder.
Right.
And for seemingly nothing in return.
So here's my thing. If you believe that you have found motive, Law Junkie, you believe that you found motive of why Zach did what he did, then you believe Zach is guilty. Because you found motive. Zach is claiming his innocence and saying he was not involved at all, and that is not him. So you finding motive just shows that you actually think he's guilty. You understand what I'm saying, right? Because he's saying he's not involved and he didn't do this.
Did you know he turned himself in?
I don't think he had much of a choice.
Like he was in another country and came back.
Zach was in
I
another
just,
country?
hmm?
Zach was in another country?
Yeah, for like
Where
his
was
music stuff.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let me go back to it. So this is the Emmy, I think, taking a stand. Yeah, I don't. So even if you're going third party, which is that's the other thing I think they were trying to do, is to go with third party, but it doesn't affect the fact that would be his motive. Then you know what I mean? Like, it still doesn't make sense.
Well, no, if they went third party, they would be saying that it was like maybe the guy that found the body.
Mm-hmm.
But
Okay.
they can't use that as like maybe she was going to tell that, like, in order to keep her daughter, maybe she was going to tell on him about what he was doing, and like all the third party things they wouldn't be able to do because he's not been convicted.
I got you. Okay. Okay. All right. So I think the Emmy's taken the stand. I think we're all in agreement that we think the guy's guilty. We just don't know if we think that he didn't have a valid reason to do it, which
I mean, I'm still
there's
not.
no legal valid reason to do it unless it's self-defense, which would be an issue.
I don't know that he's guilty. Now, when they said that they like sprayed the bike with Blue Star, okay, so you have to figure like there was a bunch of blood everywhere. He would have blood all over him. It does make sense to then reverse the sweatshirt inside out, right? But that wouldn't prevent then from possibly like blood getting on the seat, like dripping down from, or even just swiping from like his clothes, unless he put his pants inside out too. But then still, yet you would also have blood on those. You know what I mean? It would seep through. But so if they come back with all of the DNA stuff, which I don't think they have yet, like we keep saying that there was his DNA was under her fingernails, but we haven't heard from the DNA person yet. So did we actually hear that, or are we just reading
We
that
just
other place?
we heard that from before. So it's and then that they talk about that broken fingernail and whatnot. I knew that going in, that his DNA was found there. So
Yeah, but have we
obviously,
heard it here?
no, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. So
Unless they said it in opening statements, which I don't remember. I think we're about to hear it from this Emmy.
that'll be my turning point. Like if his DNA was in fact under her fingernails, and let's say there was her blood like on the seat of the bicycle or whatever, then I'm all for it. But until then, like I just don't. I'm not. Did they find his DNA at the crime scene?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like clean the blood.
I think on Monday we can kind of talk about whatever the hell we want to talk about, Rexy. We're going to read some documents and we'll go through some of that. We can kind of look at whatever we want to look at. We can pull up and look at on Monday, because I'm trying to do it like so that the people who do want to stay blind, can stay blind and not watch that one if they don't want to. And then, plus we don't have court Monday. They don't come back to court until Tuesday, so it'll give us a good day to kind of just catch up on whatever we want to read through or watch. So
Yeah, if they come in and they say that like his DNA was under her fingernails, or any else of his DNA was there, especially if there's no conversations between he and her, he and Post, he would have no reason to be at that house.
right.
So,
All right. Let me play this. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
okay. I kind of hope he does too, lol junkie.
Please place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? I do. Thank you.
Oh, somebody else dressed in red for Valentine's Day.
C-L-A-R-E. Sorry, C-L-A-R-E, and then last name spelled R-O-S-E.
Dr. Rose, good morning.
Good morning.
Actually, just scoot up just a little
Oh,
bit.
sorry.
You pull the microphone a little bit closer just so the jury can hear you. Thank you. Dr. Rose, could you tell the jury where you're employed and what you do for them currently?
So I'm currently employed at the Greenville County Medical Examiner's Office, and I'm one of the medical examiners there.
And what kinds of things are part of your duties as a medical examiner with the sheriff's office?
As a medical examiner, I perform autopsies on deceased individuals to determine the cause and manner of death.
Could you talk a little bit about your education and background that led you into taking this role?
Sure. So I did my undergrad at the George Washington University, where I received a degree in biological sciences. Following that, I did a 4 years of medical school at the Medical University of the Americas. Following medical school, I did 4 years of residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of Knoxville, the University of Tennessee Medical Center in Knoxville, Tennessee. Following residency, I did 1 year of fellowship training in forensic pathology at the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
And how long have you been a medical examiner for the sheriff's office?
I started working here in August of 2021, so about 4 years now.
Okay. So you were in that role in October of 2021?
Yes.
And to get in that role in October of 2021, you spoke to your education, but did you undergo specialized training specifically for the purpose of conducting autopsies?
Yes. So after I completed my residency training, I took a qualifying examination and became board certified in anatomic pathology. Then after I finished my fellowship training, I took another qualifying examination and became board certified in forensic pathology.
And approximately how many autopsies have you conducted since starting your role with the sheriff's office?
I have done approximately 1,500 autopsies.
At this time, the state would move to qualify Dr. Rose as an expert in forensic pathology.
No objection.
All right, without objection. He is qualified as an expert. Ladies and gentlemen, a person, as I've said with other experts, normally a person cannot give opinion testimony, and when a person testifies, they must testify as to what they either saw or they heard or they sensed by smell. However, there is an exception when someone is qualified because of education or experience, and they are permitted to give their opinion. In certain areas, if the court qualifies them this way, and this witness will be qualified in the area of forensic pathology to give an opinion, testimony in this area. However, that does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is evidence for you to use in any.
They don't have to prove motive, but some states like this one has to do like that depraved heart or whatever. This
So, Dr. Rose,
state
could
is
you
like
go through
that.
with the jury generally what your process is when you're conducting an autopsy from the start of your analysis to going through the steps that you take?
Sure. So first off, an autopsy is a specialized procedure that we perform on deceased individuals, again, to determine the cause and manner of death. And an autopsy consists basically of two parts, an external examination and an internal examination. So first we start with the external examination, which consists of examining the body as is presented to us. So as I'm examining the whole body, I'm taking notes through note-taking and photographs and documenting any clothing that's on the body, any personal effects on the body, any medical intervention that may be on the body, just the general characteristics of the individual, such as their hair color, their eye color, their weight, etc. And then I'm also looking for any signs of disease or injury. So once that initial examination is complete, then I will remove all that clothing, all the personal effects, all the medical examination. I will clean the body, and then I will re-examine the body again, the full body, looking again for any signs of disease or injury. So that's the external examination. So once that is complete, I move on to the internal examination. And that means opening up the body, taking out all of the organs, and then looking at each organ individually, again, looking for any signs of disease or injury.
And were you tasked with conducting the autopsy on Christina Parcell for this case?
Yes, I was.
And in going through the steps that you just went through, the external and internal examination, are you documenting your findings as you're going through each of those?
Yes, I'm documenting what findings through notes and photographs.
Do you assign each case a unique number to know what you're referencing?
Yes, I do.
For hindsight.
Mm-hmm.
So also in conducting your autopsy, do you put together a diagram or a picture representation of your findings of injuries?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Speaking generally as to your external examination of Ms. Parcell, well, let's back up before that. Before you begin your autopsy, are you apprised of general circumstances and the nature of how an individual is found and brought to you before you conduct your autopsy to give you some directive of where to go from there?
Yes. So in this particular case, when I arrived to work, I was made aware of Ms. Parcell.
I would object to hearsay. She's not talking about statements.
I can rephrase, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Just generally.
Yes,
you're
I'm
apprised of those.
Yes, I am.
So Speaking to your external examination of Ms. Parcell, what jumped out at you as you were going through there to mark of significance in your report and in your findings?
So I found that there were 35 sharp force injuries to Ms. Parcell.
Okay. Did you reflect those in your diagram that you put together for purposes of reporting what you found?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 192.
See, I think you got to be mad as shit to stab someone 35 times.
I'm going to show you State's 192.
Yes.
Is that the diagram that you put together?
Yes, this is the diagram I created.
Okay. All right, this time State moves into evidence. State's 192.
No objection. Objections on 192.
Dr. Rose, speaking to how you received the body before you start conducting your autopsy, are there protections put in place to preserve what might potentially be collected as evidence at the time of the autopsy and maybe even down the road?
Sure. So the body is placed in a body bag and sealed, preventing from anyone getting into the bag. Also, handbags are also placed around both of the hands to preserve any evidence that may be present.
Okay. But otherwise, the body is brought to you as is from the time it's found.
Yes.
That's important to preserve for any findings that you may make or anyone afterwards. Is that
Yes.
right? And while you're conducting this autopsy, is there a forensic technician with the sheriff's office with you to collect evidence for purposes of the case?
Yes, there was one forensic technician present during the autopsy of Ms. Parcell.
Okay. I want to go through with you some findings that you made on State's Exhibit 192 as it related to Ms. Parcell. Let's start. This first page here. Starting with the top. You identified Ms. Parcell on this document?
Yes.
And then you make a note there. Could you explain to the jury what the difference is between a stab wound and an incise wound?
Sure. So first, I'll just say what a sharp force injury is. So sharp force injury is an injury caused by a pointed or sharp-edged object. Examples of this include a knife, which is the most common object that we see during our work, but it also may include other objects such as scissors, a fork, screwdriver, basically anything that has a sharp or pointed edge. So then we sharp force injuries, if it's a knife, then we have either a stab wound or an incise wound. And now a stab wound is a wound that is deeper than its length on the skin, and an incise wound is a wound that is its length is longer on the skin than it is deeper. And then so here in this diagram, the shaded oval areas indicate the stab wounds, and partially shaded areas indicate the incise wounds.
So would it be fair to say, when you say stab wound, that's what most people, when they commonplace think of the word stab, is a stab wound. And an incise wound is more of, say, slice?
Yes.
And approximately how many sharp force wounds were located on Ms. Parcell's body as it relates to her torso and her arms?
So to her torso and her arms, there were a total of 9 sharp force injuries, and I can quickly just go through each of them. So starting with the stab wounds, Ms. Parcell had 1 stab wound to the top of her shoulder and 1 stab wound to the left side of her upper chest. Both of these wounds went through the skin and penetrated the underlying soft tissue. Then you have another stab wound to the left breast. This wound went through the skin, the underlying soft tissue, and penetrated the chest cavity and superficially penetrated the left lung. Then we have the 4th stab wound, which is to the left side of the mid-back. This wound went through the skin, the underlying soft tissue, and just penetrated the chest cavity without injuring the left lung. So those are all the stab wounds. And then we have, well, on this one, you can't see all of the incise wounds, but you have 4 incise, yeah, here we go. So here you see 5 incise wounds. So you have 2 incise wounds to the right upper arm, 1 incise wound to the posterior right forearm, 1 incise wound to the left upper arm, and then 1 incised wound to the posterior left pinky.
I'm going to show you the second page here. Dr. Rose, as to Ms. Parcells' head and neck, how many sharp force injuries were identified in those areas?
So Ms. Parcell had a total of 26 sharp force injuries. So she had 7 stab wounds and 19 incised wounds. And I can quickly go through all of those too, if you would like. Starting with the incised wounds, so she had, as I said, a total of 19 incised wounds to various locations to her scalp, to the right ear, the areas in front of the ear, the areas behind the ear, both cheeks, and to the right side of the interior neck. And again, these wounds just went through the skin and superficially penetrated the underlining soft tissue. Now we have 7 stab wounds to the neck area. We have 1 stab wound to the left side of the posterior neck, and that wound just went through the skin and the deep underlining soft tissue. And then we have a total of 6 stab wounds to the right side of the neck. And these wounds went through the skin, the underlining soft tissue and musculature of the neck, and then perforated 2 major blood vessels that supply blood to and from the head, the right internal carotid artery and the right internal jugular vein.
As to the injuries that affected the carotid and jugular arteries, could those be fatal once serrated?
Yes, those would have caused significant amount of bleeding.
In your findings specific to these areas, and the locations of the wounds, are there more wounds on the left or the right side of Ms. Parcell's head and neck?
Majority of the wounds are concentrated to her right side.
And speaking to how the location of these wounds and the number in significant areas, pointing you to the stab wounds on the right side of Ms. Parcell's neck here, what would you say was, and when you're determining the cause and the manner of Ms. Parcell's death, which wounds brought the most attention to you? Which were the most significant in your analysis of making that determination?
The most significant stab wounds were the ones to the right side of the neck, the group of 6, well, 5, and then 1 you can't see, but it's on the kind of, if you move the sheet a little bit down, you will see 1 stab wounds to the right side. So the group of those 6, the 6 stab wounds are the most significant ones.
Dr. Rose, could you explain to the jury what blunt force trauma is?
So blunt force trauma is just injury to the body that's caused from the body impacting an object or the body impacting an object.
Did you observe findings of blunt force trauma as it relates to Ms. Parcell?
Yes, I did.
What were your significant findings there?
So Ms. Parcell had contusions or bruises to the left side of her face, her anterior neck, and 1 contusion to her left knee. She also had tiny abrasions or scrapes to her right cheek, her neck, and her left upper extremity. She also had 2 small lacerations or tears in the skin to the right side of her forehead and to her left eyebrow. Additionally, she also had hemorrhage within her scalp and hemorrhage within the left temporalis muscle, which is just the muscle that sits just underneath the left side of the scalp.
So, speaking to the findings of sharp force injuries with relation to Ms. Parcell, are you able to make any substantial findings as to the type of object used or specifics related to that object?
So the appearance of all of the sharp force injuries are consistent with a knife being used.
But past that, how specific can you get into making conclusions as to details of the knife, I suppose?
So just on the appearance of Ms. Parcell's wounds, I can't further characterize the type of knife.
In conducting your autopsy, you didn't find any evidence that would aid you in further making a conclusion towards that effect?
No.
Is toxicology part of the autopsy process?
Yes, it is.
What is toxicology for the juries?
So during the autopsy procedure, I may take samples. For example, I may take blood to run toxicology just to see if there's any drugs in her system that may have contributed to the individual's death.
Were any findings on the end of toxicology significant in your determination of finding cause and manner of death?
No.
Were there any findings as related to illicit drugs in Ms. Parcell's system?
No.
Finally, Dr. Rose, what was your conclusion as to the cause and manner of Ms. Parcell's death?
So the cause of death was multiple sharp force injuries, and the manner of death was homicide.
Dr. Rose, just bringing your attention back quickly to the object that might have been used to cause these sharp force injuries. Did you make any findings as it related to what happened in the process of these injuries being inflicted as it relates to that object? You know, the tipping broke off, or remains of the knife found in her system, or differences in the wounds to that effect?
Can you repeat the question?
So in trying to make a finding or looking for findings as it relates to the object that may have been used in inflicting these wounds, were you able to find any evidence of differences in the wounds, that a different object might have been used or something happened to the object in the course of inflicting these injuries?
So at the time of the autopsy, I did not find any sharp object that may have remained inside or on the body. And then based on the appearances of the wounds, it is most consistent with the knife being used. And that is all that I can say.
So the tip didn't break off?
I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Doesn't seem like it.
Dr. Rose, when did you start? You testified you started in August of 2021?
Correct.
Do you remember what day in August of 2021?
I do not.
Okay, that's okay. You conducted this autopsy on October the 14th of 2021?
That is correct.
So the time you conducted this autopsy, you had been on the job just about 2 months, right?
Correct.
Oh, jeez.
You were asked about toxicology. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And isn't it true that the toxicology showed that Christina Parcell had amphetamine in her system? Isn't that true?
Correct.
And isn't that a controlled?
She just said there were no drugs.
Yes.
Isn't it true?
He said illicit drugs, right?
That is a dirty, I mean, she had drugs in her system, period. She had amphetamines in her system. So why not just say that? Because it's not cocaine?
That's what I'm wondering, because I think I think he clarifies it with the illicit drugs.
And she's done 1,500 autopsies, but at the time that she got hired, she was only there for 2 months.
Right.
Great.
Amphetamines definitely can be legal. So he's going with straight toxicology, like what it is. But
They can be legal, but does she have a prescription for that?
I don't know. I mean, they should have just clarified what exactly was in her system.
Yeah, the state should have just said exactly what came up on toxicology.
Right. I don't know, because I don't know if anybody's going to, like a juror is going to be like, wait a minute, I thought you just said. Maybe he'll clarify it on recross. Let's see. Or on redirect.
You talked about the sharp force injuries that you discovered during the autopsy. And isn't it true you talked about incised injuries versus stab wounds, right?
Yes.
And isn't it true that in your report you used the word superficial or the adjective superficial prior to many of the times you referenced incised injuries? Isn't that true?
Yes.
Right. And you testified that these incised injuries were much longer than they are deeper. Is that
Yes.
correct? And in fact, in your autopsy report, isn't it true that you didn't even calculate whatever the depth was of the incised injuries?
I mean, it's very difficult because they are so superficial.
So superficial.
Yes.
Right. And is it true that the vast majority of the what you call the sharp force injuries you discovered were incised wounds? Isn't that true?
That is true.
And in other words, those are superficial injuries according to your own words. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Basically hesitance or fighting, but even then I think it would be deeper.
Is it true that you calculated that Christina Parcell weighed 163 pounds? Is that right?
I believe that is correct. Yes.
And she was wearing acrylic fingernails. What color were they?
Red? Let me double check. Yes, they were red. Correct.
Yes, blind hog.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Dr. Rose, speaking specifically to the amphetamines that Mr. Mormon brought up, were the amphetamine findings in the toxicology consistent with the prescribed amount?
Yes.
Amphetamines, is that the active chemical in, say, Adderall?
Yes.
And he spoke a lot as to the incise wounds and stab wounds found.
But does she have a prescription?
Just as to the right side of her neck, how many stab wounds were there?
There were 6 stab wounds to the right side of the neck.
Thank you, Dr. Rose. I have nothing further.
Well, I think the biggest part is that they're trying to tie it to the cocaine. And so it's not whether she, even if she has a prescription for it, she wasn't abusing it because she has the normal amount prescribed, whether it's prescribed to her or not. Also, it's not the cocaine. That's the whole thing. It's there's the cocaine that's found at the scene is not hers.
If someone's stabbed in the right side of their neck, so my right side. So if I'm facing you and I'm stabbed 6 times in my right side of my neck,
Yes.
that would be someone left-handed.
Unless I'm behind you and I can stab you from behind 6 times.
Right. Then it would be right.
Right.
Okay, just keeping it in mind.
Just keeping it in mind. Yeah, I'm still going right-handed.
But yes, she was sliced more than she was stabbed, yes.
She was also fighting back.
Yeah, you would be using your left hand if you were facing the victim, and the victim was facing you.
Right. That's what I'm thinking. Like she's walking towards the couch and he stabs her in the neck.
Yeah, because there was something in the shoulder too.
And then she turns around to start fighting him, and then he starts stabbing her in the front. I mean, that kind of seems, or opposite. He's stabbing her in the front, and then I don't know.
Well, no, that would make them left-handed.
No, he's stabbing her in the front, and with the chest wounds, and then she turns around to get away from him, and then he starts stabbing her in the neck. I think it's opposite though, but they're not going to be able to ever. You'll never know. They'll never be able to tell you.
The slicing, the like superficial slicing is interesting too.
Well, that could be from him trying to pin her down, but still having a knife in his hand, and it's like poking her and cutting her and hitting her.
Yeah.
Where he's not actually thrusting it at her.
Like surely she was screaming.
Yeah. God.
I'm surprised it didn't pick up on cameras or anything.
How the hell did he know she was going to be home?
In the small window. I mean, and only her. And post, like, she wasn't answering his calls and shit for like a minute. And so he's like, I'm going to go over there and check on her.
Yep.
I mean, the whole thing's weird. So, but carry on, I guess. I mean,
yeah, she gets home at 9:07, and then he's already there by, he's driving up at 10:57. So within 2 hours, he's like, I got to go check on her. She's not answering me. She never called me to tell me what was, maybe because of all the harassment and all the crazy that was going on. Maybe he was like, that's not right. She normally would answer me, and that's like her habit. And now I'm worried because we know that these crazy people are out here doing all this crazy stuff to her. So maybe he was worried. I don't know.
the engagement ring shit is weird too. Like, you just found out she's dead. You just found her. She's stabbed death and shit. And you're like, it was a ring there? Can I have it?
What? Did he actually say that? Did he actually say, can I have it? The defense attorney said that, but I don't know if they ever answered whether he said that.
I'm pretty sure he went back and like went through his supplemental report. And then he was like, yes, he did. Meaning asked about it. Yeah, he knew her location and he knew what all she was doing, right? I mean, if you have a cloned phone, if she was messaging someone or whatever, then he would know she was alive. Well, yeah, maybe she was taking a nap. Exactly.
But he said she was supposed to call him when she got done with the interview, and she didn't.
Well, that means she didn't call him like the whole way home or nothing either.
Right.
So maybe she didn't want to talk to him. I would be super curious if they got into like a fight. When I heard the thing about the like, was she wearing her engagement ring or whatever, I thought, did they get into a fight and he thought she didn't have it on? Or maybe she didn't have it on.
I was thinking that there was like robbery kind of thing. Like, did she have it on? No. Did she have it on yet? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
did somebody break in and steal all of her stuff? Like, that's why he's asking, because she would not take her engagement ring off on her own. And so if she didn't have it on, then somebody stole it, you know?
Well, did he say where's her purse?
No, no, her purse was right there by the door. So I'm wondering, I don't know. The whole back door
Oh,
thing is so weird for me for Post, though,
yeah,
because
me
he
too.
testified the back door was always open, and then the sister testified the back door always stuck, and you had to use the front door.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And
I thought that was weird. Yeah, her purse was right there in the room with the rose petals in it.
one way you could know is if you did have access like to surveillance cameras.
She didn't have cameras.
I understand. I know it's real conspiracy wise, but if you had a camera somewhere, you would technically know when she was home.
I think he just knew she was home because of Life 360.
Him for sure, but he wouldn't have alerted this Zach guy. So, like,
No.
I'm saying, like, how did he know?
Oh,
How did Zach know?
Mello and Zach know?
Yeah.
Well, they said that she was only working part-time at that other tech, as a vet tech at that other place, and that she hadn't actually worked there since September.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering if maybe they just figured she would be home after she dropped the daughter off at school, and then, maybe she just was home all the time at that point in her life. You know what I mean? Because she's trying to get this other job.
Maybe.
I don't know. I don't know.
He was weird. The phone call was weird. The whole thing was weird with him showing up. Like, I don't know. It just was weird. His demeanor was weird. Everything was weird. The whole thing, this whole fucking case is weird. I'll be happy when it's over.
See, I thought that too, Law Junkie, when I was going, like, how much of that stuff is planted in around the house, because he was in the house. The cops were there. Why wouldn't he have removed all that? And then he does give over his phone. He doesn't even try to pull like a Stephen Stearns who tried to, factory reset it. The guy's got multiple phones. He could have just switched the phone and just been like, here's my phone. He had 6 days to switch his phone. And yet he still hands it over. I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like there's something weird about the Mellow guy with with the extent that he would go to get his daughter. I just do.
Yeah,
now,
but Post would never get his daughter, number one. And number two.
No, I feel like Mello did some weird stuff to get his daughter.
Now I have to look and see specifically.
So I'm more curious about the case against Post now than I was before. I just kind of summed it up to like he's a piece of shit with the CSAM, but now knowing everything, I think the extent that Mello would go to, I want more information. I want more information on it. So we need to find more information about the case against Post. Okay, let me keep playing it.
Just briefly, and Dr. Rose, he asked you about the quantities being consistent with prescriptions. Is it also true that it's possible to get illicit drugs in the same quantities as prescription drugs? Isn't that true?
Sure.
Okay. Nothing else.
Like you said. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to rewind that real quick.
Wounds were there?
There were 6 stab wounds to the right side of the neck.
Thank you, Dr. Rose. I have nothing further. Just briefly, and Dr. Rose, he asked you about the quantities being consistent with prescriptions. Is it also true that it's possible to get illicit drugs in the same quantities as prescription drugs? Isn't that true?
Sure.
Okay. Nothing else.
No, so he's still going with that she had drugs in her system. Amica, no, because see, my thing is that most of them are on these hard drives and thumb drives and stuff that are found around the house. Like I think for me, my question is the timing of the photos and videos that are on there. That's what I think I really probably want to know. I don't necessarily need to know the content of every single thing. And I want clarification on like the timing of them, because I don't put it. Why would Post be in the house, call 911, and not remove all of the CSAM from the house, knowing that it's now a murder scene, right? And so that's my number one thing. So yeah, there's like 15, I think there's 15,000 or something crazy. I mean, some crazy amount is what the accusation was. Why would he not get rid of those? It just is weird to me. So if the videos and stuff are from before that, before Christina lives in this house, then I just have more questions. But then somebody else said that Post was actually seen in the videos. I don't know. I don't know enough about that case to really have an opinion. All I really want to put out there is I have questions. That's it. The best docs I've found for Post case was the defense's motion in opposition to the gag order and the 2 lawsuits by the neighbor kids. Yeah, but how come we don't have anything about, how come we don't have any documents? Post is arrested. I mean, he's awaiting trial. Why don't we have any documents from his attorneys in his court case? Because I just feel like that might be more insightful to get like from his actual court case versus the defense attorneys from Zach Hughes. I read that too, Chelsea, but I don't know factually because that's all coming from what the defense filed. Maybe it's sealed. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. I just want more info. Okay, so it looks like she's done, and I think this is when we're going to get the swab results. Yeah. Mello has a federal lawsuit against her and 2 of the investigators. They do. They really move fast in South Carolina. This is like bada bing, but it's very efficient, though. On the case, but not any files. See, we don't even have like a probable cause or anything for his arrest. I mean, I really like defense attorneys, but I still want to have, the opposing side of the information to see what we come out with. It's very possible, Blind Hog.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, thank you. Thank you. Please take it into the record.
Hannah Burbage,
Ms. Burbage, with whom are you employed?
the Greenville County Department of Public Safety in the Forensic DNA Lab.
And what do you do in the forensic DNA lab?
I'm a DNA analyst.
And what is a DNA analyst?
So, a DNA analyst, we examine items of evidence for profiles and then compare them to any references provided.
Can you give us a little bit of your background and employment history and education?
I have a bachelor's in forensic science from Western Carolina University, and I have been employed here about 4.5 years.
And can you tell this jury more specifically, what are your duties and roles in the forensic DNA lab?
So before I became a DNA analyst, I started out as their serologist. So serology is basically examining items of evidence for suspected body fluids, such as blood, semen, and saliva, as well as we can kind of find out who might have worn an item or handled an item, and then taking samples forward for DNA analysis. And then once those samples go forward for DNA analysis, the analyst will perform analysis, get the profiles, compare them, and then we write up reports.
Okay. And where's all of this conducted?
At the DNA lab.
And is the DNA lab here in Greenville?
Yes.
All right. And how long has the DNA lab been in existence?
I believe it was opened in 2011.
And so when you get a sample that you want to be tested, tell the jury how that process works.
So an investigator has to request the DNA to be done. So they fill out a form and what evidence they would like processed. I then review any documentation for that particular case, such as incident reports, crime scene reports, as well as the DNA request and any evidence collected. Once I kind of have an idea of what evidence needs to be processed and what needs to be done on those items. So am I looking for suspected body fluids or am I processing it in a different way? Then I will request evidence from our property and evidence section, which is the location that stores all evidence from crime scenes. They will then get the evidence together that I need. I will go to that location there at the law enforcement center, pick up the evidence from them and bring it back to the DNA lab, which is a secure facility and accessed by key card only. Before processing, I wear personal protective equipment, so a lab coat, gloves, face mask. I clean my workbench as well as any tools I'm going to be using with 10% bleach. I process one item at a time, and I always start with evidence items before processing reference items.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert in serology before?
Yes.
How many times?
I believe about 6.
Your Honor, state moves to qualify Hannah Burbridge as an expert in serology.
No objection. No objection. Ladies and gentlemen, as I've said with other expert witnesses, this particular witness will be qualified in the area of serology to give an opinion in that area. However, that does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is evidence for you to use in any way you see fit and give it the weight and credibility that you believe is appropriate.
Ms. Burbridge, I'm going to ask you, were you asked to assist in the performances of various DNA analysis in the case of Zachary Hughes?
So I only performed serology for this case. I did not do any DNA analysis.
Okay. Did you perform, but you did perform serology in this particular case?
Yes.
And so how did you, what was the first, how did you understand, how did you know to perform serology in this particular case?
The investigator requested DNA evidence to be processed.
Okay. And how was that request made?
Through a form, a DNA analysis request form.
And how do you receive that form?
So we have a digital system that keeps track of all evidence that's in property and evidence that I have access to. And there's a staging location for evidence that's been requested for DNA. And I review those requests through that. And that's how I'm notified, or investigators can request to talk to us about cases.
And when you get this request for whatever particular item of DNA, what do you do?
So as I said before, I review all documentation, including the incident report, crime scene reports, as well as the evidence list, to kind of get an understanding of the case and what evidence is requested and how I would process the evidence that's requested.
And then do you physically go down to property and evidence and obtain that evidence, obtain it?
Yes.
And then what do you do with it once it's in your possession?
It's brought back to the DNA lab, which, as I said before, is a secure location.
They shouldn't, CH, in my opinion.
96 and 97. Ask if you recognize these.
Doesn't really look like she recognizes them.
Yes.
And on your, on stage 97, is that your initials right there?
Yes.
And did you go to property and evidence and obtain these particular pieces of evidence?
Yes.
And what are they?
Case item number KF-AU1 became our item number 10, which is a sealed package containing buccal swab from Christina Marceau.
Okay. And so you said your item number 10. Explain to the jury how that happens.
So whenever we receive evidence, we label them just to kind of keep track in our system of each item.
And so when you had the request to get the DNA and you went down to property and evidence, how did you do that?
So we drive to property and evidence, which is located at a law enforcement center, and they will provide me with the evidence that's usually scanned into my custody through our digital barcoding system, which is a digital chain of custody.
And once you receive the evidence, do you inspect it?
Once I am back at the lab and ready to begin processing the evidence, I will be inspecting it.
And what are you inspecting it for?
To ensure that it's the correct items as well as everything is sealed and labeled properly.
Did you inspect these two particular items as well?
Yes.
And was there anything significant that you saw about whether they had been tampered with or not?
No.
Did you inspect them to see if they were properly sealed?
Yes.
And And was there any issue that you noted on any reports regarding those samples?
I have no notes regarding any issues with the evidence.
If there was something that brought to your attention, would you note that?
Yes, I would document it as well as notify my supervisor immediately.
And would you be able to use it in testing if there was an issue or a contamination or an improper sealing?
Typically, we would not process anything that has not been sealed.
And were these 2 items sealed properly?
Yes.
Let's show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 11. Ask you if you recognize that.
Yes.
All right. And is that your initials on there?
Yes.
And would that be when you retrieved it from property and evidence?
So typically when I label evidence, that is the day that I'm actually processing it. When I initially am going to open the evidence, I will label it with our lab number, our unique item number, my initials, and the date that I'm processing it.
And did you retrieve this evidence from property and evidence?
Yes.
Here, Greenville?
Yes.
And when you retrieved it, did you notice any improper sealing or tampering with the item?
No.
And if you had, would you have put it in your notes?
Yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 100. I'll show you State's Exhibit 100. You can open that up. And before I ask you that, on the prior exhibit, did you make it a new DNA number or a new DNA item?
Yes. So originally case item number BW-A became our item number 11, which was a sealed package containing buccal swab from Michael Manigal.
All right, now I'm showing you State's Exhibit.
Michael who?
The red suit guy.
Oh.
I think he's a good guy, but that's off the record.
Okay. Case item number KF-N1 became our item number 12, a sealed package containing buccal swab from Zachary Hughes. This is the one that I processed.
So that would be what item number?
Originally, case item KF-N1 became our item 12.
So she didn't check the other one?
Was labeled as a different item number.
What item number was that?
KF-N2.
Now, did you retrieve this from property and evidence?
Yes.
And when you retrieved it, how did you find it?
It was a sealed package containing buccal swab from Zachary Hughes.
Did you notice that had it been tampered with?
No.
Had there been any issue with the sealing that you noticed?
No.
So in your inspection, was it properly sealed?
Yes.
And where did you take the sample?
At the DNA lab.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 94 and 95. If you recognize these.
Why does it take her so long to say if she recognizes something?
Yes.
And what are these?
Like she's reading.
So case item number KF-AU9 became our item 2, which was a sealed package containing fingernail clippings from victim's right hand. And then case item number KF-AU10 became our number item 3, which was a sealed package containing fingernail clippings from victim's left hand.
Did you collect this from the Greenville County Property and Evidence?
Yes.
And do you recall how, when you obtained these items, what condition they were in?
They were sealed.
Any issues with them being marked, open, contaminated, or anything like that?
No.
show you states exhibits 98 and 99. Show you states exhibit 98 and 99. What are those?
Excuse me. Case item number KF-32A became our item number 5, and it is a sealed package containing swab from right handle brake of black Kona bicycle. And then case item KF-32B became our item number 6, a sealed package containing swab from left handle brake of black Kona bicycle.
And did you retrieve those from the Greenville County Property and Evidence here in Greenville?
Yes.
And did you notice any issues when you received it from DNA?
No.
Was there any tampering with these items?
They were sealed.
They were sealed properly.
Yes.
So once you get these items back to the DNA lab, what do you do with them?
So they are stored until I'm ready to begin processing. And then, as I said before, once I am ready to begin processing, I'll put on my PPE, clean my work area, and then open one item at a time for processing. Once I'm done taking either testing or taking samples from that item, I'll seal it back up and then move on to the next item. I work all evidence items first before references. Any samples that I take are given their own unique item number and barcode number to maintain chain of custody, and then those items are stored in the freezer until the DNA analyst is ready to begin processing.
Okay, so I'm referring you to
So this isn't even the DNA lady?
2A and 3A, clippings of right hand.
She's a
2A.
serologist.
What did you, what testing did you perform on those? Or not testing, what, the right word. Did you take any swabs of it?
Yes. So for item 2, the fingernail clippings from the victim's right hand, observation revealed 4 pink fake nails. A swab of the tips of the fingernail clippings were taken for DNA analysis as item 2A. So the actual nails, I swabbed the tips of them, and then those swabs became item 2A, which were forwarded for DNA analysis.
I thought her nails were red.
Well, I think they're like a reddy pink color from what that picture they showed us was. But so she's just doing the serology, not just, but I mean that's important too. So she's just separating out what she does find DNA, potential DNA on, and what she doesn't find potential DNA on from all the evidence that they asked her to examine. And then the DNA guy, it looks like he comes up. He must be the DNA guy. He has to be because
He must be. He's not. I'll throw and break this phone.
she's not doing any of the DNA testing. So she's just, but they did not, the defense here it seems like they did not stipulate to any of this evidence. They want full chain of custody presented to the jury.
Okay.
So that they're going like step by step by step.
Well, that's fine. As long as somebody tells us whose DNA was where. It better be that
Right.
guy.
I think it's going to be him. I think he's going to be the last one. That would be my guess. Okay, so she's just telling us what she forwarded on for DNA testing. Sister never said anything about the roses being in the house prior or not being in the house prior. They never came up.
And did you do that with your item 3A, the left hand?
Yes, so item 3, the fingernail clippings from the victim's left hand, observation revealed 5 pink fake nails, and a swab of the tips of the fingernail clippings were taken for DNA analysis as item 3A.
So,
I think they're right.
So when you get these items out, how are you dressed in order to avoid contamination? Literally, what do you do?
I'm wearing a lab coat, a face mask, and gloves. I change my gloves frequently, as well as cleaning my surface area, any tools that I'm using, and I clean in between items and cases.
And then how do you swab these items?
So for certain items, we're going to take a wet swab. So it's a swab. It looks like a Q-tip, kind of like a long Q-tip, and we will lightly wet it with.
I agree. If he right now, he's guilty on the harassment. If they don't find his DNA at this crime scene, then there's no way they proved it was him. Not in my
Same.
yeah. He's
I mean,
acquitted
still
on all.
going down for the harassment, but this murder,
Yeah.
there's got to be somewhere. It's got to be somewhere.
The burglary, the murder, the bringing a weapon to, for the felony, all that, like that's all gone. If his DNA is not there, or they can even get me to believe that they screwed up his DNA, then he's done if it's his DNA.
deionized water, and then proceed to actually swab the areas that I'm intending to swab. And this helps pick up any skin cells that might be present in that particular area.
And did you swab your 2A clippings of the right hand of the victim?
That's what I created, the swabs, item 2A.
And then where do you place that swab?
They're placed in DNA freezer 1, which is where the DNA analyst will then pick them up from.
And what about your items 5A and 6A, the handlebars of the bike, right and left side?
So item 5, the swab from the right handle brake of Black Kona bicycle, since that was already a swab, I am just taking a portion of that. So I literally cut a portion of that swab, place that sample into a tube, and that gets labeled as item 5A and forwarded for DNA analysis. And then item 6, the swab from the left handle brake, I did the same thing. That gets taken a sample forward as item 6A.
And did you put that in a secure storage location?
Yes, those would have been stored in DNA freezer 1 as well.
Now, in regards to your, what I'll call them knowns, which would be your 10A, 11A, and 12A, 10A being the victim's known, Michael Manigault's known being your 11A, and Zachary Hughes's being your known 12A. How do you process the knowns?
So as I said before, the knowns are processed last because they're reference items. They're swabs. Buccal swabs are swabs from the inside of your cheek. So they're direct DNA references taken from that specific person, and that's what's used to compare to evidence items. So I would process them the same way by opening one at a time. Since it's a swab, I'm taking a portion of that swab, putting it in a tube, and labeling that as its own unique item number.
So she's cutting the tip off.
Buccal swab from Christina Parcell. A sample was taken for DNA
Oh,
analysis.
no,
Item 10A.
she cut off just the tip.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, poor,
Mhm.
poor tips.
Item 11, a buccal swab from Michael Manigault. A sample was taken for DNA.
Michael is the guy that was in the red suit who worked for Mello, daughter's dad, and he met Zachary Hughes while doing work for Mello at Mello's home. And he's the reason that the cops even looked at Zachary, is because he said that this is who he worked with at the house. And so they started digging into Zach.
He also said he thinks he's a good guy, but that's off the record.
Right. Off the record, though. Yeah, that's Michael.
Analysis is item 11A. And buccal swab from Zachary Hughes, which was originally item 12. A sample was taken for DNA analysis as item 12A.
They took his
And then
DNA
those would have been stored in
They took his DNA when they questioned him.
the freezer as well.
So how do you take a sample?
I'm literally cutting the swab with scissors, clean scissors.
Now, is this done at a different time than the sort of suspect, the unknown swabs?
Yes, the evidence items I'm processing first, and then reference items are processed last. So they're separated by time and space from the evidence items.
How much time?
Typically, it could be a few minutes to an hour. It just depends on when I'm actually processing the evidence.
And then in between, are y'all cleaning?
Yes, I clean in between each item.
United States moves 96 and 97 in, 111, 100, 95, 94, 99, and 98.
She didn't do the collection or the testing. All she's doing is the serology. So she's essentially prepping the items for DNA testing. If his, I shouldn't have told you that his DNA wasn't found there. I don't actually know that yet, but that's not anything I've ever heard. I'm actually the killer, but before you arrest me, that was off the record.
Pursuant to Rule 901, the state has failed to adequately establish a chain of custody, failed to authenticate it. That would be our objection.
Did he just say they failed to adequately?
Yeah, for one of the items.
Oh, one of the items?
100, 95, 94, 99, and 98.
Your Honor, I object to the introduction of all these exhibits.
Of all
Pursuant
these?
to Rule 901, the state has failed to adequately establish a chain of custody, failed to authenticate it. That would be our objection.
Your objection is noted for the record of the rule, consistent with safety, capture, trap, and other cases. Anything from the state?
Yes, Your Honor, we feel the chain under those cases has been met. All of the swabs were taken by witnesses that had already testified. Testified they put it in the property and evidence. Ms. Burns testified that she received it from property evidence in a good condition, non-contaminated condition, that she could use and be able to analyze.
And I think safety. But your objection is noted for the record. Thank you. All right.
Yeah, I don't know what else they want for chain of custody here. I mean, we had to listen to up-teen witnesses that just came up just to say what they saw and what they did for the purposes of chain of custody.
Did the other ones say like how this lady, how they say like, what ones did you do first? So basically when they're saying which ones did you do first and when did you do the known ones, it's basically to say, well, I didn't have the known ones out, exposing it to the table or the instruments or anything like that before testing the evidence. Did they go through that in
She said
detail like they did with the other people too?
Yeah, she did the known ones last. She cleaned in between testing, and she used a clean pair of scissors to cut off just the tip of each one.
No, the other people. So whoever swabbed the handlebars, did they swab the handlebars at the same time that they were taking Zach's buccal swab? You know what I mean?
No, different people. So like I swabbed the handlebars and I put it in an envelope, and I was wearing gloves.
Right.
Yeah.
So maybe they're looking for this lady to say, when I got the package, it was sealed and it was initialed by Teresa.
Mm-hmm.
So then I know Teresa's the one that swabbed it. So nobody unsealed it after Teresa sealed it.
Well, I think that they should argue that then that there's somebody in the middle of the chain of custody that didn't testify, because he's saying the chain of custody, everybody testified, and they didn't say no, they didn't. You know what I mean? So I think they're conceding to the fact that, yeah, everybody testified. I don't know. It's weird because they're objecting to the chain of custody, but it seems like they really, I mean,
I think we're missing something there. We're missing something.
I feel like he just wants it on the record because he was giving them shit about chain of custody.
Like, why did he let her do all that and then say?
Because she was just identifying it for purposes of identification. And now they're trying to move it into evidence. And he's saying, yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
Okay,
She can identify it all she wants to, but we're objecting to that it's actual evidence.
Okay.
I don't know where their issue with the chain of custody falls, though. Because that's going to be in pretrial motions, I'm sure, but I don't know where that actually falls in line with this. What they are claiming happened to the chain of custody to cause an issue, I don't know that. And they didn't bring it up in trial, so it's got to be pretrial motions. Hey, Queen. Okay.
I'm going to bake some cookies, I think.
Who actually did the DNA testing in this?
Tim Knopfseeker.
All right. And would he have handled other items? Would he have gone and gotten other items from property and evidence?
I would have to refer to the chain of custody. Occasionally I will pick up additional items later on for additional testing, but I don't actually open them and take samples. For instance, if reference items are submitted later on, I may pick them up from property and evidence with my other evidence, but the analyst can cut it and take it forward for analysis on their own, and the chain of custody would reflect this.
Do you recall?
That's essentially saying, like, if later on I go swab you for DNA, like I get your buccal swab and I don't need to go actually cut that off and prepare it for DNA, because the guy who's doing the DNA can do that as well. The serologist is really just taking evidence and creating has the DNA, what they have a presumptive positive for DNA, and taking that, making it a portion to send to the DNA lab.
So why did she have to do that? Why couldn't she just send the whole thing and let the DNA person do it? If she's not comparing it to anything, why did she need to cut the tip off and keep the rest?
So the serologist normally just prepares everything for the DNA. So typically they're only going through evidence. So let's say I have your bloody shirt. So I'm the one who's doing the presumptive positive that it is DNA. And then I'm cutting out the portions that need to be sent over and be tested for DNA. So it's like I'm almost like a prepper. And then so let's say I test your shirt and it doesn't have any potential DNA. then I don't need to send it over. So I'm the serologist. I say, okay, there's no presumptive positive for DNA. I'm not sending that over to be tested for DNA. So I'm almost like a prepper. If
So
that
I'm
makes
just, I mean, it does, but I'm just thinking, okay, if this is me, I am, because she did swab the fingernails, correct?
She
She
didn't
didn't cut
swab.
the fingernails, but she swabbed them.
Correct.
So she gets the fingernails. That's the evidence she gets. She swabs those fingernails and she sends the swabs for testing.
If they have a presumptive positive for DNA, yeah.
Correct. So
Correct.
then she has these known samples. What I'm saying is why aren't you just, there's no extra step you have to take. You're creating a step by cutting it off. You don't need, like, why can't you? I get that the nails needed to be swabbed, but nothing needs done with the swabs. It should have just went to the person with the swab she created. Like, maybe that's what they're saying.
Well, because so she's just like, again, prepping it for them. Does it have to be her? No, but it can be her. And
Yeah,
so
because right now she's saying that she would, like, if she got like another reference sample or whatever, she would just send it to the DNA person. And it's like, then why didn't you do that with these?
Because she prepped everything else at the time. So she prepped everything for the DNA analyst.
So if she got a random 2 more samples of, our DNA, along with evidence from like another case, she's not going to prepare those DNA things. She's going to send them because she's working a different case.
Correct.
Okay.
From my understanding, when I was learning about this kind of stuff, it was common. I don't know if that's like a thing in South Carolina where maybe it isn't, but in California, that's how I was taught the process goes.
I'm just wondering if that's kind of what they're saying is her role, like, yeah, in order to prepare it for the DNA person, she had to swab those fingernails and whatever else, but it was unnecessary basically for her to
do the known samples.
Yeah, because they were known. They're just going to the DNA person exactly the same, except you cut the tip off.
Right. And I think so. I think that's what they're trying to say is like, so now could she have contaminated the other samples?
Correct.
Because she did. I see. Yeah. Instead
So maybe
of just
that's it.
A different analyst handle the knowns so that there wasn't even a potential for contamination.
Correct. Like, you should have just forwarded the whole entire swab of the knowns to the DNA person. It wasn't necessary for you to. I personally would agree with that. Now, I don't know if that makes a difference legally, but I would agree with that.
I could see that too. Yeah, you don't need to be touching the knowns if you already know it's DNA. You just send it to them because you already know they're testing that for DNA. You don't even need to touch it. Just leave it alone.
Right. For sure.
Right. I see I can see that. Okay. Here we go.
Taking any other piece of evidence from property and evidence to the DNA lab?
I have about almost 30 items that I have processed for this case.
Can you check your notes? And did you take references to John Mello, Brad Post, and Alex Fields?
Who's Alex Fields?
I don't know.
Does anybody in chat know who Alex Fields is? It sounds familiar, like somebody brought it up before, but I don't know who that is.
Alex Fields, Elvis Fields?
I know. Jesus Christ.
I did not process those.
Cut the yellow lines and put it and have it ready for DNA on this three.
No.
Okay, so why did she do that? Okay, so see, we're right back to this argument again.
Mm-hmm.
Why did she cut the one for Zach and Michael? Why did she not cut these?
Right. Because they came later, and so
she should have left them all that way. She should have just left them all that way. Knowing that more additional knowns would come in, because that would be normal, it should have just went straight to the DNA person.
Right.
I would be like, I'm not taking a pair of scissors. Like, if the DNA analysts cannot take a pair of scissors themselves and cut the tip off of these cotton tip balls, whatever they are, then they don't need to be doing DNA stuff. I'd be sending the whole Q-tip. Of course, she didn't touch Mellows or Post or whoever the fuck Elvis or whatever Fields this one is. Of course, she didn't.
This is This is Alex Field. I want to try to figure out who that is. Well, I know she was married before, and I don't have any idea what her ex-husband's name was. So I'm gonna see if that I'm gonna see if that's why it sounds familiar. All right, I'm gonna play it. I'll be back.
Your Honor, just for clarifications, I've got states 96, 97, 111, 100, 95, 94, 98, and 99. Into evidence. Your objection?
Just to be clear, I'm sorry. So Mr. Wilkins references that those are already in evidence.
That's correct. I'm just crossing with you, double checking. Those are the ones we discussed. And then we'll put it in evidence.
For the record, make sure it is absolutely clear, 96, 97, 111, 100, 94, 95, 98, and 99 are all into evidence. And your objections, no.
Thank you.
All right. I've already referenced cases.
That's all the state has, Your Honor.
Any cross?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state's calls Tim Massinger.
Okay, I need this man to give me what I need.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
And it better not be no damn touch DNA either.
Please state your name for the record.
Timothy Knopfsiger Jr.
Mr. Massinger, who are you employed?
I work for the Greenville County Department of Public Safety in the Forensic DNA Lab.
And what do you do for the forensic DNA?
I'm the DNA technical leader.
And what does that mean?
So I oversee the policies and procedures of the lab. I perform validations, and I also am a DNA analyst and work casework as well.
Are you in charge?
Yes, sir.
So
He reminds me of one of the Thornberries.
DNA technical leader. That's what it is.
So as the DNA technical leader, what are your main job duties?
So like I said, I oversee the policies and procedures of the lab. I perform validations. I oversee casework. I do casework myself.
He's the boss, bitch.
I've been in that position about a year and a half.
And how long have you worked at the lab?
I've worked at the lab for about 11 and a half years.
Before that, were you in the DNA world?
This is my first job in forensic DNA.
Tell us a little bit about your background.
Oh, God.
So I have a bachelor's degree in biological sciences from Clemson University, a master's degree in entomology from Auburn University. And when I was employed here, I started as a serologist, and I was trained in all the methods that we use in the lab. I also then was trained in DNA analysis methods, became a DNA analyst, and then eventually was promoted to DNA technical leader.
And tell us a little bit about the training that you go through.
So we do a system where we have mock evidence that we put, mock samples. There's a written exam. There are
Oh, God.
mock cases, and then we do a competency exam as well. Also, twice a year, we do proficiency testing, which are cases that are provided to us from an outside company that we don't know the answers to. We have to test them, give them back our answers, and they make sure we got the right answers.
About how many DNA samples have you tested?
From including my serology, I've worked several thousand items of evidence over my career.
And tell us a little bit about the lab. When was it established, and how did that happen?
So the lab first began working cases in 2011.
And to be established as a DNA lab, you have to get certified?
Yes, so we're an accredited lab. We're accredited through an organization called ANAB. We're under the standards, the ISO 17025 standards, and the FBI's quality assurance standards.
Bushied, he's been in jail.
Every year?
We undergo some level of an audit every year. Our full reaccreditation audits are every 4 years.
And are y'all currently accredited?
We are.
Have you always been accredited?
Yes.
And are there, we'll call them spot checks on where folks come in and kind of make sure you're doing everything correctly?
That's correct. We have, when we undergo an audit, these are outside people who come in and look at all our stuff. They look at our policies or procedures. They observe people working in the lab. They take a representative sample of cases and look through all our case files, our methods, our results to see if they can find any issues while comparing with the standards that we have to follow.
And have y'all always got a good grade on all that?
Yes, we've passed every audit.
Now, did you do any prep work in this particular case?
With any case like this, typically we're having to look into the case details to determine what the best avenue of testing the evidence is, depending on the
I don't like that. I don't think that's appropriate.
case.
Okay, I missed that. Sorry. Hold on. I was trying to figure out who this Alex Fields is, and I knew I had recognized the name. They did say, so that detective that was, or the investigator, the lead homicide investigator that just testified, he said that the defense attorney had asked if they ever brought a lineup of photos to Gorman and with that had Hughes or Alex Fields in there.
Okay, so who is it?
I don't know. I'm still looking, but that's so far what I found. They did ask about having this Alex Fields guy in a lineup for that Gorman lady.
Interesting. So,
Still looking. I'll be back.
Okay.
Did you retrieve any items from the property and evidence for processing?
Most of the items I tested were prepared by our serologists in the lab. I did pick up 3 references.
All right. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 101. Ask if you recognize this.
Yes.
What is this?
This is a buccal swab from John Mello.
And how did you obtain this item?
I would have received it from our property and evidence department.
And for the same way that Ms. Burbage just testified to?
That's right.
And when you obtained this item, how did it appear to you?
So whenever I pick up evidence items, I check the packaging, make sure everything is properly sealed and labeled, and it was.
Was there any tampering or any kind of cuts on the items before
No.
you took it back? And if there was, would you have noticed that?
I would have.
And would you have documented that?
I would have.
And would you have tested it otherwise?
Most likely not.
And what is this? What is John Mello swab? Your reference number now?
So I gave it, our item number is item 27.
27. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 10. It's already been admitted into evidence. Just get you to identify that.
Yes, this is a sealed package containing buccal swab from Bradley Post. This is this one you've handed me is DHE1. The one I tested was DHE, or I'm sorry, you handed me DH-E2. The one I tested was DH-E1.
Please, of course, Your Honor. One of them got admitted into evidence.
We can take a quick break.
There it is, Your Honor. Yeah, step over here. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 11.
Yes, I recognize this. This is our item 25, sealed package containing buccal swab from Post Bradley.
And did you collect this piece?
I obtained it at, I got it from our property and evidence department.
And when you retrieved it, did you inspect it?
Yes, I did.
And was it properly sealed?
It was.
And if it wasn't properly sealed, would you have noticed that?
Yes, I would have.
And would you have noted that in your documents?
I would have.
And would you have tested it?
No.
And finally, State's Exhibit 181. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
So this is a sealed package containing buccal swabs from Alex Fields, case item number JDS1.
And did you retrieve that from property and evidence?
I did.
And was it properly sealed?
Yes, it was.
Our state moves items 11, 181, and 101.
I would object to citing 901 in favor of property establishing.
Your objection is noted for the record. I overrule and consistent with the cases of Hatcher and the other cases which I've mentioned earlier, 11, 181, and 101.
You did 11, correct?
11, 181, and 101.
Thank you.
Are admitted into evidence.
All right, Mr. Nafsinger. I don't think I've moved to qualify you as an expert yet. Your Honor, I moved to qualify Mr. Nafsinger as an expert.
That inquires in what the field is.
In DNA analysis.
No objection.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I've said with other experts, this witness
Did-
is qualified to testify in the area of DNA analysis, and he can give his opinion in that area. However, it does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is evidence for you to consider and use in any way you see fit, and give it the weight and credibility you feel is appropriate. You can proceed.
So, Mr. Nafsinger, tell us how you analyzed the items that you just referenced and the ones that in general, and that Ms. Burbage referenced as well.
So there's 4 basic steps to DNA analysis. So first is called extraction. We have to basically break the cells open and get the DNA out of the cells. And then we have to do a process called quantification, which is where we simply find out how much DNA is present in the sample. Then we do a process called amplification, which is where we make lots of copies of specific areas of DNA. And then we put those copies onto our genetic analyzer, which then produces a DNA profile. Then we have to interpret the DNA profile. DNA is a comparison science. The only way we can know whose DNA is present on an evidence item is if we have a known sample, such as a buccal swab, to compare to it.
Now, Ms. Burbage testified about taking clippings and swabs. Are those the items that you tested? No.
Yes, they are.
All right. And so I'm just going to go over, tell this jury the knowns that you tested in your reference item.
So I did a total of 6 reference items. Item 10A was a sample of buccal swab from Christina Parcell. Item 11A was sample of buccal swab from Michael Manigault. Item 12A was sample of buccal swab from Zachary Hughes. Item 25 was a sealed package containing buccal swab from Bradley Post. Item 26 was a sealed package containing buccal swabs from Alex Fields. And item 27 was a sealed package containing buccal swab from John Miller.
All right. So tell us, what is a known? What is a reference sample?
So a reference sample is just a known sample of somebody's DNA. That's so that we can compare the profile that we get from that reference sample to whatever we find on the evidence.
And then those reference numbers that I'm referring to, are those just the numbers that you refer to in your report?
That's right.
And then you generate a report describing your findings?
That's right.
And then what do you call the items that you're trying to see if there's DNA matching to them?
So we'll call those questioned items because we don't know what we're going to find on them when we go to test them.
All right. And so in this case, what question items did you compare to? Compare the reference items to?
Well, I did quite a few,
Yeah.
a lot of them.
Okay, let's talk about it. So about how many items do you think that you tested in this particular case?
Let me check my report.
And you can give an estimation.
More than 20, it looks like.
And so I'm going to refer you to your reference items 2A and 5A and 6A. Can you tell the jury what those items are?
So item 5A is sample of swab from right handle brake of black Kona bicycle. And item 6A is sample of swab from left handle brake of black Kona bicycle.
Okay. And so just give another general description. In the lab, you've got, and this is 5A and 6A, the swabs of the black Kona bicycle. It is just a clipping of that swab that you're using.
That's correct.
And that is the swab that that Hannah Burbage prepared for you.
That's correct.
All right, and where did you get that swab from?
I got it from DNA Freezer 1 in the DNA lab.
And is that a secure location?
It is. The entire DNA lab is secure with only key card access, only accessible by the people who work there, and there's an alarm system.
And what measures do you instill to make sure that there's no cross-contamination from the reference samples?
So when I'm doing my extractions, the questioned items are extracted at a separate time and space than the known samples. So when I'm handling the questioned items, I have not handled any of the reference items yet. And so anytime I'm doing my processes manually, I'm only having one tube open at a time, and I'm only working question items, and then later I work the reference items. Later on, some of our processes involve robotics, and all our robotics have passed extensive validation tests that have also been audited when we get audited. And a part of those validation processes are contamination assessments, where we basically set it up to try to force it to contaminate, and set up where we would very easily see if it did, and they've always passed.
And so do y'all have sort of safety measurements in place inside the lab to make sure there's no contamination or other issues arising out of the testing?
Yes. So in addition to those precautions, I'm obviously wearing protective equipment. So I've got a mask, gloves, a lab coat, change my gloves frequently. We also work with controls. So with every extraction batch, I have what's basically called a reagent blank, which is just an empty tube that I do everything to it, the same thing I'm doing to all the other samples, and I run it just like all the other samples to see if anything shows up in there, because we would see it if some DNA is being transferred between samples.
And do y'all have a peer review system?
We do.
And how does that work?
So we do 2 reviews. We have a technical review and an administrative review. And the main point of the review is another analyst who's fully qualified to do the same processes that I did, goes through and looks at all of my data, essentially reinterprets everything, makes sure they agree with all my conclusions, that they don't find any issues with what I did, and no report is released until it passes review.
So in reference to 5A handlebar, right handlebar Kona bike, in reference to 6A left handlebar of the Kona bike, did you compare that swab to your nose in this particular case?
I did.
And what was your conclusions of that?
So for item 5A, which was a sample of swab from right handle brake of black Kona bicycle, my findings were the DNA obtained from item 5A is a mixture of a major male individual and at least one trace contributor. The major contributor matches the DNA of Zachary Hughes. A match between the DNA result of item 5A and the DNA of Zachary Hughes is approximately 2 septillion times more likely than a coincidental match to a random unrelated individual. Upon establishing Zachary Hughes as a contributor to this mixture based on the match statistics, Michael Manigault, Bradley Post, Alex Fields, and John Mello are excluded as contributors to the DNA obtained from item 5A. Due to limited data of the remaining alleles, there is no statistical support for an inclusion or exclusion between item 5A and Christina Purcell.
Okay, so we expect his DNA. It's his bike.
Mm-hmm.
And they couldn't include or exclude her DNA. Okay.
Right. But we know he has the gloves on when he's riding home. That's when we see the pictures of the bike. And so, I mean, does he not wear the gloves during the murder? That's kind of weird, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's keep
Oh,
going.
no. Okay.
Inclusion or exclusion of Christina Purcell.
It basically means no conclusive determination can be made for this individual.
So now I'm going to refer you to your items 2A and 3A, 2A being the clippings of the right hand of Christina Purcell. Did you have the, I'm sorry, go ahead. I was just going to ask him if he compared that to the known references.
So I had items 2A and 3A. 2A was a swab of tips of fingernail clippings from victim's right hand. Item 3A was swab of tips of fingernail clippings from victim's left hand. Item 3A, PCR procedures for autosomal DNA analysis were not performed on item 3A due to the presence of large amounts of total DNA compared to male-specific Y chromosomal DNA. That is the case basically when we do our quant, or when we see how much DNA is there, we can see how much, in situations like this, we can see how much female DNA is present versus how much male DNA is present. And if it's too little, the next processes won't show up the male contributor because there's just too much female DNA. It's kind of like trying to hear your phone ring in a rock concert. It just gets overwhelmed. So at that point, we stopped with that sample.
So you're referring to the clippings of the left hand?
That's correct.
Okay. And so, and for reference, the items that you're dealing with are literally swabs. They're very tiny.
That's right.
All right. And so did you have the occasion to test the clippings from Christina Parcells' right hand, which is your reference item 2A, to the knowns?
Yes, I did. So for item 5A, or I'm sorry, for item 2A, swab of tips of fingernail clippings from victim's right hand. My findings were.
I'm going to object to Rule 403. It's our position is has no affirmative value based on their inability to properly establish chain of custody.
Your objection is noted for the record.
Again, so
I feel like he's been arguing chain of custody for a long time, and we just don't know it because we didn't watch any of the pretrial stuff.
Yeah.
And he's just like, okay, your objection's noted, like it's for like appellate reasons. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's not even like saying overruled, sustained. You know, this is whatever I think about it. It's like he's already done it, and they're just doing it for appellate courts.
So if you've thought about, I don't know if you thought about this. We don't have anything that says that his DNA was under her left hand's fingernails, but in knowing what you know, like about the crime scene and stuff, and I'm of the opinion that she fought back. Do you think that she would have DNA of a perpetrator only under one hand, under the fingernails of one hand?
I think it's possible because he's completely covered. Remember?
True.
So she may not have been able to get to a lot of his skin.
So they didn't say shit about the seat of the bike or anything like that, or the other handlebar. So I'm assuming they didn't find shit. So
I thought they did both handlebars. No.
Yeah, they did, but they had different numbers. He only told us the one. Now he told us the number for the left hand. It's not there, so now they're going to go to the right hand, but they didn't do the other. I'm just assuming they didn't bring up the other stuff because he didn't come up on anything, or she didn't come up on anything,
or even an unknown didn't come up on anything. You know, like a non-match, not able to match, I should say.
Yeah, it's just
inconclusive, like they did.
I was hoping there was more than just. Well, let's hear him talk about the right hand, but I just was hoping there was more than that.
All right, let's keep going.
Just for the record, I find that Rule 403 is extremely prohibitive and substantially outweighs any other prejudice. Your objections noted on the record.
Thank you. So I'll refer you back to clippings of the right hand 2A.
Yes.
And compared to our known references there.
So the DNA obtained from item 2A is a mixture of at least two individuals, a major female and a minor male. Assuming Christina Parcell is the major contributor to this mixture based on this being an intimate sample, a match between the minor DNA result of item 2A and the DNA of Zachary Hughes is approximately 825 million times more likely than a coincidental match to a random unrelated individual. Michael Manigault, Bradley Post, Alex Fields, and John Mello are excluded as contributors to the DNA obtained from item 2A.
Okay, I have a problem with this.
Okay.
I have a problem with this because why would her boyfriend Brad Post? Why would his DNA like not be anywhere?
So she hadn't seen him. What do you mean?
Hadn't seen him when and how long?
Well, potentially since she took a shower.
Okay.
This is just under her fingernail, right? This is under her fingernail clippings on the right hand. On the right hand.
On the right hand, yeah. I don't know if it's all the fingernails, one fingernail. I'm assuming they swabbed all the fingernails with one swab. So.
She says October in South Carolina isn't sweatshirt weather, by the way.
Yeah, I wouldn't really think so, but I don't know.
Jury that Zachary Hughes' DNA is 825 million times more likely than a coincidental match to a random unrelated individual located under Christina Parcell's fingernails.
So what that stat means is it's called a likelihood ratio. And basically we're looking at two hypotheses as an explanation for the evidence profile that we find in the sample. So for every comparison, and we compared all the people to it, for every comparison, the first hypothesis is that this person's DNA is the best explanation for what we found on the evidence. And the other hypothesis is that it's somebody else in the random unrelated population. And so we're able to do statistics on this. And so it's kind of like a sort of a seesaw effect. So when you have, for example, I read an inconclusive one recently, that's where it's kind of balanced. Like it's not really tilting one way or another. If it's an exclusion,
He
it
is
means
so
it's tilting
nervous.
toward
Shaking.
Mhm.
the random population is the better hypothesis to explain the evidence. And when it tilts the other way, which it did in this case, that's giving strong support for the hypothesis that that person's DNA is the best explanation for the evidence.
So what is the lowest probability standard that you would be permitted to report?
Per our lab policy, the lowest we'll report is a match score of 1,000.
And this one was 825 million.
That's correct.
I would like to see what 1,000 looks like.
Right?
He looks a little traumatized.
He's struggling.
Please answer any questions.
Okay, let's see the defense says. What?
None? They're just not paying any attention to this at all. They're just like, this is literally nothing.
And I guess they don't want to give it any more weight because they're
I
trying to
would-
say that the serologist contaminated it.
Yeah. They always say, like, when you're trying to figure out if you should cross-examine it, if you can't think of how it will make things more helpful, then you just shouldn't do it.
I am thinking that they're going to have somebody come on and say that about cross-contamination. That's the only thing that can make sense there. I don't know. I guess we'll see. I mean, I thought that the defense and Megan Boswell was going to have people come up and say stuff too, and they didn't call anybody up. So,
you know what my mom always said when we were growing up? She'd say, "You know what thought?
Yeah.
Do you know?"
No, nothing.
She'd say, "You know what?" Because we'd be like, "We thought we did," and she'd be like, "Well, you know what thought?" And we'd be like, "What?" She'd say, "Thought he farted, but he actually shit himself."
Oh, Jesus Christ! I love your freaking mom, man.
These cookies smell so fucking good. I wish they'd cool down. I think I'm gonna make some.
All right, wrap it up.
They're done, aren't they?
Yeah, the state's going to rest though, and then he's going to talk to Zach.
Oh. Ooh, I wonder what he's been writing. Who's he smiling at? Oh, the cop? The kid? The person? Who's he smiling at?
I don't know. I just wrote, damn, I should have got that burner phone. I don't know, babe.
Well, I don't need to call you back up. Anything further from the state?
State rest, Your Honor.
State rest. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a surprise for you, a Valentine's Day surprise. We are going to stop for the day, and I'm going to release y'all. I'm going to ask that you return Tuesday morning. We do have Monday off. Again, I need to just go over this with you. Obviously, there is media coverage in this case, and you are prohibited from watching any TV coverage over this extended weekend. This trial, you should not do any research, go on the internet, look up anybody that's involved. In this case, if you have notifications, as I previously told you, I would really disrespectfully ask that you cut those off. As I told you before, and I asked you yesterday, I will be randomly asking if you have seen anything, heard anything. And again, it is just to
No, not sequestered.
The integrity of this trial and justice and fairness to the defense and the state, and that you only consider evidence that comes in through this courtroom. You're not to discuss this case among yourselves or begin any type of deliberation whatsoever until I instruct you that you can begin those deliberations. Do not discuss this with family members, spouses, friends until after your jury service is completed. And if anyone approaches you to talk about this case at any time, I need for you to inform me immediately. Okay? I hope y'all have a nice weekend. And I thank you on behalf of Greenville County and the state of South Carolina for your service and your attentiveness in this trial.
Okay. I guess he didn't talk to him yet. Maybe that was just reported from people in the courtroom. Yeah, the defense's opening statement, you're right, that we're going to have that on Tuesday. And they ended the court, so.
Oh, I forgot we didn't get that. That was the first time I'd ever heard of that. I'm kind of excited for that. If it were me and that was an option, I would wait until my case in chief to give mine.
Yeah, I would too. I think that's a good option. Okay, so Tuesday we're back in court. I did not find anything else about Alex Fields outside of that clip from that detective saying they did not do a lineup for that Gorman lady or Borman lady or whatever the hell her name was, nosy neighbor lady. I don't know. So I have no idea who Alex Fields is. So I'll see if I can do any research. If somebody finds out who Alex Fields is, please let me know, because I have no idea how he's connected or why he was a suspect or how he attaches to anybody or anything.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Right?
I'm sure they'll bring it up. I mean, I can't imagine that they won't after they're the only ones that brought it up all this time.
He's obviously a big suspect in the eyes of probably both sides, because they're talking about that they got his DNA sample and the defense brought up that he should have been in the lineup. And so I don't know. I have no idea who it is. So I'm curious. And then we'll come back Monday and we'll do some read through on the documents to kind of get some of the history of what's going on with the child custody, the CSAM stuff. I'll try to pull up whatever I can. Alex Fields. Yeah, the Fields family is sus as fuck for sure. They just pop up all over the place. So, and then we have court back Tuesday. So we'll be back at 8:30 my time on Tuesday. We'll be behind in the day, but at least we'll be on the correct day. And I don't think it's going to last too much longer. So this will be like through the end of next week, if even that.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go get some pies and do stuff for my husband's birthday, I guess.
Fun.
Yeah, he doesn't care to celebrate. He's just like, whatever, it's just another day.
Pretending it's not his birthday.
Pretending that he's not 40. He's younger than me. So
is he?
Yeah. So this puts us back into the same age range, because I'm 45 and he's just turned 40. So
I won't say, but they say once you're like, I don't even know how old I am, to be honest with you. It's so bizarre. I've lost track. Like, I think the last birthday I actually remember was like when I turned like 26 or 24. Now I just don't know. There for a while I was saying I was like 37. My mom's like, "You're not 37. What are you talking about?"
well, my mom is 78, and the other day she was trying to argue with me that she's 79. And I'm like, you're not 79, you're 78. She's like, I'm 79. I'm like, you're not 79. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Birthday?
She was born in 1946 in December. I'm like, you literally just turned 78.
Oh my God. Yeah. You know what? That's really weird because I was born, so I obviously my birthday's in December, and I was born in '89, and I keep aging myself like a year ahead also.
Oh, he said they come back. I already closed it.
He comes back to discuss if he will be testifying. It's interesting they didn't just automatically say no.
Here, I'll play this for you guys, though. People were asking about this. Yeah, he says he's going to think about it. I want to hear him speak. Hey.
Oh, he has a beard.
Yes, he does, and this is the beginning of 2021. He's on his YouTube channel. He has a ton of videos on there. The petals are to conceal her body.
So, right. I have a problem with this too. Like, if he thought he was going to get away with it, why would he choose stabbing, which would put his hands at risk and
I don't
fingers?
know. He obviously had a fascination with knives in general, so maybe it was just a choice because he liked knives.
Yeah, but like liking knives and then using one to murder somebody and hoping that you don't chop your finger off is like a little different. They didn't find no blood on any knives.
Yeah, not the ones
They
that they
didn't find
took.
a knife.
Nope.
Like,
Probably out
what?
there by that cabin. Okay, here
I
I'm
would
gonna
have
play.
to assume they will.
I'll play the end of court from yesterday since they come back. I guess.
I can't hear him.
No, there's nothing there yet.
Oh.
Law Junkie said they come back, so no, I got nothing. I got
Oh, maybe
nothing.
they got rid of it. Maybe
Maybe.
they clipped it out.
Yeah, I don't have it. So,
I
all right, you
wonder if
guys.
it's
Oh, go ahead.
no, I just was thinking I wonder if it's the one I've already seen. But since we've been live, I got a notification from YouTube that says, oh, it's to the point. Never mind. He is referring to the interview that I'm assuming everybody already saw. But it says, Libby German's grandparents tell all. And then it says Richard Allen update. Oh, just in case anybody didn't see it, he's been moved.
Yeah, I said that at the beginning too. There's different.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, but yeah, don't tell him. He was moved to Pendleton.
Yeah, which I guess is less security than the maximum security prison. So probably good, but I'm just a pessimist, I think. So I'm like, okay, well, why did they move him?
Right, I know. Why did they choose Valentine's Day to move him?
Yeah.
What's this whole the grandparents tell all? They didn't. They hardly talked.
They barely said anything. But did you watch the interview, the new one?
That 4-minute one?
No. The one I saw like was absolutely longer than 4 minutes. But I don't know if you're exaggerating.
It was super short, so I don't know.
It
was
was
like
the
nothing.
guy with the glasses. What's his
Raquel.
name?
Raquel? No, what's his name? Raquel. What's his name?
Ruiz? No.
Uh-uh.
Ramon? No.
No. It's like.
God damn.
Oh my gosh! What is this stupid
Raphael.
name?
Raphael.
I called him Raquel. It was with Raphael. That's who it is.
It took a minute. It took a minute, but we got it.
He's Raquel on the weekends.
Raquel Sanchez. No, it's longer than 4 minutes, dude. It's like maybe 14 minutes. It was strange, though, for sure. I mean, it was strange. It felt strange to me anyway, but
I didn't make sense to do an entire like film crew setup. Like I want the raw footage. The whole thing didn't make any sense for how short it was to have an entire film crew sit down in their house and then do, like a 5-minute interview. It just was weird to me.
Yeah. I'll have to find the one where I watched it because I believe the one I saw was like way longer than that. I don't like his beard either. I think he's ugly.
Who? Zach Hughes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Alex Fields died. We don't even know who Alex Fields is.
Yeah, we don't know if this is who they're referring to, but I did try to search and I did find, like, I typed in Alex Fields, Greenville, South Carolina, and I did find a Marine, Anderson County, Marine Corps vet. Looks like he died young. And he died like just recently. October 2nd, 2024. And he was 26 when he died. But that was the only Alex Fields that I can send you his obituary. I don't know if that's who they're talking about, but that's the only person that I found.
I found him. The daughter of Robin Mathis and Stephen Mathis.
2 brothers, Jonathan Fields of Greenville. and Grayson Gibson of Greer.
I don't know.
This doesn't even say how he died. Greenville Arms Apartments. I wonder how far that is from the house.
This one says he died in a 2-car crash at the intersection of Old Augusta and Augusta Road.
Oh, the motorcycle.
So I have no idea if that's even the right guy. But I mean, Mathis is weird because Mathis pops up on when I was looking up to see how old what's her name was.
He's the son of Dr. Stephen Mathis.
Yeah. I don't even know if that's the right guy.
Yeah, I don't know either.
We'll have to do some more digging and see. I don't know. I have no idea.
I hope the defense says something.
There's not even any good like Facebook groups on the case. Like the Facebook groups I found on this case like only popped up like for the trial. I can't even find like an old school one that.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, I'll see you
go
guys.
enjoy his birthday.
I will. Well, I'll do my best so that he enjoys it at least.
We'll see you on Monday.
See you on Monday. Everybody go enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you for hanging out with us and watching the trial.
Oh, I see you're already preparing for our read-through.
I am for the read-through. I'm trying to practice my accents. Trying to practice my accents and see if they work or not. All right. Love you guys. I'll see you guys Monday. Have fun.
Oh, God.
Love you, Sleuthy.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one